On the top of Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishan sat above the palace, bathed in the divine light of the Great Path. His body seemed to be connected with the nine heavens. Above the endless void, the will of the way entered the body and created a certain wondrous resonance with it. And that character of the way, likewise, also bloomed in endless radiance, connecting the boundless vast area, covering the entire Taishan region. Anyone within Taishan region, even if they were hundreds of thousands of miles apart, could still feel the impact Lord Taishan had on breaking into the realm. Such an extraordinary state was enough to make countless many yearn and dream. Even those who had already proved the existence of Ren Huang were still looking solemn, gazing in the direction of Taishan Mountain. When this step was crossed, Lord Taishan would be a giant figure standing at the peak of the higher heavens realm, and even beyond the higher heavens realm, he would probably be the very top of all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. There were still many preeminent characters in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, but those who had taken this step were probably the minority. Futian did not know how many such old monsters still existed in the higher heavens realm, but according to what he knew, in the heavenly mandate realm where he was, only Gu Tianqing was at that level. The old overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty may have been another, but after the destruction inflicted by both sides, there may be no one left at this level at the heavenly mandate realm. Of course, if there were the existence of hidden masters, that was beyond his knowledge. Therefore, he clearly understood the significance of Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. Not only did he understand it, but everyone else understood as well. Otherwise, old demon Luo of divine capital of Xiling would not have attacked and tried to forcibly interrupt Lord Taishan, even wanting to wound him. The powerful Golden Divine Nation even wanted to have their most outstanding prince, Gai Shi, to be his disciple. From this, one could understand the significance. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace did not leave. Neither did the divine generals of the Golden Divine Nation. All the other top principalities were all in attendance, watching Lord Taishan impacting the realm. It seemed as if it was some great attraction to them. In fact, not only them, but as time passed, more and more prominent characters had arrived, except that they did not show themselves. Some were covered by thousands of miles of divine will, and some were around Taishan Mountain or inside Taishan City. It would not be an overstatement to say that the breakthrough this time was a highly anticipated event in all of the upper heavens realm. The light of the character of the way was getting more brilliant, and its will was getting stronger. Futian sat cross-legged, and, like many disciples of Taishan Mountain, he was quietly comprehending and cultivating as Lord Taishuan's breakthrough was another kind of teaching. Such opportunity was pure luck, could not be sought out. It all depended on themselves how much one could comprehend. Futian's will blended with the character of the way, wandering between heaven and earth. He felt the power of creation in heaven and earth, as well as the omnipresent way. Gradually, Futian gave way to a very strong sensation, allowing him to control the way more freely. This sensation of freedom was extremely gratifying. It was as if no matter the distance, he was still able to exert control. In a blink of an eye, many days had passed, but the people on Taishan Mountain seemed to have forgotten the time. Many woke up from cultivation and looked at Lord Taishan. Had there still been no breakthrough? Now, the divine light had reached the nine heavens, and the way flowed between heaven and earth. Even so, Lord Taishan seemed to have not yet reached the limit needed to break through. All four disciples of Lord Taishan were guarding and protecting his surroundings, preventing anyone from interfering with Lord Taishuan's cultivation. It seems that this realm is hard. Not far from Futian, Wan Shuyi looked at Lord Taishan, frowning, as if worried for him. As a disciple of Sword Abyss, of course, he wanted Lord Taishan to break through. However, it seemed extremely difficult to break through this realm. Old Demon Luo dared to venture here and disturb the Grandmaster because he knew that this realm would not be easy to get through. He didn't expect that the Grandmaster had already transformed before the actual breakthrough, being able to defeat him with a single blow. Luoyue glanced over with a solemn look on her face. Although it is difficult, I believe the Grandmaster can do it. Well, it'll take 1,000 years to form one sword. Lord Taishan did not establish a clan or school, and he was rarely involved in external disputes, all to maintain a peaceful state of mind. He is a true and pure cultivator. Wan Shi also nodded in response. Senior brother, on Taishan Mountain, are there swordsmen with tremendous sword technique? Luoyue seemed to have thought of something and asked Wan Shuyi. You are asking about those from before, right? Wan Shuyi instinctively understood her intention, but shook his head. I cultivate in Sword Abyss, and I'm pretty confident in my swordsmanship. My cultivation of the second level of the fleeting divine sword is incredibly skilled. However, when that sword appeared, I realized I was but a frog at the bottom of a well. The man who controlled the sword has skills that far surpass mine, but in daily practice in the Sword Abyss, I was unaware of the existence of such a swordsman and have no idea who it was that concealed their true strength. Senior brother, do you think it's possible? Luoyue suddenly said to Wan Shuyi. Impossible, Wan Shuyi said decisively. If so, would Lord Taishan deliberately elevate the disciples of Taishan Mountain? Lord Taishan had already said that it was a disciple of Saint Plain from Taishan Mountain, so it must have been so. I'm being silly, Luoyue said. She felt that she was indeed a little crazy. Because of the power and mystery of that sword, she had wild thoughts, to the point that she was even questioning the words of Lord Taishan. But as soon Wan Shuyi said that, she didn't think about it anymore. There probably were some disciples with hidden strengths in the Sword Abyss. At this moment, a breath of terror flowed about. Above the 9 heavens, countless divine light of the great path fell in the direction where Lord Taishan was. It penetrated his body so that his entirety was radiant. It was as if he was on the verge of transforming into a divine body. The mighty holy pressure was now overwhelming the space. Lord Taishuan's eyes suddenly opened, and he looked toward the sky. This look seemed to have penetrated the boundless void, looking beyond this world. The heavenly path is incomplete, an ephemeral voice said, which seemed to contain endless sigh. It was as if the gods were sighing. This mournful sound made countless people felt a deep sense of sorrow. It was as if they were involuntarily affected by it. Such influence was astonishing. Just a voice alone was enough to affect everyone. The heavenly path was incomplete. Those preeminent characters also looked up at the sky, for they also knew that the heavenly path was incomplete. At the peak of Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishan took out a guqin and plucked at the strings with his fingers. In an instant, the sound of music penetrated the endless void along with the great path and fell into countless people's ears. The melody was like the sound of the great path. When the music started, many felt a sadness, a mood that seemed to speak of endless regrets. The lost sound of the great path, the song of lost divine. The eyes of the palace lord of divine music palace instantly became extremely sharp, as if penetrating the void. He looked toward Lord Taishan, as if to watch every move Lord Taishan made. He listened to each musical note to brand them into his mind. Listen carefully, he said to several disciples from Shangxiao Divine Palace who were next to him. The lost sound of the great path, the song of lost divine, was one of the 10 divine melodies. It was known as the true divine sound of the great path. It was rumored that the epitome of sword technique at Taishan Mountain, the fleeting divine sword, was created by combining the song of the lost divine and swordsmanship. Now, Lord Taishan was playing the song of lost divine upon Taishan Mountain. Even though he was the palace lord of Divine Music Palace, he wanted to brand the entire melody in his memory. At this moment, Futian also looked very grave. He sat cross-legged, and his eyes became endlessly deep. His entire person entered an extremely curious state. It was as if he had completely forgotten about himself and had become ethereal, immersed in the sound of the music. This melody carried with it endless regret and sadness. It seemed to be describing the sorrow of cultivation. After cultivating for a lifetime, he had no choice but to refuse the way, desolate and filled with pain. There were also regrets. Upon hearing this music, many cultivators, who were not determined enough, now sensed a strong pessimism. At this moment, they seemed to want to put down all that they had worked for and completely forget about their cultivation. Even as the will of the way reversed, the breath inside their bodies became disorderly and moved out of their control. Soon, some people's eyes became bloody red. It was as if they were in a trance, entering an uncontrollable state. Some even started damaging their own foundations. Don't be affected by the music, someone alerted the others. Futian also shared the same feeling as the breath in his body became jumbled. What kind of existence was the composer who created this melody? The will of the great path roared wildly between heaven and earth. Accompanied by the sound of the melody, the breath inside of Lord Taixian was also roaring wildly, making booming sounds. The world was changing. The sound of Guqin soared as if to compete with the great path, disregarding fate, aiming to contend with the heavenly path. There was a long river racing between heaven and earth, which made Taixian Mountain tremble. Everyone within Taixian region felt a terrible shock. Finally, with the last note, a divine light seemed to penetrate the 9 heavens. Lord Taixian stood up. The robe on his body fluttered wildly in the wind. The will of the way beat about his body. He looked incomparably great and insufferably arrogant. At this moment, the entire Taixian region shook once, and then all the breath between heaven and earth began to calm down. Success? The disciples of Taixian Mountain murmured and stared in that one direction. At this time, people came from all directions, possessing supreme temperaments. Some were immortal, some were domineering, but there were also extraordinary empresses among them. Congratulations to Lord Taixian, a voice said. The palace lord of Divine Music Palace looked at Lord Taixian with a very complicated look in his eyes. Congratulations. Many stepped into the void and paid their respects to Taixian Palace. Everyone who arrived was a great, powerful existence in the higher heavens realm. When the people of Taixian Mountain saw what they were doing, they were extremely moved. Did he succeed? Congratulations to the Lord. The disciples of Taixian Mountain bowed down to worship him. The divine general of the Golden Divine Nation looked in the direction of Lord Taixian. His eyes were a little complicated. Lord Taixian had actually achieved this step, and from this moment on, he was no longer qualified to talk to Lord Taixian as an equal, but must respectfully refer to him as an elder. Beside him, Gai Shi's eyes emitted divine golden light. Had he made the breakthrough? Futian watched all this quietly. He looked towards Lord Taixian. From this day forward, Lord Taixian's status in the higher heavens realm leaped again, and he now stood at the pinnacle of giants. Lord Taixian didn't seem to be too joyful. Instead, he took a look at the sky and sighed. The heavenly path was incomplete. Turning his gaze to everyone, Lord Taixian held his hands up and thanked them. You are all too kind. Afterward, he came to the crowd, and the 4 great disciples led by the Taixian Hierophant came behind him. They finally let go of their worries. Now, they would not be worried about someone making trouble, and no one dared to try. Even that old demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling would have to be more cautious when he met Lord Taixian in the future. If Lord Taixian intended to settle matters of the past, that old demon would lose. Today, Lord Taixian comprehended the way on Taixian Mountain. It is a major event for cultivators in the higher heavens realms, the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace said. Many cultivators nodded in agreement. The influence of a top character was very great. Just a few more years of cultivation than any of you. Lord Taixian appeared very calm. One cannot surpass this realm with time alone. The palace lord of the Divine Music Palace shook his head and said, On behalf of Shangxiao Divine Palace, we congratulate you, my lord. After bringing back such great news, I believe that all people in various palaces will also be overjoyed for my lord. Palace lord is too kind. Please give my regards to everyone when you return. If there is ever a chance, I will pay you a visit, Lord Taixian responded politely. If my lord ever wants to come to the Divine Music Palace, there will soon be a chance. The palace lord of Divine Music Palace smiled and said, Everyone in the Divine Music Palace must be looking forward to talking with my lord. Lord Taixian seemed to think of something when he heard the words of the palace lord of Divine Music Palace. He smiled and knew what the other meant. Many powerful figures on Taixian Mountain thought of one thing when they heard his words. Someone said with a smile, 10 years have gone by in the blink of an eye, and it is time for the opportunity of trials once more. It is indeed a blessing to all young cultivators in the higher heavens realm. Shangxiao Divine Palace preached to the world, benefiting the world of cultivation and doing great deeds. Lord Taishian nodded and said. Shangxiao Divine Palace was indeed a place worthy of admiration. Shangxiao Divine Palace is a treasured land within the higher heavens realm, which can nurture the great path. For many years, it has adhered to its mission of preaching as a matter of course, the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace replied. It was well known to everyone in the higher heavens realm that Shangxiao Divine Palace was located in the most treasured holy land in all of higher heavens realm and had trained many powerful great characters. Therefore, for many years, it had been preaching to the world, never getting involved in disputes. Of course, if it were not so, many of the top principalities in the higher heavens realm would have long been rift with malice, and Shangxiao Divine Palace would not have occupied such a lofty status. It's a pity that the fruit grown in the Divine Palace is limited. Otherwise, it could help more people to comprehend the way, the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace continued. My lord has not yet established a clan, so in the years past, Taishian Mountain had just a quota of 5 spaces. But now that my lord has had a breakthrough, I will discuss with other palace lords when I return about increasing the number of places for Taishian Mountain to 15 people. Many thanks. Lord Taishian nodded with a smile. He glanced at the disciples of Taishian Mountain behind him. Although 15 spaces were still far from enough compared to the disciples who cultivated on Taishian Mountain, considering those who had a real chance to break through into Renhuang Plain, 15 spaces were a lot. It was definitely enough. After all, it was not that easy to become a Renhuang. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace is biased. Why not add some more spaces for us? Said a powerful person next to him. If everyone could be like my lord, then there would be no problem, the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace said with a smile. Suddenly, everyone revealed a dull expression. Could one break through the realm just because one wanted to? Would this kind of character be so rare in the higher heavens realm? Never mind in the higher heavens realm, even in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were not many. Very well. Now that my lord is broken through, this matter is over, and we should be getting back. After everyone gets back, you can discuss the matter regarding the candidates. Now, we should get ready to go. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace smiled and said, when my lord has free time, please come to the Divine Palace to sit and chat. Good. Lord Taishian nodded. Farewell. The Place Lord of Divine Music Palace put his hands together and then left with his people. We should be getting back too. Goodbye. All the cultivators saluted and left as well. Lord Taishian watched them as they left. The Divine General from the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward and asked, won't you consider our previous proposition? I already said that I would not accept any more disciples. Lord Taishian shook his head. The other nodded and took Gai Shir and turned to leave. Other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation also left with them. The Golden Divine Light opened up the road of Great Path, and soon, they disappeared between heaven and earth. People of the Divine Nation are really too proud, Lord Taishian whispered as he watched those who were leaving. The Golden Divine Nation claimed to be the descendant of the ancient Golden God. It had some connection with the great emperor and enjoyed great prosperity in the past. If it were not for the master's breakthrough, they would probably not have taken Gai Shir to us, said the Taishian Hierophant. Lord Taishian said nothing more. As the crowd gradually left, there were fewer and fewer people on Taishian Mountain, and the cultivators of the Taishian region also bowed and left. With this matter over, they had no more reason to linger there. After a while, Taishian Mountain seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Not many people were still there, save for the disciples of Taishian Mountain. At this time, the disciples of Taishian Mountain were still focused on Lord Taishian. Even at this moment, they had not completely calmed their minds. Lord Taishian was already someone at the peak. He had now gone one step further. With so many powerful figures in the higher heavens realm congratulating him, they could very clearly feel Lord Taishuan's current status, which was now truly beyond this world. Even the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace was extremely polite and invited Lord Taishian to lecture at Shangxiao Divine Palace. Furthermore, 10 more spaces were given to them. With this in mind, many disciples in Taishian Mountain could not hide the anticipation in their eyes, especially those whose cultivation was already in the Nirvana plane. For them, this was an extremely rare opportunity that happened only once every 10 years. In the higher heavens realm, Only the divine palace could provide such an opportunity. All the top figures of all principalities in the higher heavens realm would head over to the divine palace to prove themselves. However, even with 15 spaces, it was, perhaps, still not enough. Besides the disciples cultivating on Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples each also had their own disciples to consider. In addition, some elders on Taishan Mountain also had descendants of their own. Lord Taishan looked at everyone in the crowd and saw in their eyes that revealed their admiration, worship, and expectations. In addition, a few people also felt lost, clearly realizing that they had no chance. Lord Taishan could read everyone's thoughts with one glance. He said, "You must have heard the words of the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace at Shangxiao Divine Palace. Soon, there will be the once-in-a-decade opportunity at Shangxiao Divine Palace, which is mainly focused on those at the pinnacle of the Saint Plain. So there is an opportunity to enter the Renhuang Plain. Of course, it is only an opportunity. The key to success is still your own talent, perception, and state of mind." Everyone listened attentively. This was something they knew. The Divine Palace is the first holy place for cultivation in the higher heavens realm, rumored to be able to forge the basis of Renhuang. For cultivators, it is indeed valuable. This time, the Divine Palace gave Taishan Mountain 10 more spaces, all because the Grandmaster broke through. Other top forces only have 10 spaces in total. Jun Mu, a disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, spoke. Lord Taishan nodded. The top forces in the higher heavens realm received 10 spaces in 10 years. They had never established a clan nor opened a school. They used to have only 5 spaces, but this time, they were given 10 more for a total of 15. So, 15 spaces. 5 spaces for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain. You 4 may each choose 2 disciples, so 2 places each. How about that? Lord Taishan said to everyone. His 4 disciples would get 2 spaces each, and cultivators of Taishan Mountain would get 5 spaces, which was considered evenly distributed. Everyone nodded and didn't have any qualms. Lord Taishuan's suggestion was relatively fair, and he took care of the needs of both sides. What about the other 2? The Taishan Hierophant asked. 5 plus 8 only accounted for 13 spaces. I have other plans for them, Lord Taishan responded. The Taishan Hierophant nodded and said nothing more. Since Lord Taishan had other plans, there was nothing else for them to comment on. Futian had been listening quietly, without speaking, because there was no room of him to speak here. But he was slightly moved when he heard that Lord Taishan had left 2 spaces. Could it be that Lord Taishan was leaving one of the 2 spaces to him? Moreover, this time it was heading toward Shangxiao Divine Palace, which was where Tianyu cultivated. Not long ago, at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, he had also had some conflicts with the disciples there. However, he had heard that the Divine Palace did not actually get involved in the battles of the disciples outside, as it was just a place of cultivation. Now it seemed that the rumor was true, because whether or not there were people such as Tianyu, it didn't really matter. However, it did not matter if he thought too much of it. It was very pleasant to cultivate on Taishan Mountain, and he was making great progress these days. Well, you may all go and prepare your own candidates, Lord Taishan said, and then turned to leave. After Lord Taishan left, many were talking about it. Let's go back to Sword Abyss, Wan Shui said. Senior brother Wan should be able to get a space, Luoyue whispered. Wan Shui was extremely talented, and there must be a space for him. I'll do my best, Wan Shui said frankly, not being humble. This was an extremely rare opportunity. I hope I can go to the trial with you. Luoyue was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City, so naturally, there would be a space for her. Futian was also on his way back, ready to return to String Pavilion. Shunjing, Wan Shui shouted. Futian looked back at him. Soon, there will probably be some discussion at Taishan Mountain, and same with Sword Abyss. You can come around from time to help you comprehend swordsmanship, Wan Shui advised Futian, kind of watching out for him. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Luoyue looked at Futian and nodded in agreement. This time, the final selection would inevitably result in some competition. By observing the battle, Futian could also make some progress. Sure, I will definitely go, Futian nodded with a smile and responded. Well, then you go back now, Wan Shui said. And so, Yi Futian bid his goodbye and went toward the string pavilion. Soon after, a grand forum battle was held on Taishan Mountain. The selections for the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan was easy, as they each had a quota of 2 spaces and could decide themselves. But since there were 5 spaces for all the cultivators on Taishan Mountain, a competition was essential for deciding on those candidates. As a result, there were exciting battles one after the other, until eventually, 5 candidates were chosen to be sent to Shangxiao Divine Palace. But for the 4 great disciples, such as the Taishan Hierophant, the matter was settled internally, with each deciding on their own candidates without participating in those competitions. Many were curious about who would be filling the remaining 2 spaces, which had been reserved by Lord Taishan himself. Yi Futian had been cultivating in the string pavilion. On the day that Lord Taishan broke through, he had been on the side comprehending and had received many insights, which he needed time to fully digest. This included the divine melody of the Great Path and the Song of the Lost Divine, which also took him a long time to understand. He had tried to play the song but had only made small progress. On this day, Yi Futian was still cultivating in the string pavilion, and a fiery red shadow descended before him, calling out, "Shang Jing, do you have any manners?" Yi Futian was a little speechless. This little phoenix was so comfortable with herself and interrupted him so blatantly. "I don't," Feng Yin said without a care. "Shun Jing, you must have heard about what's happening on Taishan Mountain. Shangxiao Divine Palace gave Taishan Mountain 15 spaces, so 15 people can go there to seek the opportunity of the Great Path. This is the chance to become a Renhuang." "I heard that, but you have just entered the Nirvana plane. The realm of the Demon Emperor has nothing to do with you for the time being," Yi Futian said bluntly. "How do you know that I have a space?" Feng Yin looked at Yi Futian and said with a smile, "It seems that you also know that my talent is unparalleled and that I will undoubtedly be selected by Lord Taishan. This is an opportunity that comes only once in 10 years, and countless people would like to be selected but won't be. I heard from my mom and dad that many powerful Renhuang were willing to make great sacrifices in order to get a place just because this opportunity is rare. So, are you jealous?" Yi Futian was able to ascertain that this little girl had come to show off. Jealous? Yi Futian was quite speechless. The parents of the little phoenix enjoyed a great relationship with the String Emperor. They may be String Emperor's demonic beast partners. When little Phoenix was born, she received the blessing of Lord Taishan and was also a natural-born saint, so it was no surprise that Lord Taishan would give her a space. "Hypocrite," Little Phoenix said. Yi Futian was a little speechless. Little Phoenix showed a smug look and laughed. "However, you must wish you were me. Read more chapter on novel full." "Yes, I do." Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. At this time, footsteps were heard. "Young friend Xinjing." A voice was heard, and Yi Futian looked forward and said, "Elder Lan." His voice fell, and Yi Futian saw a figure walking in their direction. He came to Yi Futian and Little Phoenix. It was Uncle Lan, the housekeeper of Taishan Mountain. "Feng Yin is there too," Uncle Lan said with a smile. Feng Yin nodded. "Why are you here, Uncle Lan?" "I'm looking for Shunjing." Uncle Lan looked at Shunjing and said with a smile, "You should know everything that's happening at Taishan Mountain. Lord Taishan wanted to give a space to me, but what use do I have for it at my age? So, I'm giving it to you." Yi Futian was surprised. He was not too surprised that he would get a space, but that Uncle Lan came and gave it to him was a shock. But who told Uncle Lan to do so? Yi Futian thought that perhaps it was Lord Taishuan's instruction. Lord Taishan wanted to avoid being too obvious, so maybe he had asked Uncle Lan to inform him. After all, Lord Taishan deliberately concealed what had happened last time and did not expose him. "Uncle Lan, you are giving him your space?" Little Phoenix showed a strange expression when she heard what Uncle Lan said. This meant that Xinjing also got a space. "Yes." Uncle Lan nodded. Yi Futian smiled and did not decline his offer. He bowed slightly to Uncle Lan and said, "Many thanks to you, Elder. Miss Four sent you up here. I saw that your appearance and manner were extraordinary. There must be a bright future for you," Uncle Lan said with a smile. "Come on. They are already there discussing the matter. I will go with you too." "Very well." Yi Futian nodded, and left with Little Phoenix and Uncle Lon. Little Phoenix looked strange all along the way, murmuring, and seemed a little puzzled. Not long ago, she was showing off to Futian, and now it turned out that Futian also got a spot. Could it be that Lord Taishin knew? This guy hid a lot deep inside, but Lord Taishin was all-knowing, so there was still a possibility that he may know. As they came to Taishin Palace, many people had already gathered here, and many of them were familiar faces to Futian. They turned around, and when they saw Futian, they all looked rather surprised. Uncle Lon. Everyone bowed to Uncle Lon slightly, and Uncle Lon smiled and nodded. Luoyue directed her gaze toward Futian and asked, Shenjing, why are you here? As the daughter of the city lord of Taishin City, she clearly occupied a space. Like Miss Luoyue, he will also head to Shangxiao Divine Palace, Uncle Lon said with a smile, and his words astounded everyone. Shenjing was also going to Shangxiao Divine Palace. Uncle Lon, are you joking? Luoyue didn't quite believe it. Out of the two spaces reserved by Lord Taishin, the one given to Feng Yin was easily understood, but the other one was given to Shenjing. Would I dare joke with Miss Luoyue? It was I who led Shenjing to Taishin Mountain and placed him at the String Pavilion. Since then, Shenjing has taken good care of the String Pavilion. I will not use the space that Lord Taishin gave me, so I gave it to Shenjing instead, Uncle Lon said with a smile. Taking good care of the String Pavilion? Everyone looked a little spasmodic. Was this even a reason? Uncle Lon was clearly making up an excuse for giving Shenjing his spot. It was said that Uncle Lon had a great relationship with the String Emperor and the Housemaster of Taishin, and Shenjing was also sent here by the Housemaster of Taishin. He was placed in the String Pavilion, and it meant that he had some connection with the third and fourth disciples of Lord Taishin. Could it be that Uncle Lon favored him because of this? Doesn't Uncle Lon also have disciples? Luoyue said. Those few disciples of mine will be useless there. It is best to give it to a suitable person, Uncle Lon said quite casually. Although our friend Shenjing was sent here by Miss Four, and even though he may be extremely talented, he is just an unblemished saint. Such an opportunity bestowed on someone of unblemished realm is giving them too much face, someone said. If Luoyue had been expressing her doubts, this person was now instigating. This speaker was precisely the disciple of Taishin Hierophant, Junmu. He had also been selected and would be going to Shangxiao Divine Palace. Futian looked up to Junmu. He seemed to feel his gaze. Junmu's expression was still relaxed as he nodded to Futian apologetically, saying, Please excuse me, Brother Shenjing. I'm not deliberately opposing you. It is just that this trip to the Shangxiao Divine Palace is to seek the path of the doctrine. Brother Shenjing has great talent, but the realm is still a bit off. Only those of the Nirvana plane will exert the greatest influence. It is really not suitable for you to go. It's really unsuitable, several people agreed. They also felt that it was a complete waste of a space given Shenjing's realm. This was an opportunity to test the Renhuang realm, and even if the probability of success was extremely low, it was still an opportunity. Futian did not know how to rebuke Junmu's words so quickly, but I'm very optimistic about Shenjing. Although his realm is a little lower and cannot impact Renhuang, it could form the basis of the fruit of the way in the body ahead of time, which would still have great benefits for cultivation in the future. One day, when the time comes, a breakthrough of the realm will be a matter of course, Uncle Lon said calmly. Since Lord Taishin is letting me do as I wish, and I chose to give it to Shenjing, what is so inappropriate about that? Junmu's eyes were slightly perturbed. Uncle Lon was insisting on helping Shenjing. Enough. Now that you have made your decision, there is nothing more to argue about, a voice said as a godly figure appeared above the palace. It was Lord Taishin. The four great disciples of his were standing next to him. Yes, I will obey. Junmu lowered his head and responded. Instantly, he became extremely compliant. Lord Taishin glanced at the disciples. They're exactly 15. His gaze lingered for a moment on Futian, but it was just an instant before he moved on. Since all the candidates have been chosen, you may depart. The people of other principalities must have already embarked on their journey, Lord Taishin said. Everyone nodded and didn't bother to argue about the matter. Even though they felt that the space had been wasted, with Lord Taishuan's approval, the matter was settled without further discussion. Fengzhu, I will trouble you to take them. Lord Taishian looked into the distance. As soon as his voice fell, a burning might descended, and a gigantic figure of the demon emperor appeared. It was the father of Little Phoenix. He was a tyrannical demon emperor. Obviously, this time, he came to lead the way for them. Go, and make sure to send them off before you head back, Lord Taishian ordered again. 15 people stepped onto the phoenix. With a loud chant from the phoenix, the divine bird launched toward the sky and disappeared in an instant. Thank you for escorting us, Elder. Everyone on the back of the demon emperor successively expressed their gratitude. Dad, are you also keeping an eye on me, by the way? Little Phoenix mumbled. Feng Zhu was not in the mood to deal with her, but merely sailed through the wind. Xinjing, you are a really lucky man. Wan Shuyi, who had also been selected, appeared to be in a good mood and was feeling appreciative of everything in the outside world. Well, I must recognize all the care given to me by all the elders and the disciples of Sword Abyss. Yi Futian nodded as he looked at the rolling sea of clouds. Shangxiao Divine Palace was such an unexpected coincidence. In the past, the cultivators of Shangxiao Divine Palace descended in Heavenly Mandate Realm, and now, as Xinjing, he was on his way to Shangxiao Divine Palace. It was unknown if he would meet those he knew or what would happen there. Yi Tianyu was cultivating at Shangxiao Divine Palace. How was he doing? The phoenix divine bird crossed the sky and left a radiant divine light in the sea of clouds. At the same time, in all the major areas of the higher heavens realm, cultivators of all sides had set off and started on their journey to Shangxiao Divine Palace. Shangxiao Divine Palace was located in the central district of the higher heavens realm, surrounded by the Sea of the Path. It stood in the middle of the inland fairy mountains. It was said that in the higher heavens realm, the Sea of the Path and the Fairy Mountain, where Shangxiao Divine Palace was located, were both the most precious sacred, pure lands in the higher heavens realm. These pure lands were used by the Shangxiao Divine Palace for preaching and were the true holy lands for cultivation. To enter the Shangxiao Divine Palace, one needed to cross the Sea of the Path from Linqiao City. This big city in the central district had always been a prosperous but unclaimed land. In fact, there were many top powers fighting for hegemony in the central district, but none of them had ever touched Linqiao City. This city near the Sea of the Path was the place leading to the Shangxiao Divine Palace. Those top powers didn't dare to touch it, but they all had their own influence in Linqiao City. In the past few days, Linqiao City had been extremely busy. The decennial journey project of crossing the sea and seeking the path had been launched, and the Shangxiao Divine Palace had given quotas to many powers of the higher heavens realm. Cultivators of the top powers would cross the sea and enter the Divine Palace to seek for the paths. Restaurants near the Sea of the Path were already overcrowded. During these days, all the people from different realms had gathered here. When the messenger of Shangxiao Divine Palace arrived, all the warriors from different powers would start to cross the sea. The people of Taishian Mountain had also arrived. The Phoenix Demon Emperor sent the 15 cultivators of Taishian Mountain here and left. Later, they could only depend on themselves. No one else could help them. At this time, cultivators of Taishian Mountain were standing on the rooftop of a restaurant near the sea. The city was bustling, and there were sometimes warriors passing by in the void sky who could clearly feel the lively atmosphere below. At another place in the restaurant, people looked at them and whispered, "Are they cultivators of the Taishian Mountain?" Yes. Not long ago, Lord Taishian broke shackles and beat old Demon Luo with one single finger, and now he must be stronger. The Divine Palace gave a quota of 15 participants to Taishian Mountain, someone said. Lord Taishian has been absorbed in cultivation for many years and is always diligently seeking knowledge of the path, so now he can reach the apex. We should all learn from him. The people of Taishian Mountain heard this and felt proud. They could feel that the status of their lord was different from before. However, although Taishian Mountain has 15 seats, as the Lord has refused to accept new disciples, the strength of the cultivators of Taishian Mountain, someone said and stopped. Many people had heard the news that the disciples of Taishian Mountain were defeated badly by warriors of the divine capital of Xiling, but then a mysterious warrior defeated the people of Xiling God capital with the Tao spell. The Divine Palace is a holy place for seeking the path, but it is not absolutely fair to everyone. The powerful forces in the higher heavens realm have quotas for seeking the path, but for those cultivators who were born into ordinary families and did not enter the top powers to cultivate, they do not have the opportunity to get quotas. Are they weaker than those selected ones? A figure of the Saint Plain drank alcohol alone and spoke, not afraid of offending people. It was probably because he had no chance to go to Fey Mountain to seek the way, so he was satisfied with complaining. Read more chapter on novel full. There are so many cultivators in the world. How could the divine palace be absolutely fair? Some people argued for the divine palace. To put it bluntly, it still depends on one's family background, that person said and smiled, taking another sip. Why were you born into an unprivileged background? Someone asked. Suddenly many people in the restaurant laughed, but all of them were just joking, and no one took it seriously. At this time, many people turned their heads and looked in a direction. In the distance, the chi of swords whistled above the void sky, and many sharp swords passed by. A group of swordsmen in training came from the sky and landed directly above the restaurant. They were all dressed in white, with keen temperaments. Many people from Linshao City in the restaurant immediately recognized these visitors and were slightly surprised. In the Central District, the Divine Swordly family was a famed family of sword art and was also known as the strongest family of swordsmanship in the higher heavens realm. All their cultivation methods were supplemented by swordsmanship, and they had developed countless horrifying sword techniques. The disciples of the Divine Swordly family were all very outstanding. Those who were not excellent enough were not even qualified to walk outside in the name of the Divine Swordly family. The family's discipline of the younger generation was extremely strict and could even be called harsh. Only in this way could superb swordsmen be produced from the family. In the Central District, people were in awe of the Divine Swordly family. They were extremely strict with their internal disciplines, and their way of coping with external affairs was also hard and fast. They always advocated speaking with the gun. It seemed that they came for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain. We are from the Li family and are here to see our Taoist friends from the Taishan Mountain. These visitors stepped forward and came in front of cultivators of Taishan Mountain, cupping their hands. Divine Swordly family, Wan Shui whispered. The disciples of the Sword Abyss cultivated in swordsmanship, which he as the top one swordsman in the higher heaven realm, was very clear. But this was the first time they saw cultivators from the Divine Swordly family. After all, Taishan Mountain was very far away from here. If it were not for crossing the sea to seek the path, they usually would not come here. What brings you here, my Taoist friends? Junmu said. The 15 people who came were actually the third generation of cultivators of Taishan Mountain. Junmu was the direct disciple of Lord Taishuan's chief follower Taishan Hierophant. So among the 15 cultivators, he took the lead to speak up. Presumably, he thought he was the lead, and other people would not compete with him. Now we are in the prosperous era, and since many of you came to visit us from distant places in the upper heavens realm, we Li family are half of your host. Therefore, we prepare a banquet in Wanghai restaurant and want to invite all parties that cross the sea to seek the path here. We came to know that Taoist friends of Taishan Mountain are here, so we came to invite you, one of the visitors said very politely. Junmu looked at others of Taishan Mountain and asked, "What do you think?" Since the Divine Swordly family has invited us, we will attend the banquet for sure, Li Jian, a disciple of Taishan Mountain Guqin Valley, said. She was also an outstanding figure in Taishan Mountain, who was able to play Flight of the Phoenix pair at a considerable level. She was also among the 15 candidates. In addition to her, Qin Yu of the Guqin Valley was also selected. Wan Shui also nodded. Those who practiced swordsmanship naturally wanted to see the genius of the Divine Swordly family. It was said that this marvelous genius of the generation in the Divine Swordly family was now practicing in the palace. He was extraordinarily talented. Junmu's eyes fell on Luoyue. Luoyue nodded lightly, and when she saw that Junmu was looking at the man of the Divine Swordly family, she said, "If that's the case, my Taoist friend, please lead the way for us." "Please," the person of Li family said. Soon, everyone rose up and flew towards the sky. Yi Futian and Feng Yin were at the end. The two stepped into the void sky and followed the crowd. Their opinions didn't seem to matter very much, and they were totally ignored by Junmu. So, they just needed to follow up. Because of this, the little phoenix pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Not just because of this, but along the way, Junmu had been ignoring their existence. They quickly arrived at the Wanghai restaurant. This was the tallest building in this area. The view from the top was excellent, and one could directly look at the Sea of the Path from the building. Powerful warriors were staying at each floor below, but at this time, everyone was paying attention to the top floor because several top-level disciples in the higher heaven realm were at the top. When the people of Taishan Mountain landed, a lot of people on the huge platform in the front had already entered the seating area. At a glance, they saw the people of divine capital of Xiling. Previously, they had a war on Taishan Mountain, so they could be said to be impressed. This time, the team of divine capital of Xiling was headed by Prince Luo Yuming. His eyes were cold, and his pitch-dark eyes swept toward the crowd of the Taishan Mountain. In the last battle, they defeated their opponents, but in the end, they were subdued by a mysterious swordsman in training. He believed that that swordsman in training was most likely a Ran Huang figure who pretended to be in Saint Plain to go against them. Otherwise, he would not be able to resonate with the character of Tao and trigger the fleeting swordsmanship. In addition to the warriors of divine capital of Xiling, the warriors of the Golden Divine Nation were also present, and Gai Shishir was sitting there. His golden eyes still looked extremely keen, and the beams shooting from his eyes were like golden, sharp swords. In addition, there was another group of guests, each with extraordinary temperament. The disciples of Taishan Mountain had never seen them before, but they suspected that they should belong to one of the other two top forces in the Central District. However, it was said that the Divine Swordly family and the Sky-Burying God clan had a deep grudge, so they should be another top force, the Changfeng family. The origin of the Changfeng family was also very unusual. It could date back to the ancient Changfeng country that dominated the Central District many years ago. So to say, they were descendants of the ancient country, the overlords in the past. One could imagine how strong they were. It seems that we are the last to arrive, Junmu said, self-mockingly. Yi Futian was standing behind the crowd. The atmosphere of Wanghai restaurant made him feel a little uncomfortable and slightly depressed. The people here were all the top-ranking figures of the young generation and had an aura around them. The invisible pressure they exerted over others was very unsettling. But many people below this floor were very excited. A lot of them also came from big forces, but the people on the top were the descendants of the uppermost forces and naturally attracted more attention. Your lord broke the shackles, so the Divine Palace gave you a quota of 15 candidates. You dared to accept them? Aren't you ashamed? What is the point of you coming here? A cold voice came out, and the speaker was Luo Yuming. Obviously, he showed contempt for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain because of the previous battle. How is old demon Luo's injury? Junmu looked at Luo Yuming and countered. Luo Yuming put down the wine glass, and a mark appeared directly on the table. Rays of death surrounded his palm, which looked extremely depressing. He smiled and said, "There was none of your lord's blessing on the way of seeking the path in the Divine Palace. After you entered the Sea of the Path, you can only depend on yourself. You'd better think it carefully and then decide whether you should enter the Sea of the Path." The people of Taishan Mountain heard Luo Yuming's threat and were anxious. Was he implying that he wanted to hurt them after entering the Sea of the Path? "Thank you for reminding us, but there is no need for you to bother," Junmu replied. "You are the guests, please come and sit down," a voice in the front said. The speaker was wearing a white gown, with sharp temperament. He was the peerless talent of swordsmanship in the Divine Swordly family, Li Sun. "Thanks a lot," Junmu replied, and then found a place to sit down. A slight unpleasant look showed on his face. "You may enter the Sea of the Path at any time, and now let's just have a drink with peace of mind. Other things can be discussed later when we enter the Sea of the Path," Li Sun said to the people. He invited everyone to come and wanted to see who would enter the Sea of the Path this time. Although they were sitting together at this moment, everyone knew clearly that this did not mean they were friends. Luo Yuming and Junmu no longer competed against each other, but the grievances had been settled since the Battle of Taishan Mountain and would continue after they entered the Sea of the Path. During this trip to the Sea of the Path, the top forces directly own quotas, but the ordinary cultivators in the higher heavens realm are not so lucky to have quotas to enter the Divine Palace, Li Sun said. However, the Divine Palace considers things carefully. For those who enter the divine palace to seek the path, they will enter the sea of the path before us. Countless people will compete for some opportunities to enter the palace. Among the people who are present in this room today, is there anyone who wants to enter the palace? Everyone naturally understood that what he meant to enter the divine palace was to study the path under the guidance of the divine palace. In fact, Li Daozi, the strongest talent of the divine Swordly family, used to cultivate in the divine palace and had gained a great reputation. The people of Taishan Mountain were impossible to do it. Taishan Mountain was a force with influence, and if a disciple belonging to Taishan Mountain also entered the divine palace, it would be the same as having a foot in both camps. However, the top clan forces like the Golden Divine Nation and the Chongfeng family were able to do it. Brother Guy, have you thought about it? With your talent, you will surely be able to get top-level resources for cultivation after you enter the divine palace, Li Sun asked Gai Shishir. Not long ago, Gai Shishir wanted to become the Lord Taishuan's disciple, and masters of such level did exist in the divine palace. However, becoming their disciples was an extremely difficult thing, and even Gai Shishir was not likely to make it. I seek for the power that dominates the world, and it does not conform to the idea of the divine palace cultivation, so I will not enter the palace, Gai Shishir said. The divine palace didn't get involved in secular disputes, which, in his view, was too pedantic. Brother Guy, you refuse to go to the divine palace because their idea doesn't fit in with yours, which indeed shows your boldness of vision, Li Sun smiled and said. Among the disciples who cultivated in the divine palace, how many of them would really stay in the palace and hold the same philosophy as the palace? Very few of them. May I know what philosophy Brother Guy holds? Li Sun asked. I hope the path of martial arts dominates the world, and where the glory of the divine nation passes by, all beings kneel down and worship, Gai Shishir said. The character he worshipped was a truly unparalleled one like Donghuang the great emperor, the only one who ruled over the divine land. If one day he could reach that level, wherever the glory of the golden divine nation covered, he would enjoy everyone's worship. Everyone looked at Gai Shishir and thought he was just as his name suggested. The divine nation took this name for him, which destined his character. The path of martial arts should dominate the world. Li Sun smiled and said, Isn't it something all the cultivators in the world are pursuing? But the only thing is, not to mention the vast divine land, only the higher heavens realm had numerous strong warriors. In this trip to the Sea of the Path, besides us, there were other disciples selected from the divine palace this time. Of course, the stronger ones might have already entered the divine palace. My elder brother Li Daozi is among them. In this generation, who could dominate the world and be unparalleled? Who dared to say like that? Li Daozi of the Li family, that figure of the sky-burying god clan, or the other few warriors in the divine palace? What about you? Gai Shishir looked at Li Sun and asked, The divine Swordly family has already had Li Daozi. Is there another place for you? I never think about comparing myself with my elder brother. The world is so big that it could accommodate many top characters. For me, it is enough if wherever the divine sword passes, no other sword can compete with it, Li Sun said. Do you think your swordsmanship is invincible? Gai Shishir glanced at the direction where disciples of Taishan Mountain were located and said, The Lord is also good at using sword. Now, I'm afraid that his swordsmanship is the best in the upper heavens realm. Taishan Mountain has sword abyss. Now, their swordsmen in training must have arrived. The Lord's divine sword is indeed a supreme sword technique, but I still think that the divine Swordly family's divine sword is the best one in the higher heavens realm, Li Sun said slowly. He looked at the people of Taishan Mountain and said, After entering the Sea of the Path, there will be opportunities to consult about the fleeting divine sword of Taishan Mountain. I am curious about what level of cultivation you have reached. On that day when the Lord made the breakthrough, it was said that there was a mysterious cultivator crossing the sky with a sword who accomplished the second level of the fleeting divine sword, cleave of all things. If he is of Saint Plain, he should be the strongest one cultivating in fleeting divine sword below Renhuang level in the Taishan Mountain, right? At this moment, a handsome young man of the Chongfeng family said, Is that person here? The people of Taishan Mountain were speechless for a moment, and the strongest swordsman they had here was Wan Shuyi. They still didn't know who that mysterious swordsman in training was. Do you think he really was a swordsman in training? Luo Yuming said sarcastically. He must be a Run Huang in disguise. It should not have had anything to do with the Lord, Chang Fenglai from the Changfeng family said. He thought that the Lord would not do so as a man of such a high level of cultivation. Then asked the people of Taishan Mountain, "Where is the swordsman in training?" Luo Yuming said with a somewhat contemptuous tone. "Why can't he be concentrating on cultivation in Taishan Mountain?" Luo Yue responded coldly. She had thought about it before, but after being reminded by Wan Shuyi, she saw others questioning Lord and was displeased. "So, who was this swordsman in training? Did you deploy the sword at that time? Was it you yourself?" Luo Yuming asked. He wanted to know if there was such a swordsman in training in Taishan Mountain. Luo Yue was speechless for a while, and she indeed did not know. Luo Yuming sneered and didn't say anything. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere was a bit cold. "Let's put the topic aside," Li Sun spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. He then said, "During this trip, there must be someone who could prove themselves Renhuang. Let's see who will have this opportunity." Nobody answered, and everyone just looked at the sea of the path in the distance. On this trip, the big figures of the upper heavens realms would gather together. Besides them, many top characters from the upper heavens realms would also participate. Who could prove themselves? All Nirvana Plane cultivators were craving for the chance. At this moment, some people looked toward the direction of the sea of the path, where there were many people coming by boat to this side of the coast. Suddenly, many people's eyes fell on them, including Yi Futian. Were these people from the Divine Palace? It caused a sensation in the lower floors. Many people in Wanghai restaurant looked over there, and many warriors gathered toward the coast too. Soon, many small boats approached the coast, and someone announced aloud, "Tomorrow, for those who want to enter the palace to study, please come to the Sea of the Path and receive the assessment from the palace. This assessment may result in hazardous consequences, so please think carefully before making the decision. In addition, after 7 days, people from the top forces who are going to enter the Sea of the Path will be received by someone." His words caused a huge sensation. Tomorrow, the palace would select disciples, so immediately, countless cultivators were stirred and wanted to have a try. If they succeed this time, they would also have the opportunity to compete with those from top forces with quotas and the disciples inside the palace and earn the chance to prove their paths. After his words finished, the people of the palace drove the boats and entered the Sea of the Path, and their figures disappeared quickly. However, there were countless warriors heading towards the Sea of the Path, and there were many people flashing down from the Wanghai restaurant and heading towards there. The event happens once every 10 years, and there is an opportunity to prove one's cultivation. Previously, there were cultivators at the peaks of Nirvana Plain who were reluctant to enter the palace. This time, for the opportunity of making the breakthrough to Renhuang Plain, they may also participate in this event for the quota, Li Sun said, walking to the front and looking at the Sea of the Path in the distance. Many people stood up and looked there. They all understood that the higher heavens realm was too big, and there were still many extraordinary characters and even many senior cultivators who were very old but had been trapped in Nirvana Plain. Among them, some had even almost stepped into the Renhuang Plain. "It's an honor to meet you here today. After some days, we may become opponents on the journey to seek the path." Li Sun turned to the crowd and said, "Now, you are free to go. We will see you again in the trip to the Sea of the Path." Many figures asked to leave and then flashed out, leaving Wanghai restaurant. "Let's go," Junmu said, and people of Taishan Mountain left. "I want to take a walk alongside the Sea of the Path to walk," Yi Futian said. After speaking, he walked alone. Little Phoenix saw him and flashed and followed him. "Let's go together," Wan Shuyi also said. He and Luo Yue also headed towards the Sea of the Path. The group just spread out, and they all flickered away in different directions. Yi Futian came to the coast of the Sea of the Path. He could even vaguely perceive the existence of the path from the boundless sea. It is said that after crossing the edge of the Sea of the Path and entering the real Sea of the Path, one could feel the omnipresent path. Wan Shui walked to Yi Futian and whispered, "In fact, I've been dreaming of coming here, and now, I finally have the opportunity to take a look around. Why have you never thought about trying your luck in the Shangxiao Divine Palace?" Yi Futian asked. There were some ordinary disciples in the Shangxiao Divine Palace. With the strength of Wan Shuyi, he could easily enter there even though he might not be able to become a core disciple. There are not many choices in a lifetime. Taishan Mountain is a very good place to cultivate for me. I have been at Taishan Mountain for decades and have been in Sword Abyss. The world is too big, and even the higher heavens realm is boundless. Even a saint will be satisfied to find a place to cultivate peacefully if he spends most of his time on the road. However, now that I have reached my current plane, it's time for me to go outside. Even without this opportunity, I will still take a tour, Wan Shui smiled and said. When he said going outside, he really meant taking a walk on the land of the higher heavens realm, to see the scenery of the entire higher heavens realm and even to other realms, although it might take a lot of time. It was also a journey of seeking the path. How about you? You also cultivated in Taishan Mountain for a while. I didn't hear you talk about your past except knowing that you were sent by the fourth mistress. I sometimes feel that your character is too good and too humble to be true. You are not like a Saint Plain cultivator, Wan Shui smiled and said. Really? Yi Futian said, smiling. He didn't know whether Wan Shui noticed anything, but it didn't matter. My luck is good and bad. Although my cultivation time is not very long, I have traveled through many places, Yi Futian said with a smile. It seemed that he was always on the road because the starting point of his cultivation was too humble. He didn't know who thought of such an idea to throw him in this corner of the world. However, it seemed that it was not easy to trace some things now. You also have some stories to tell, Wan Shui smiled and said. You are humble and studious, low-key, and forbearing. Maybe among the 15 people who came on this trip, your achievements will be the greatest. Yi Futian glanced at Wan Shui, smiled, and said nothing. He looked ahead. On the seashore, a woman in white was walking quietly. She looked very clean. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she made one feel comfortable. Comfortable, and also a bit lonely. When Yi Futian saw her, a bright smile appeared in his eyes. Long time no see. It didn't take long, but it seemed like a long time had passed. Yi Futian lifted his feet and walked toward the sea of the path. Wan Shui was perplexed when he saw Yi Futian walking away. Where was he going? Yi Futian moved forward and walked toward a woman, which causing Wan Shui to be even more curious, and little Phoenix blinked as she looked yonder. The woman in white seemed to have sensed something. She stopped and lifted her head slightly, looking at Yi Futian, who was walking toward her. There was a sharp sword will in her eyes, and her temperament seemed to have transformed in an instant. Is our little girl so fierce? Yi Futian said with a smile as he raised his hand toward the head of the woman in white. The woman in white stared at him, and a powerful sword will spat out ferociously. A powerful murderous intent bloomed, and the whole space was shrouded in an atmosphere of carnage. Yi Futian seemed not to care at all, still extending his arm. Out from the woman's eyes came a terrible sword will that enveloped Yi Futian's entire body. It seemed as if Yi Futian's hand moved forward a bit more. She would have slain him. You are still the same as before. Yi Futian smiled, and the woman's eyes stiffened. Then Yi Futian's hand landed on her head, and the woman looked him in the eyes. At this moment, that murderous intent dissipated like fading tides. She lowered her head slightly, with a gentle smile in her eyes. Clearly, she recognized Yi Futian, because only he would do that. Won't you say hi? Yi Futian's familiar voice said, and the woman gave him a nasty look, but there was no malice. Seeing the other stared at him, Yi Futian gave her a silly smile. Fine, don't say hi. The woman in white was Yaya, and she had also come to the upper heavens realm. She had come to this sea of the path. You want to enter the sea of the path? Yi Futian asked. Yaya nodded gently. Now her realm was already nirvana. At the time, she laid down her life to protect Yi Futian in the heavenly mandate demon realm, and then cultivated for a long time after that. Now, she had not returned to the magnificent state she once was, but because of her experience, she was even stronger than the Sword Saint of the Void. Read more chapter on novel full. So, she came here, wanting to seize this opportunity to prove the supreme way pursued by all in the two realms, the realm of Renhuang. Of course, now her vision was different from before. For the Sword Saint of the Void in the past, Renhuang was the apex, but in this realm, she had already seen many Renhuang. Are you going too? Yaya asked. She didn't ask Futian why he had changed his appearance. He was different from her. In the heavenly mandate realm, Futian was too high profile, and there were too many who knew him. If there are any prominent figures from the heavenly mandate realm who were here, they would easily recognize Futian's true identity. I was cultivating at Taishin Mountain, and there was a spot for me, Futian said. He glanced at the vast crowds around the sea of the path and asked, "Shall I go with you?" "No need." Yaya shook her head. "We can watch each other's back," Futian said. There were numerous strong cultivators on this trip, and he was not sure if Yaya should go there alone. Yaya looked up at him and looked into her eyes. Futian smiled and shook his head, saying, "Very well. You will go by yourself?" He had always thought of Yaya as the girl who once came from the Tombkeeper village, and it was easy to forget that she was once the Sword Saint of the Void. 2 lifetimes of cumulated cultivation, and she was stronger than he had imagined. Several times when he was in danger, Yaya was there, guarding him every time. But now Futian thought that she had the ability to take care of herself. However, Yaya also needed to have her own experience in cultivation. Shunjing. At this time, Luoyue came over and asked him, "Is this your friend?" Yaya cast a glance at Futian. Shunjing should be an alias. "My little sister," Futian responded with a smile. Yaya was a little speechless, but she was used to it. "A swordsman?" Luoyue asked. From Yaya, she could feel a similar breath, sharp. That was the breath of swordsmanship. Futian nodded. "Your little sister's realm is stronger than yours." Luoyue looked at Futian, a little lost for words. "My little sister is way more talented." Futian smiled, and Yaya was silent. She clearly understood how talented Futian was. He was the existence of a unique record in the heavenly mandate realm that no one had broken. Even in that battle with Yi Tianyu, he still had the upper hand. Yi Tianyu was also cultivating in Shangxiao Divine Palace. "No wonder you went to the Sword Abyss to learn the swords. It seems that it was because you are not as good as your sister," Luoyue whispered, and immediately guessed the truth behind it, that Futian's swordsmanship was not as good as his sister. So he decided that he would go to the Sword Abyss at Taishin Mountain to watch and learn, working on surpassing his sister. If Futian knew what she was thinking, he would admire her imagination. Next to him, little Phoenix made a face. She scoffed at Luoyu's conclusion. Watching Futian's expression, she wanted to beat him up because he was so hypocritical. Who better than her to know more about Futian's swordsmanship? This guy was truly pretentious. He stole the famous music piece from the String Emperor and stole the sword method. But those people at Xianshan were still oblivious to the truth. "Well, you guys talk, we won't keep you," Wan Shi said, and then left with Luoyue and the others. Futian looked at little Phoenix and saw that she had no intention of leaving. When she saw Futian's look, she gazed at the sea and said, "I am checking out the scenery." "Okay, take your time," Futian said with a smile, then started moving forward with Yaya following him. The two walked side by side. Little Phoenix stole a glance, following their footsteps. Was this really his sister? Why was he so suspicious? Futian's words had no credibility with her. "How have you been these days?" Futian asked Yaya, while ignoring little Phoenix, who was trailing behind. "Just business as usual, cultivating," Yaya said casually. But, in fact, ever since she stepped into the upper heavens realm, her experience had been unusual. She had had several battles in which she faced great dangers more than once, but these were things of the past, and there was no need to worry Futian unnecessarily now. "I heard that Lord Taishin broke through not long ago, but I didn't expect you were cultivating there. What plans do you have for the future?" Yaya asked proactively. "Things can wait. Set foot in Runhuang realm as early as possible." Futian looked into the distance. The cultivation of Saint Plain was nothing in the 9 supreme regions of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Only those at the level of Runhuang had true eligibility to participate. Now he was devoting all his energy to elevate his realm to that of Runhuang. Yaya nodded, agreeing with Futian's thoughts. In this cultivation world, where strength was above all else, only Runhuang could have a real foothold. The two chatted. At dusk, the setting sun illuminated the sea of the path sea with a glowing red, and red clouds appeared in the sky. They could vaguely make out some ethereal place in the distance. There was a flat dinghy. The scene in front of them was like a beautifully painted picture. When they were tired of walking, they sat on the beach, basking in the dusk, watching the sunset and watching the stars when the night fell. This night the beach next to the sea of the path was extremely lively, for all those who had come from all sides were gathered here, waiting. The next day, when the sky began to light up, many were looking forward, gazing at the sea of the path intently. Finally, they saw the small dinghies appearing in the sea of the path, and without being aware of it, they seemed to be near already. Those who wished to enter the divine palace, enter the sea of the path. Ren Huang cultivator announced loudly in a clear voice that had a strong power of penetration. At this moment, all of Linshao City could hear his voice. Suddenly, those on the shore of the sea of the path walked toward the sea, and even in the distant Linshao City, there were people continuously coming through the air. In an instant, the shore of sea of the path was crowded with countless cultivators. Furthermore, most of them were of unblemished saints, the third realm of the Saint Plane, and Nirvana, the fourth realm of the Saint Plane. This time, it wasn't simply for the purpose of seeking the way at the divine palace, but also to bear testimony for their way. Therefore, there were more people from the other two realms. There were people in all kinds of attires, and some were even white-haired elders who had already reached the top of Nirvana. This time, though the chances were slim, they still wanted to fight for an opportunity. As people entered into the sea one after another, Yaya looked at Yi Futian and said, "I'm going now." Yi Futian nodded gently and said, "Watch yourself." "I will." Yaya moved forward and stepped into the sea of the path. A sword appeared at her feet and suspended in the sea, replacing the sailing vessel with a sword. She moved forward, and her white garment fluttered. She appeared carefree and unfettered. After a long while, those who came as guides turned towards the depths of the sea of the path, and countless people walked deeper into the sea. "Goodbye," Yi Futian whispered. In a few more days, he would meet up with Yaya. After everyone left, the seaside looked a lot empty. Although there were still many people there, it seemed to be much quieter compared to before. "Lover?" A voice was heard, and Yi Futian looked back at Little Phoenix. He said in a condescending tone, "Little kids are not to comment on adult matters." Little Phoenix blinked and asked, "Who's little?" Her face was angry. Her fiery red clothes accentuated her sexy figure perfectly. She was the equivalent to a young human woman. Indeed, she could not be said to be little in any way. However, in Yi Futian's view, her mindset was indeed that of a child, quite immature. "Little everywhere," Yi Futian retorted with contempt. A fire of anger sputtered out from Little Phoenix, and she couldn't wait to beat Yi Futian to a pulp, but it seemed that winning would not be likely in a blink of an eye. A few days later, there were once again many cultivators who came to the sea of the path, but this time, instead of going to the sea of the path, they had come to watch those who had entered the sea of the path. Above the sky, the golden divine light shone, and Gai Shir stood proudly above the void. Countless people looked up to that brilliant golden glory. Cultivators from the golden divine nation were here. There was another terrifying dark demonic will of death circling. It was Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Xiling, whose group had arrived. With sword chi whistling, the cultivators from the divine Swordly family were now here. After the arrival of the divine Swordly family, a group of cultivators with unusual temperament stepped in the void. The breath exuded from their body was unfathomable. They stood shoulder to shoulder with the Li family. The cultivators of Sky-burying God Clan were here. Afterward, the Chongfeng family also arrived. The people of Taishan Mountain were there already early on. Yi Futian looked at the many figures in the void. In the distance, in the sea of the path, another small dinghy appeared, and it was the guide from Shangxiao Divine Palace. "They are here." Next to the sea of the path, all eyes were on the guides, as these most outstanding people selected by the upper heavens realm, who possessed the admitting quota to enter the sea of the path, and they were about to set off on their journey. To seek the way in the sea of the path was a once every 10-year event. Every 10 years, there were those who returned, having proved themselves to be Renhuang. Some, having overwhelmed all the others, proved themselves to be unparalleled. And then there were also geniuses who fell from the altar. It's a pity that they wouldn't be seeing any of it and could only wait here. The sea of the path was immense and vast. If not a disciple of the divine palace and there were no guides to lead the way, they would not be able to cross. It was a feat that even those of the lower Renhuang realm would be hard-pressed to achieve. Never mind those who were just in St. Plain. "Let's go," said the guides. Immediately, everyone walked forward. Some transformed their will into dinghies that landed on the sea upon which they traveled. Some transformed their will into leaves upon which they sailed through the winds. Then there were also people of the divine swordly family who turned their way into sharp swords, shuttling upon the sea. "Departure," Junmu said in the direction of the 15 people from Taishin Mountain. Suddenly, everyone stepped into the sea. Yi Futian's will turned into a dinghy upon which he stood, and traveled along with everyone, following the guides who were in the distance. On the shore of the sea of the path, countless eyes gazed at those who were fading away in the distance. It was difficult to calm down for a long time. Some of them left, but some stayed, ready to wait here until the day they returned to see the results of this journey. In the vast sea, the cultivators of all camps appeared in different directions and darted forward. As they went deeper into the sea of the path, they all sensed that this sea of the path was a place hidden with real way, nurturing infinite will of the way. The boundless sea of the path was giving them an extremely fantastic feeling, as if the sea itself was alive. Beholding such a sight, there is an urge to sing out loud. Not far from Futian, Wan Shuyi, riding upon the sword, was surveying at the vast sea. He felt ambition in his heart, and he looked forward to everything that was to happen. Looking forward to the divine palace, looking forward to the many top personalities he would encounter at this moment and in the future. Although he cultivated at Taishin Mountain, he had longed for the divine palace for many years, and now he finally had the chance. Yi Futian smiled slightly when he heard Wan Shuyi. Presumably, everyone on this trip felt tremendous pridefulness in their hearts. As a top character, it was natural to want to witness all the extraordinary figures of the world. Read more chapter on novel full. This time, it proved that they all came together, and they were called by the divine palace, which added more excitement to the whole affair. With this scenery and at this moment, won't junior sister Jiyin play something for us? Some cultivators from Taishin Mountain said with a smile. Li Jiyin was a Guqin master in Guqin Valley, and her talent in music was extraordinary. The mood expressed by her playing was very powerful. At this moment, if it was accompanied by music, it would be a tremendous pleasure. "I must respectfully decline," Li Jiyin responded calmly. She turned her gaze to look at Yi Futian, saying, "Shun Jing has been staying in the string pavilion for a while, comprehending the music left by String Emperor. He has reviewed many of the scores, so he must have learned quite a lot of pieces that would fit the mood right this moment." "That's true. Brother Xinjing has been at Taishin Mountain for some time, cultivating in String Pavilion. Yet, we have never heard Brother Shanjing play." Chunyu, a disciple of Guqin Valley, said while laughing heartily. The reason why he wanted to invite Yi Futian to play was not malicious in intent, but Yi Futian entering the String Pavilion had attracted their attention, and they had deliberately paid a visit to the String Pavilion. Now, Yi Futian had obtained one of the 2 places left by Lord Taishian. They were curious about Yi Futian and wanted to see how he accomplished he was in music. Yi Futian smiled when he heard Chenyu. He nodded, saying, "Very well, but my musical attainments are limited, so I won't be playing any pieces of the String Emperor. However, I will play something that I wrote before." "That works." Chunyu nodded with a smile. Yi Futian did not disappoint this time. The way of the wind wrapped around the dinghy, moving it forward. Yi Futian sat cross-legged, and a Guqin appeared in front of the dinghy. Yi Futian placed both hands on the strings and began to pluck the strings. The sound of the Guqin was quiet, peaceful, and very pleasant. It could easily lure the listeners into that mood, like the peaceful life of an ordinary young man, sunny and simple. Li Jin and Chun Yu listened carefully, as they were both well acquainted with the art of Guqin. Yi Futian's music was very pure. From the standpoint of Guqin, it had a very solid foundation. He had immersed his entire being into the music. The waves from the sea of the path were lighting, splashing him. They seemed to also caress the strings, muffling but powerful, and actually integrated into the mood of the music. The gradual change in the sound of the music seemed to make the listeners feel the waves of life. The mood was no longer one of ordinary routine, but moved forward in adversity. The sound of Guqin is perfectly integrated into the natural mood. Luoyue listened quietly. Once, she had heard Yi Futian playing in Taishin restaurant. Now, listening to it again, it was a different kind of feeling. Yi Futian's music was very pure. There was no trace of fault. A dinghy shot forward and shuttled in the sea of the path. He bowed his head, stroking the strings. The sound of Guqin gradually became higher. As its clear sounds sailed across the waves, reaching the sky, it caused the listeners to involuntarily feel a sense of pride as if they were riding the wind and waves. Excellent playing, Wan Shui praised. This piece of music seemed to fit his heart. And not only him, but many seemed to have been immersed in the sound of the Guqin, listening quietly. The sound of music was not becoming louder and louder, breaking the giant waves, hitting the 9 heavens. The sound of music filled the vast sea of the path as Yi Futian was completely immersed in his performance. Those who were around, listening to the music, also seemed to be immersed within it. A smile appeared on Wan Shui's face. He said, "This is how a real man should be, filled with great enthusiasm and confidence. One man, one sword. Whoever asks must first try the sharp point of his sword, and one sword ought to be enough to break all obstacles." He looked at Yi Futian and marveled. Shunjing, when cultivating on Taishin Mountain, was humble and low-key. He was extremely restrained, but it was unexpected that he could perform such ambitious music. It was said that the sound of music reflected the human heart. The music played by Yi Futian reflected his state of mind. So, what kind of state was he in at this moment? Was this the real him? Wan Shui smiled. Low-key and restrained, humble, and eager to learn. This was the Shanjing who cultivated on Taishin Mountain. Today, in the sea of the path, there was a great sense of pride in the music, which had broken through the 9 heavens. For all those talents in the world, no matter who was in front of them, they would move forward without a second thought. Were the Shunjing on Taishin Mountain and outside Taishin Mountain different? He was rather looking forward to it. Li Jin and Chun Yu were also slightly moved. When the music stopped, their moods were also quite affected by the sound of the Guqin. Li Jin praised and said, "I understand now why Miss Four sent you to Taishin Mountain." Perhaps, Miss Four had sensed Yi Futian's extraordinary talent in the arts of music. Yi Futian merely smiled. Li Jin looked at him in earnest and said, "You have the string pavilion as a companion. You should work harder and not waste your talents." "Thank you." Yi Futian responded with a smile to Li Jin. In the void not far behind them, a sarcastic voice was heard. "I didn't expect that they admitted those who were just unblemished realm. No matter how ambitious the music is, in the face of power, everything is just fluff." The speaker was Luo Yuming. They had been following not far behind the people from Taishin Mountain. On this journey to the sea of the path, they would probably do something to the people of Taishin Mountain. Now that everyone was still following the guides forward, so they had no plans to make their move yet. The people of Taishin Mountain all displayed a look of displeasure, but they didn't say much. They had already resolved to take caution in their hearts, but Yi Futian didn't seem to have heard what he said, nor did he look in Luo Yoming's direction. Everyone was shuttling forward. After a long time, they had gone deep into the sea of the path, and a giant wave roared in front of them. A behemoth appeared in the waves, and it was a divine turtle that had obtained the way. His torso was immense, almost palace-like. He regarded everyone with his giant eyes. Turtle Emperor. Many people were slightly shocked. Even the guides were bowing in salute. "You may go," the divine turtle said to the guides. Suddenly, the guides nodded and left via air. The divine turtle looked at everyone and said, "Follow me." As he finished speaking, he turned around and plunged his huge body into the water. He continued to move forward in the sea of the path. The crowd followed close behind. Not long after, they saw the divine turtle hitting forward as if to break something. Seawater now fell from the sky. When everyone passed through a slew of giant waves, though they were still in the Sea of the Path. Many felt that they seemed to have entered another space within the Sea of the Path. The forward movement of the divine turtle had slowed. As they continued to move forward in the Sea of the Path, they saw a mountain peak that was inserted into the Sea of the Path. It rose high into the sky. Mountain of the Sea. Many people were a little amazed. But when they went forward, sometimes there would be a mountain peak that came into their view. It was strangely shaped, and the will of the great path was incredibly rich and concentrated here. Finally, they saw a fantastic landscape. In a space from quite a distance in front of them, there seemed to be a mirage of Fey Palace sitting on an ancient peak, surrounded by mountains with what seemed to be countless strange-looking peaks. Not only that, but with a closer look into the distance, one was able to discern that in this space between heaven and earth, there were already many people waiting. It was as if they had come earlier and had been waiting for a long time. "We are here," everyone said in their hearts. This should be the end of their journey. The body of the divine turtle floated to the top of the water, and a sound came out of his mouth. Its powerful vibration seemed to be heard by everyone in this area. Up there is the end of the Sea of the Path. At the end of the Sea of the Path, there is a road to the great path. The voice came from the mouth of the divine turtle. He said, "Go." When his voice fell, everyone broke through the air at the same time with incredible speed. The swordsmen of the divine swordly family traversed the void with their swords. Not to be outdone, the cultivators from the sky-burying god clan and the people of the Chongfeng family traveled by wind. The cultivators of the golden divine nation flashed the golden divine light, and wherever the golden divine light passed, it was blinding to those who were present. "Let's go," Junmu said. The people of Taishan Mountain also galloped out, and each moved forward. Futian drove the flatboat forward with flying speed. At the end of the Sea of the Path ought to be the so-called the land of proving the way. Shadows of figures shuttled between the mountains of the way, moving in the same direction. There seemed to be a mountain range connected together, forming a mountainous island in the Sea of the Path. That ethereal Fey Palace seemed to be standing on top of the mountain peak. There seemed to be the destination that was pursued by everyone. Everyone's speed was incredibly fast. Futian and his group shuttled through the sky. Above the void, demonic magic came in waves, and Luo Yuming, who had been following them closely before, glanced beneath him. His body was surrounded by a demonic will of death, shrouding the sky while countless death currents turned into death spears. Luo Yuming's finger pointed downward, and instantly, many death spears traversed the void, slaughtering toward the disciples of Taishan Mountain. They were extremely savage and decisive. It seemed that the progeny of old demon Luo from the divine capital of Xiling had inherited his overbearing characteristics. Wan Shuyi looked up in the sky as the sword will above his head screamed. His finger pointed at the void, and countless sharp swords broke through the air, cleaving through the sky. They collided with the death spears. At the same time, other cultivators of Taishan Mountain made their strikes one after another, defeating the attack. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. They weren't expecting that Luo Yuming would move against them. Luo Yuming stepped into the void, and the great path boomed. Demonic death will roared wildly in the void, and it was not just him. Behind Luo Yuming, 10 other demonic cultivators of the Nirvana realms simultaneously released Will of the Way. The demon might above the sky grew stronger until it enveloped the heavens. Boom! A huge visage appeared above the Sea of the Path, like the face of the true god of death. This dark face shot out rays of darkness that directly penetrated everyone's eyes, so that all the disciples of Taishan Mountain had the will of death in their eyes. This death will directly invaded their bodies and turned into death currents that drilled them deeply. At the same time, the booming sounds came out, and giant spears of infinite darkness condensed to manifest like a sharp mountain of death. They slammed down at those who were from Taishan Mountain. "Watch out," Junmu said. His body rocketed toward the sky. He drove his blasts at one of the death mountains. All 15 cultivators of Taishan Mountain spread out, each facing the battle to destroy the death mountain. However, they were separated by distance, so they were far from one another. "Take care of Shan Jing and the others," Wan Shuyi shouted as he elevated into the air to split open the death mountain. Shan Jing and Little Phoenix were weaker, If they were separated, he was afraid they might not be able to withstand such an attack. You two, get close to me. Shenjing, accompany my Guqin. Fengyan, come to me, Li Jin called out. The Guqin's spirit appeared in front of her, and her fingers were ready to pluck the strings. However, at this moment, the sound of Guqin was already heard, and a loud chime of phoenix rang throughout the void, high-pitched and melodious. Read more chapter on novel full. Although Li Jin was a little jealous of Yi Futian's cultivation at the string pavilion, her nature was extraordinary, after all, and she did not take it too seriously. Now that all the disciples from Taishan Mountain were under the same attack, they ought to unite as one. Thus, she allowed for Shenjing and Feng Yin to get close to her. However, Li Jin did not expect that before she even started playing, the music she had wanted to perform was already ringing in her ears. Glorious divine light shone, and Yi Futian seemed to bath in its divine beauty, as the illusion of the phoenix appeared and surrounded him, turning it into a wondrous sight. The body of the little phoenix swayed upward, making a clear sound of phoenix chiming. It integrated into one with the Guqin with powerful penetrating power as if to resonate with Yi Futian's music. Flight of the Phoenix Pair, Li Jin thought. It was an incredibly pure rendition of Flight of the Phoenix Pair. Each note seemed as if it were sung by the phoenix, and with every beat, a phoenix was born again from the ashes. Rays of radiant divine light rushed into Feng Yan's body, and the mood relayed by the Guqin completely fell on her body. The glory of divine light was extremely dazzling, and when both of her wings opened, the sky and the sun were shielded. A breath of divine fire appeared from her mouth, which completely dispersed and burned up the infinite death currents in the sky. We came today to seek the way. Don't waste time on them, Yi Futian said. Though they were in mid-battle, their forward momentum had not been stopped. They were still maintaining an incredible speed, though they were still lagging behind the others. After several consecutive attacks failed, Luo Yoming's eyes were cold and hard. He continued moving forward without being too obsessed with the fighting. After all, they also knew the main purpose of this visit, thanks to Yi Futian's reminder. The demonic cultivators in the void and the people of Taishan Mountain below moved forward in tandem. The breaths from their bodies roared as if they could erupt into great battle at any moment. But Li Jin and Qin Yu were not feeling serene. Yi Futian had always appeared extremely modest. However, the music that he played at that moment had given birth to an unnatural vision. The music of Flight of the Phoenix Pair penetrated the void, which even Li Jin could not accomplish. Obviously, Yi Futian had not wasted his time at the string pavilion. He had practiced hard in the art of the Guqin, and had learned the famous Flight of the Phoenix Pair in its entirety. It seemed that they had ignored the modest Shenjing. Not bad. Perfect concealment that you have accomplished this famous piece. No wonder Uncle Lon gave this spot to you. Wan Shuyi, riding the sword in the air, laughed heartily at Yi Futian. Now, even he had come to realize that Yi Futian was not ordinary. This Flight of the Phoenix Pair still amazed him. In this way, he and Feng Yin cooperated with one another. Thus, they were able to protect themselves. Passing through all those mountains of the way, some had already stepped onto the giant island in the sea. Some stopped momentarily while some continued to move forward. Except for those top characters who had been given a spot, Yi Futian also saw a group of people climbing the mountain. They were surely the disciples who were selected to cultivate in the divine palace this time. Yi Futian leaped and landed on the mountain of the way. A thick will of the way rushed to him as if this mountain range was a very pure mountain of the great path, containing the infinite will of the great path. After descending on the mountain of the way, the group moved forward like lightning. Little Phoenix's eyes were full of excitement, staring at a lonely peak in the distance. There seemed to be a divine tree of flames, with flame-colored fruits growing on it. An extremely rich will of the flaming great path was released from it, rendering the whole mountain peak red as the flames. Its temperature was extremely high. Fruits of the way, Yi Futian whispered. He had done some research before coming here. It was rumored that the fairy mountain where the divine palace was located was a land of treasure, nurtured by the great path of heaven and earth. It was able to produce magical objects, such as the fruits of the way. Little Phoenix rushed over there, Futian following close behind. Some people were in the same direction as they were, but there were others heading toward other places. There was more than one place on this mountain that nurtured fruits of the way. Watch yourselves, one Shuyi shouted at Futian and Little Phoenix, reminding them. He and Luoyue were going in the other direction, clearly with different targets. Soon, Futian came to the mountain. He saw that the surrounding space was filled with an extremely hot airflow, which seemed to be able to incinerate all things. The flamed-colored mountain peak transmitted an unusually high temperature. The sap of the path tree was like magma. Boom! The wheel of flame erupted, and Little Phoenix rushed directly inside. Her body was bathed in the glory of the divine flames. Futian was the same. With flames burning on his body, he rushed inside as well. His body was still swallowing and absorbing will of the flames. But at this moment, a powerful pressure of the great path came down, and a giant flaming palm print appeared on the sky, slamming down through the air. The dazzling flaming palm print could incinerate everything. It aimed toward Futian and Little Phoenix. This was the land of proving the way of the divine palace, but it was also a place of controversy. Where there were opportunities, competitions would ensue. The greater the opportunity, the stronger the competition. Buzz. Futian's body turned into a flash of lightning, the sword light appeared, and a sliver of the sky appeared in the heaves. The sky had been cleaved. With a popping sound, the giant fiery palm of flame was directly split in two, from the middle. Futian stood in front of Little Phoenix and looked up to the place not far ahead. A red-haired old man bathed in fire with aggressive eyes, staring at him and Feng Yin. Little Phoenix's eyes were full of flames as she stared at the old man. A slight disagreement, and he made a killer move. This old man was seriously savage. However, the old man smiled and appeared extremely friendly, completely without the nastiness that he displayed just moments ago when he went for the kill. Young friend, your swordsmanship is quite good. There are 3 fruits of the way on this tree, and here we are, exactly 3. How about 1 each? The old man said with a smile. He had fought his way from the crowd this time and took the identity of an ordinary disciple, hence the opportunity to come here. It was an opportunity to test himself. Great. Futian nodded with a smile, readily agreeing. If so, you 2 little friends can pick first. The old man's smile was still kind and friendly. He let Futian and his people choose first. Little Phoenix, you choose, Futian said. Little Phoenix nodded, and her figure flickered toward the ancient tree of the great path ahead. Futian looked at the old man with a smile. While Little Phoenix was getting closer to the path tree, Futian was still staring at him. The old man's expression didn't waver, but the surrounding atmosphere seemed to have fluctuated faintly. Boom! A surge of dark red flame erupted instantly. It gave out a great sense of danger, and the old man instantly launched his attack on Little Phoenix. However, at this moment, he felt the resistance of the great path of space, and then Futian moved, traveling through the void. The old man suddenly turned around and raised his hands to blast toward Futian. The giant dark red palms were like grinding discs that were directly locked onto Futian's body. It was extremely accurate, as it was right where Futian reappeared as he emerged from the void. Buzz! Futian, using a finger as a sword, struck out and created a terrible vortex of swordsmanship in front of him, cutting through the void. Instantly, the terrible palm print was shattered into nothingness. Futian's finger continued forward as the old man's expression turned to one of alert, and he attempted to retreat. But Futian was moving fast and arrived in an instant. The sword finger penetrated the old man's entire body with the air of the swordsmanship. He looked down at his own body as his eyes were filled with fear. How ruthless! The old man viciously looked toward Futian, and with a popping sound, his body was pulverized into nothing while sword will was still raging. Little Phoenix picked the fruits of the way and handed 2 fruits to Futian, saying, "This Phoenix will reward you 2 fruits." But her eyes were fixed on the fruits. She seemed a little peckish. Futian smiled and took only 1, telling her, "As your elder, I have to take care of the kids." Little Phoenix stared firmly at Futian. Even when she realized how powerful he was, she still did not bother to be polite to him. She tossed 2 fruits of the way into her mouth. In a flash, flame light was burning all over her body, like she was a goddess of fire. A burst of terrifying divine fire light filled the air. Little Phoenix stretched out as if she was enjoying the sensation. Is it really so magical? As Futian watched her response, he threw a piece of fruit of the way into his mouth as well. In an instant, he could feel the blood boiling in his veins as they burned. His body involuntarily resonated with the worldly great path of flames. Endless flame will flowed through him. His veins seemed to turn into flowing magma, burning eternally. His organs were wrapped in flames, and even his bones were branded with the mark of fire. This reaction continued for a while before it ended. The disturbances with him disappeared, and fire of the great path shot out of his eyes. Divine fruit, gasped Futian. He looked at the divine tree of flames. What kind of place was this? My father said that the fruit in this place was grown directly from the great path once every 10 years. People who have cultivated up to the peak of the nirvana level can use the fruit to attune themselves to the rotation of the great path, create their bones and blood out of the great path, and form a body of the great path. A Renhuang's body and soul are always in accord. Once you have created a divine wheel of the great path, you will truly become a Renhuang, said Little Phoenix. Your father has taught you much, said Futian with a smile. They walked forward as they talked, both of their figures flashing as they did so. He was already an unblemished saint, and was only 1 level away from reaching nirvana. He naturally wished to understand the Renhuang plane. That was another level. Countless saint-level heroes wanted to reach that plane, but it was extremely hard. One needed to forge a Renhuang body, realize a Renhuang soul, and finally meld the two together, forming a divine wheel of the great path. The divine wheel would turn in accord with the river of the great path as it flowed through heaven and earth. It would shine with the sun and the moon and live as long as the world. As long as you were not killed, you would never die. He understood how the master had been reborn back at the Dali dynasty and how he had stood back up after he had broken through to the next level. He had recognized his Renhuang soul, so although his physical body had been so heavily damaged that it could not recover, his soul already had touched the Renhuang plane, and afterward, it had reshaped his flesh. Finally, in the celestial gate of vast heaven in the heavenly mandate realm, he had forged a divine wheel of the great path and entered the Renhuang realm. And this fruit seemed to be able to give people a chance to forge a Renhuang body, thereby lessening the difficulty of proving oneself. Thus, countless people wanted to come here, as it was a step on the road to becoming a Renhuang. After eating the fruit, Futian suddenly felt a little bit greedy. Although he had not yet reached nirvana, even at the unblemished saint level, he could establish a foundation for what would come after. After the fruit had been digested, he could already feel real changes happening. Perhaps this would help him reach nirvana ahead of schedule. Read more chapter on novel full. Moreover, even if he did not need it, Yaya did. At that moment, the sound of fighting broke out in many places. The mountain range was vast, and he could faintly see other divine trees. Quickly, Phoenix also seemed to be excited by the hint of sweetness that she had tasted and rushed off in a certain direction. There was a trembling golden tree on the mountainside. Every leaf seemed to have been forged of pure gold. They emitted a clear sound every time they shook. Even the ground around the tree was golden. There were 4 cultivators fighting wildly off to one side. Whoosh! At that moment, they all felt something, and they suddenly turned their gazes. They saw the figure of a sword piercing through the sky. It cut down one of the pieces of fruit, then continued, forming a magnificent arc. It cut down 2 more pieces of fruit. All of the fruit fell upon the sword. Space will enveloped it. The sword turned back as if it knew what would happen if it lingered. The 4 cultivators' expressions changed, and they stopped fighting. Someone had actually taken the opportunity presented by them, fighting to seize some of the fruit. That was simply outrageous. One of them lashed out with a giant golden palm print that covered the sky. However, the sword was incredibly quick. It pierced through the air, and at the moment that the palm print came down, it crossed through space, making the palm print fall upon only empty air. The 4 cultivators stepped forward and saw that the sword had returned to the hands of a youth wearing white robes. What was more outrageous was that the white-robed youth had opened his mouth wide and swallowed each piece of fruit one after another. What? Little Phoenix stood to his side, watching him. Was his mouth really that big? Could he eat an entire piece of fruit in one bite? A crisp, crunching sound rang out as Futian chewed the fruit. It was incredibly tough. His teeth grounded up, and once the fruit went into him, his body shone with brilliant golden divine light. It was like he had transformed into a golden body of the great path. The four cultivators watched him in shock, staring at him fixedly. Burp! Futian belched, and flames rose up in the four pairs of eyes that were watching him. Their murderous intent swept out through the air. I've eaten this fruit. There is more right in front of you. You take this opportunity to grab what is left, said Futian as he gazed at them from across the distance. Shameless, incredibly shameless. Beside him, little Phoenix blushed so red that the heat from her face could have boiled water. It was fine that he had plundered the fruit, but to eat it all right there made her ashamed to be seen with him. Do you have a death wish? One of the cultivators asked coldly. A golden halberd pierced through the air towards Futian. Terrible golden beams of light shot out in all directions, causing a terrible shrieking sound to ring out. They knew that they should be using this time to pick more fruit, but they could not stomach his insolence. Futian's body turned golden and indestructible. A golden river seemed to flow through him. Even his world tree life spirit turned into a golden divine tree that flickered with golden light. He brought his hands together, and a golden palm print appeared in the sky. The fist clenched, and it smashed down into the oncoming golden halberd. The golden palm print was destroyed, but the golden halberd shattered inch by inch as well. If you keep wasting time, you will end up with nothing, said Futian innocently. Their faces all darkened. This man was actually quite strong. He was able to withstand a Nirvana-level cultivator's attacks. Let's go. We'll come back and get him later, said one of them. Fine. Why don't we temporarily make an alliance, said another one of them. The four of them turned away, still talking among themselves. The four people who had just been fighting over a piece of fruit had instantly turned into allies. This amazing, thought Futian. At that moment, little Phoenix was amazed by how thick he was. Is it good? Little Phoenix stared at him angrily. He had not even left one piece for her. That was too much. You have cultivated flames. What are you looking at? Said Futian disdainfully. Other than making him feel a little full, the fruit did indeed make him feel good. Not long before, he seemed to have forged veins of divine fire within his body, which had then turned golden. Shameless, said little Phoenix contemptuously. Let's go. Futian flashed up into the sky. He was prepared to plunder some more. In addition to the people who were allowed to be here due to the quota, there were also some ordinary disciples in the palace. They had probably wanted to give them a chance, but most of these disciples were of no real account, and many of them would probably fall here. However, this was their own choice. The road to proving one's worthiness was difficult. The fruit only bloomed once every 10 years, and there were not many of them. It was impossible to divide it all up among them. Even the disciples of this palace had to fight for the right to divide the fruit up among themselves. Many disciples came here to fight for the fruit, and they would have to compete with the top figures of the higher heavens realm, who were part of the quota. Futian was not the only one plundering fruit. There were some other powerful figures doing the same thing. For example, when some of those top forces who had been part of the quota walked together, the ordinary disciples of the divine palace had to join together to even have a hope of beating them. Moreover, there were some incredibly powerful beings here. For example, Guy Shur was leading the group of cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation. He was holding a divine golden spear that was casting rays of divine light. When he saw someone ahead of him plundering the fruit, he stepped forward through the air and called out, "Leave the fruit there." As he said this, he thrust his golden spear through the air. As it fell, golden light pierced the sky. The person below him who had taken the fruit tried to block it, but the brilliant golden light was too overpowering. It shattered his defenses and pierced into his body, pinning him to the ground. The other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation seized the fruit, even stealing the piece that the man had held in his hand. The people of the Divine Swordly family were also incredibly overpowering. The Rhoda soared through the air, moving at their fastest speed in order to seize as much of the fruit as they could. In addition, the cultivators of the sky-burying god clan were there. They could summon starry steels to crush everything beneath them, which made them very powerful. And either intentionally or unintentionally, the cultivators of the divine swordly family and the sky-burying god clan were advancing in different directions and clashing with each other. One of the cultivators of the divine swordly family looked off into the distance. The fruit of that tree is shaped like swords. He suddenly moved very quickly, turning into a sword and rushing over to it. At the same time, Wan Shuyi, Luoyue, and the others saw it as well. They moved as quickly as lightning, turning into swords and racing over towards the tree. An inexhaustible flow of sword will appeared around the tree, wrapping around it. It wrapped around the fruit itself very thickly, giving it the shape of a sword. Hemph! Divine sword light shone from high above as many swords descended from the sky, cutting towards Wan Shuyi and Luoyue. "Forgive us for crushing your swords beneath our feet," came Li Sun's voice. They were the ones who had sent the swords to crush the people of Taishan Mountain. Many people were saying that Lord Taishan was the most powerful figure in the higher heavens realm now. Destroy those swords, and be careful. Wan Shuyi's sword chi surged as he slashed with his sword, forming a line through the sky. His sword collided with the oncoming swords, and in a flash, the crashing sword will seemed like it would split the very air itself. An astonishing airflow was left behind where the sword had passed. The cultivator from the divine swordly family waved his hand, and suddenly, countless swords cut at Wan Shuyi. Each sword arrived in an instant, seeking to bury Wan Shuyi within them. The intensely powerful flow of sword chi in this area naturally attracted the attention of many people. Futian looked over there from across the distance. There was a clash of swords going on there. If the fruit there had anything to do with swords, he needed to have it. In front of the ancient tree of swordsmanship, Li Sun thrust his sword through the air. He formed countless afterimages as he moved, and more swords appeared in an instant until Wan Shuyi was enveloped in sword chi. Wan Shuyi activated his sword spirit, which shrieked as the sword will billowed out into the sky. He placed one finger upon his sword and drew the blade across it. Flesh blood flowed out of his finger and was absorbed into the sword. Warrior spirit. Wan Shuyi's hair flew in the wind as the sword chi within his sword spirit grew stronger. Countless sharp swords whistled through the sky, turning into a terrifying vortex of swords that cut through all the after-images around him. There were endless, cracking sounds as the after-images were destroyed one after another. The remaining images returned to Li Sun, and he appeared in the air above Wan Shuyi. He was holding a sword as well. He looked down and said quietly, "Eternal." As he said this, the sword will around Wan Shuyi materialized into actual divine swords. Each of these swords was shining with brilliant light. The divinely family's instant swords and eternal swords were in perfect harmony. A terrifying sword seal appeared on Li Sun's brow. He gripped his sword with both hands, and an incomparably brilliant beam of divine sword light pierced through the air. It fell from the sky, making all the other swords resonate with it as it shot down towards Wan Shuyi. The sword had not even come into its full power yet, and just its sword will was enough to place a suffocating pressure on the space below it. The sword spirits in front of Wan Shuyi shrieked. He looked up into the sky, his hair dancing wildly in the wind. Up there in the air, Li Sun looked like the descendant of a sword god. This was the sword of the divine swordly family. They had always considered themselves to be the best swordsmen in the higher heavens realm. There was no one who could compare to them. Whoosh! Terrible divine sword light blew all around Wan Shuyi. His blood flowed from his body into his sword. It was as if his internal aura was pouring into the sword. He grew weaker and weaker, but his mind was seeking the path, and he was deep in thought. He had wanted to find an opportunity to prove his worthiness. Now the sword-shaped fruit was right in front of him. If he could not win this battle, how could he speak of proving his worthiness? The sword spirits above him trembled violently. A series of destructive sword cut marks appeared, sweeping up into the sky and trying to destroy the sword prison that his opponent had set up. The swords around Wan Shuyi all broke, cut in half by his sword spirits. Li Sun's gaze grew sharp. He looked down at Wan Shuyi and said, "Your fleeting divine sword technique is incredible. Unfortunately, your swordsmanship level is not high enough." As he said this, divine radiance bloomed from him. His body transformed into a divine body of swordsmanship. The terrifying sword will in the sky transformed into a single falling sky sword. All of the sword will in the area flowed wildly into this sword. All of the other swords shrieked as they resonated with it. Even the swords that the other cultivators of the Li family were holding resonated. The falling sky sword was like a king among swords. All other swords were its subjects. "A divine sword apocalypse," said everyone as they looked up into the sky. The other cultivators that had resisted the Li family, Luoyue, and the disciples of Taishan Mountain, stared up at the sword. The top sword technique of the divine sword Li family was truly apocalyptic. When the sword came out, all other techniques were destroyed. The air itself was split, and everything turned to dust. At that moment, the clouds fled as the sword chi crossed through the sky. It was as if the only thing in the world was that sword. Its sword will grew stronger and stronger. Down below, Wan Shuyi could feel an immense amount of pressure. The flow of sword chi around him was distorted by it, and his own swords were shattered. Sword cuts appeared in his robes, and blood began to pour out of them. "Give up, Wan Shuyi," Junmu called out to him. Wan Shuyi could not last long under this sword. If he continued to persist, he would very likely be destroyed. The divine swordly family was so strong, and they had their hearts set on the sword-shaped fruit. If anyone else wanted it, they would have to fight them for it. Given Li Sun's skill at swordsmanship, it would be difficult for anyone else to defeat the divine swordly family. And Wan Shuyi did not even need the sword-shaped fruit. It was not worth this fight. But Wan Shuyi still held his sword and did not give up. There was a fierce determination in his eyes. He could accept being defeated in battle, but to put down his sword and hang his head in submission was not something he could accept. At that moment, there was the faint sound of music, which made a look of surprise come over the faces of everyone on the battlefield. There were two figures floating there. One of them was wearing white robes, and he descended in front of Wan Shuyi. He was holding a guqin in his hands and playing a song. In a flash, countless notes erupted, full of harsh will. They seemed to be perfectly in accord with the mood on the battlefield. Junmu frowned. It was Shunjing. What was he trying to do? As the notes erupted, strange illusions appeared everywhere. The wind and the clouds surged, and sword will flowed into the sky. The notes seemed to flow into Wan Shuyi's mind, from which they entered into his sword. Worldly judgment. Li Jin and Chenyu, the disciples of Guqin Valley, looked shocked. Strange illusions were appearing in the sky, and the great path was flowing backward. This was one of the famous songs, Worldly Judgment. Flight of the Phoenix Pair was not the only one of the 6 famous songs of String Palace that Futian had learned. He had also learned Worldly Judgment as well. Such skill, thinking of how he had once given pointers to Futian and told him to study hard in String Palace, Li Jin felt embarrassed. Apparently, Shunjing's musical skill was far greater than she had thought. Even she was not as good as him. He had learned 2 of the 6 famous songs, Flight of the Phoenix Pair and Worldly Judgment. That being said, Uncle Lon must have included Futian in the quota on purpose so that he could support them with his guqin music and make them stronger. But they had thought it was just to let forth Miss Save Some Face. The guqin music seemed to accord with Wan Shuyi's swordsmanship perfectly. Wan Shuyi seemed to feel the sword will around him getting stronger, and countless images of swordsmen floated in his mind. His sword clattered as the sword light that was spilling out of his sword spirits made the will of the great path surge all around him. Why can I sense a bit of the song of the lost divine? Could it be that the rumors are true? Worldly judgment itself evolved from the song of the lost divine? Said Li Jin. She still remembered when she had heard her master playing the song of the lost divine. It was imprinted on her memory. Not only that, but it seems to be perfectly matching the sword will. She felt like she was in a dream. A look of shock also came into Luoyue's pretty eyes. The guqin and the sword were in tandem and produced a certain resonance. She remembered that her father had once said that Lord Taishan had been able to rapidly advance to the next level because he obtained the song of the lost divine. His understanding had increased, and he had integrated the song into his other abilities. For example, when he had integrated it into his swordsmanship, he had created the shocking sword matrix known as the fleeting divine sword. At that time, she had doubted that a song could really be so magical. But now that she saw the Guqin music and the swordsmanship working in tandem and resonating together, she realized that she had been wrong. The Great Path was connected to everything, and extremely powerful cultivation methods, even musical ones, could reach it. Up in the sky, the thousands of swords moved as one, merging into a single sword. Li Sun seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He pointed at the sword and yelled, "Fall." When he said this, the sword fell from the sky, smashing everything beneath it. Sword marks appeared all around as everything was destroyed. Wan Shuyi watched the sword fall. An incomparably brilliant sword light shone from his eyes. He moved his hand, and his sword shot out. The fleeting divine sword cut out once again. At that moment, the sword arced across the sky like a rainbow. The sword that his opponent had sent against him could not withstand the current of sword will and began to move backward. The terrifying fleeting divine sword raged between heaven and earth, destroying everything. The two swords collided. Divine sword light bloomed, and everything around them was turned into dust that flew in all directions. The wave of chi that this kicked up made everybody raise their hands to block it. The Guqin still played, the music growing wilder and wilder. The terrible rhythmic sorcery was powerful enough to change the very positions of the stars. Wan Shui himself seemed to be immersed within that will. His sword was in accord with the Guqin music, and after the destruction caused by the first collision, he struck out again. This Guqin music, everyone was watching Yi Futian. The music caused substantial changes to occur in Wan Shuyi's sword. One of the cultivators of the divine swordly family was staring at Yi Futian. He waved his hand, and a line of divine swords appeared in the sky. They shot through the air as one, heading straight for Yi Futian. Luoyue was standing in front of Yi Futian. She calmed her mind and could feel the Guqin music working in tandem with her sword. She thrust it out, forming a terrible storm that destroyed all the swords rushing towards her. At that moment, Wan Shui rose up. He waved his sword many times, making clouds flow around it like water as it cut through the air. Crack! An ear-splitting noise rang out as Li Sun's sword was shattered. His sleeves were torn by sword chi, and scratches appeared on his arms. Blood stained his robe, and terrible sword will raged within his body. He looked at Wan Shui, and then at Yi Futian up in the air. The Guqin music had melded with the sword. Could it really have transformed so much? Previously, Wan Shui had been no match for him at all. Wan Shui did not continue his attack. He looked up at Li Sun. Li Sun looked back at him and said, "Lord Taishian is truly impressive in that he has been able to simultaneously cultivate swordsmanship and music and meld them together perfectly. I have been defeated by you too, so the fruit is yours." On saying this, he left with the rest of the cultivators of the divine swordly family. His defeat was different than Wan Shui's. He had lost to two people working together, and so this was not a loss of face for the divine swordly family. Before, he had been absolutely crushing Wan Shui. As he watched Li Sun leave, Wan Shui felt conflicted. In reality, he had lost. But he never would have imagined that this music could be so marvelous and work together with his swordsmanship so well. He looked back at Yi Futian with a smile. He had already sensed that this Shanjing was special, but he was still shocked. The fruit. Little Phoenix flashed over towards the fruit, but found a burst of invisible sword will blocking her way. It was the sword will that was emitting from the tree. A figure appeared before Little Phoenix and looked at everyone. "There are 5 pieces of fruit. How will you divide them?" There were 15 people there from Taishan Mountain. Little Phoenix looked at him. Divide them? Those 2 were the ones who won this fruit. It should go to them. If they were going to be shared, then Wan Shuyi and Yi Futian would be the ones to share them. Junmu raised his eyebrows. This fruit could be used to prove one's worthiness. Even if it was not useful for you specifically, you could trade it with someone for their fruit. It was extremely precious, and they had all fought for it. How could they give it up? Wan Shuyi and Shen Jing defeated Li Sun, but the rest of us blocked the other cultivators of the divine swordly family. Otherwise, Wan Shuyi would have been defeated earlier. Wan Shuyi and Shen Jing should each get one piece, and we will guard the other 3 for the time being. We can divide them up when this is all over, said Junmu. If Yi Futian had not reversed the situation, he would not have been able to get even a single piece of fruit. Yi Futian stared at Junmu. He and Wan Shuyi would each get one piece of fruit, and Junmu would watch over the other 3 pieces. It seemed that Junmu was leaning on his position as a disciple of Taishan Mountain. He was indeed at the head of the other disciples of Taishan Mountain. He wanted to divide the fruit up according to his own desires and even take a piece for himself. However, when one had cultivated up to their level, there were countless other people in the higher heavens realm who were fighting for this very chance that they had now. They wanted to break out from the crowd of ordinary disciples and have a chance to take part in this event. They would face a lot of challenges just to have this opportunity. Even though they had such a slim chance, countless people still came here. This showed just how much the people of the higher heavens realm valued the fruit. Was Junmu worthy of taking charge of and dividing up something so precious? However, perhaps it was the very preciousness of the fruit that had conjured feelings of greed within him. What did friendship between fellow disciples even count for anyway? Moreover, Junmu had never looked favorably upon Yi Futian ever since the day that he had come to the mountain, probably because of the relationship with his master. Why would you be the one to guard them? Little Phoenix stared at Junmu in surprise. Before Shenjing got here, you had already counseled Wan Shuyi to give up the fight. That is equivalent to giving up your right to the fruit. Then Shenjing came and strengthened Wan Shuyi's swordsmanship. This is why they are able to have the fruit in the first place. Now, you want to seize the fruits of their labors? Feng Yan, our master has given you a place on this quota, so your conduct will reflect upon the 2 demon emperors. Taishan Mountain has been so good to you, and yet you still plot against them? You should know your place, said Junmu coldly. As he spoke, he was already walking towards the tree. He was going to pick the fruit. Whoosh! A beam of sword chi whistled down from the sky, shooting straight towards the tree. Junmu frowned as he reached up to slap it away, destroying it. He looked back at the one who had done this. It was Wan Shuyi. What is the meaning of this, Brother Wan? Do you think that you should be the only one to have the fruit? Junmu's face turned ugly. Although there were many pieces of the precious fruit, they were difficult to obtain. The most powerful people had already fought their way through and seized many of them, and many other cultivators had seized more of them. It would be very difficult for the 15 cultivators from Taishan Mountain to get 15 pieces of the fruit. Given that, Taishan Mountain had managed to obtain 5 pieces of fruit. How could they let them all go? Would he not get even a single piece of fruit? He was at the Nirvana level. It was not easy to cultivate up to that level, and to break through to the Runhuang level was even more difficult. Who of the people who had made it to his level would not want to forge a Renhuang body, activate the wheel of the Great Path, and shine with the sun and the moon? Read more chapter on novel full. When he took this step, he would have the right to pursue a higher level. Before he did so, even though he was a genius, he would forever be far away from the next level. Brother Jun, Feng Yan is correct. We had lost the fruit, but then Shan Jing used his Guqin music to transform my swordsmanship into something much more powerful. Otherwise, Li Sun of the Divine Swordly family would have defeated me. Thus, Shan Jing is the one who has the right to divide up the fruit. Even I don't have the right to ask for a piece, Wan Shuyi said politely to Junmu. He seemed very courteous, but he was firmly stating his position. It was not that he favored Shenjing. This was just the right thing to do. Even if Yi Futian did not give him any of the fruit, he would not say anything. After all, without Yi Futian, he would have lost, and may even have been crippled by Li Sun. When a battle broke out while seeking the way, even if he was killed or wounded, his elders could not seek revenge. It would have been his own choice that had led him down that path. I think that what Brother Wan said makes sense. It is for Shan Jing to divide up the fruit, said Luoyue, looking at Yi Futian as she spoke. This made Junmu hesitate as he walked towards the tree. He could not force his way through to pick the fruit. Given the current situation, if he picked the fruit, it would probably cause infighting between them. Lord Taishan broke through to the next level, and thus Taishan Mountain was allotted 15 people to come here. I never thought that a single tree would cause a situation like this to happen. If we go on like this, how can we be of one mind going forward? Asked Junmu coldly. So if you divide up the fruit, we will be of one mind. But if Shunjing does it, we won't? Feng Yin looked at Junmu angrily. He was clearly just like all the others. He wanted to seize the fruit. But this was normal, after all. Everyone was greedy. I am a disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. Who is Shunjing? Even though Fourth Mist brought him to the mountain, he is still just a musician who has received many favors from Taishan Mountain, which is why he was able to cultivate this famous song. He may have been successful in forcing the people from the divine Swordly family to retreat, but that was due to an ability that Taishan Mountain gave him. Even the fact that he was on the quota was thanks to Taishan Mountain. So who do you think should divide up the fruit? Junmu's words were harsh. He wanted to differentiate him from the rest of Taishan Mountain and make him lose heart. After all, what he was saying was true. Futian was only a musician on Taishan Mountain and did not have the status of a disciple. And Junmu was the personal disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, making him a sort of grand disciple of Lord Taishan. A look of surprise came over the faces of the other disciples of Taishan Mountain. They had not thought that there would be any infighting. But given the current situation, there was not one among them who did not want a piece of the fruit. After all, they were not a family like the divine Swordly family. They did not have a definite leader like they did. They had all vaguely considered Junmu to be their de facto leader, since he was the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. But Junmu was not powerful enough to defeat them all. If he had been able to defeat Li Sun, then he would have been mighty indeed. But now it seemed like he had not been mighty enough, which is why they were facing this current dilemma. In this way, it would be difficult for them to get any more fruit. Moreover, spending time here debating was a waste of time in and of itself. Some of them looked at Futian. Hopefully, he would take the imitative and make a concession. There are 5 pieces of fruit, and I will give up 2 of them. One of them will go to Wan Shuyi, who fought in this battle, and the other one to Luoyue. The other ones will stay with me, said Futian. He stepped forward as he said this. Standing here talking nonsense was indeed wasting the time that still remained to him to strive for other pieces of the fruit. Junmu stared at Futian. He was indeed greedy. Other than the 2 people he had said, Wan Shuyi and Luoyue, he would be the only one to get the fruit. He looked at the others. This is someone who came to Taishan Mountain to seek the way. What do you think of this, brothers? You are being unreasonable, Brother Xinjing, said Mai. He had been made a part of the quota by the housemaster of Taishan. He had always been curious about Futian, but then he had entered String Palace to cultivate. He was thinking that this musician, who had been brought to Taishan Mountain, was not showing enough gratitude for what his master had done. Moreover, he seemed very close to Luoyue. This changed Mai's attitude towards him. Since we have all agreed to divide it up like this, go and receive your share, brothers. Trying to work together has led us to this situation. It is ridiculous, said Junmu mockingly. I regret that it came to this as well, but I will stand by what I said. If someone comes to take the fruit, Wan Shuyi raised his sword. After we return, I will beg for forgiveness from Lord Taishan. It was clear that if someone tried to pick the fruit, he would cut them down. Futian stood behind Wan Shuyi. He was still holding his guqin. Thinking of how powerful the 2 of them had been when they worked together, Junmu's face suddenly turned ugly. Li Sun had been defeated by the 2 of them. He knew he was not as strong as Li Sun, so if he fought them, he would not only probably not get the fruit, but he would be hurt as well, which would make it harder to fight for more of the fruit in the future. Good for you, said Junmu with a wave of his sleeve. He stepped forward and said, You can see for yourselves what they are like. Those who want it can come with me. The other disciples of the Taishan Hierophant naturally followed close behind him. Mai followed as well, and then a few more people. After all, Junmu was very strong. Shunjing, pick the fruit, said Wan Shuyi to Futian. Futian nodded. He picked the 5 pieces of fruit. He gave 1 each to Wan Shuyi and Luoyue, and ate 1 piece himself. This left 2 more. What about mine? Feng Yin gave him a pitiful look. You want one too? Futian looked at her disdainfully. This girl asked too much. You're so mean. Little Phoenix snorted. Futian looked at the other people who had stayed and said, I will not guarantee that any of you will get any fruit. If you seize it for yourself, then you are naturally entitled to it. But if I get it, then only after I have taken a certain number will I share it. Taishan Mountain had been good to him, but he could not share all the fruit with the disciples of Taishan Mountain. After all, he was not all that friendly with any of them. Other than Wan Shuyi, who he was on relatively good terms with, the others were all casual acquaintances at best. Should he treat them as old friends and share the precious fruit with them based on such a casual relationship? Then what about Yu Shang, Wu Chen, and Yaya? So he would not promise anything, nor would he be stingy. He had left 2 pieces of the 5 that he had taken. A look of surprise came over several people's faces when they heard what he said. He may have said that he would be the one to divide up these 5 pieces, but what he was saying now was even more arrogant. It seemed that he would be deciding everything from now on. The people who had been part of the quota were no ordinary cultivators. They did not look at Futian as their leader. He had learned the famous songs in the String Palace on Taishan Mountain, and yet it seemed as if he regarded them as nothing. As he watched them leave, Futian knew that he had offended them, but it was better to speak the ugly truth now to avoid a situation like what had just happened than to have them be bitter at him later. There were only 5 people left now: Futian, Little Phoenix, Wan Shuyi, Luoyue, and Deng Hu, who had come with Luoyue. He was a subordinate of the city lord of Taishan. "Let's go," said Futian, and began to leave. Wan Shuyi watched him. Ever since Futian had been in his mind, he had seemed different than before. His modest demeanor had gradually disappeared, and now there was an overpowering will about him. Perhaps his true self was finally showing. His figure flashed, and Wan Shuyi was soon riding on his sword. "When you played your music, I could feel the true will of swordsmanship. It seemed like the true final strike of the fleeting divine sword," he said. "The music comes from the same root as the fleeting divine sword," answered Futian. "But I could only feel the will. It is difficult to use the true fleeting divine sword." Wan Shuyi seemed regretful. "Otherwise, when I create my divine wheel of swordsmanship, every time I strike, it will be with a fleeting divine sword." The divine wheel of the great path could directly connect heaven and earth. All of the divine great wheels that cultivators created were different from one another. They had different strengths and weaknesses, and they even had different numbers of them. Wan Shuyi's entire mind was set upon seeking the way of swordsmanship. He naturally wanted nothing more than to create a giant divine wheel of swordsmanship. Futian and the others continued forward. But after several battles, most of the fruit had already been picked off the trees and taken away. They came upon places where people were fighting, but there was no fruit left on the trees. This was an opportunity for everyone to prove their worthiness to advance to the next level and fight for the right to move forward along the great path. If they had to fight for it, then they would all do so. No one was worried about being polite or about differences in rank. Futian and the others managed to win another piece of fruit, after which they discovered that there were no more anywhere around them. But everyone was heading towards the tallest mountain. There seemed to be a celestial palace at the top of that ancient peak. It seemed illusory, but everyone could faintly sense the majestic spirits of the heavens and the earth and the will of the great path there. The mountain seemed to be wrapped in will. Everyone was moving towards there as they fought. As they got closer, more and more battles were breaking out at the foot of the mountain. The will was so thick that many gods had been born here. When Futian and the others arrived, they could feel an astonishing pressure, both solemn and divine. The whole mountain was covered thickly in will. It was like they were walking through a fog that slightly blurred their vision. Boom! The sound of thunder came to them, and lightning was falling from the sky somewhere else in the fog, making the whole area tremble. But the mountain was incredibly sturdy. It stood there, unmoved and full of divine majesty. When Futian arrived, he saw several people off to the side, recovering from their wounds. There was a tree there that had endless divine lightning wrapping around it. There was only one piece of fruit on the tree, but it was bigger than the ones he had seen before. It was bathed in the divine lightning of the great path, and thunder was booming in the sky above it. Every time the thunder boomed, the fruit became a bit riper, and the will grew thicker and stronger. It is baptized in thunder, just like the catastrophe of the great path. Futian's heart trembled. This was truly a wonder of the world. This piece of fruit surely contained even more of the will of the great path than the others. There was only one piece of fruit on this tree, but he did not know if there had always just been one, or if the others had been taken by other people. Given the situation that they were seeing before them, it was very likely that there had always just been one piece of fruit. All of the will of the great path had been sucked up by that singular piece of fruit. The piece of fruit was wrapped in curling lightning and rolling thunder, making it look like a bright and clear spirit orb. Beside it was a giant divine thunder dragon. It was wrapped around the tree, seemingly waiting for the fruit to ripen even more. It seemed that it would eat the fruit once it had become as ripe as possible. In this way, it would be of the most use to him, allowing him to break through to the level of a demon emperor. There was a purple-robed old man before him with purple eyes. Endless lightning was shooting out of his eyes, and brilliant divine thunderbolts traveled over his robes. A millstone-shaped thundercloud appeared in the sky. It roared and roiled constantly, resonating with the old man's body. "He has a spirit of the great path," whispered Wan Shuyi, an imposing look on his face. The dragon was a great demon cultivator, with a huge form and brilliant lightning traveling through its every scale. It seemed as if he had cultivated his thunder body as much as possible. The old man had taken an extremely important step towards becoming a Ranhuang, and it could be said that he was already only a half a step away from that plane. If he could carve a wheel of the great path here and use the fruit to activate his Renhuang body, then he would be able to prove himself worthy of becoming a Renhuang. Yi Futian could also feel how deep this old man's power was. He seemed to even be a step further along the path than his teacher had been when he came out of Emperor Li's palace. Thus, as far as he was concerned, this opportunity was extremely important. He needed this piece of fruit more than anything. "You should all go somewhere else." The old man naturally sensed Yi Futian and the others coming. He swept his gaze over them, and in an instant, the lightning of the great path was piercing through Yi Futian's eyes. It pressed down on his spiritual will. He was obviously trying to make him realize how difficult this would be and thus retreat. There was no misunderstanding that. Read more chapter on novel full. You are at such a high level. You will soon be an emperor. Why don't you give that piece of fruit to those of us who are at a much lower level?" said Yi Futian with a grin. Beside him, little Phoenix snorted. But she had already grown used to Yi Futian's shamelessness. Boom! The old man pointed up into the sky, and suddenly, the millstone-shaped cloud flashed with lightning. It was filled with the mighty power of thunder. The figure of a god of thunder appeared up in the sky, huge and powerful. It pressed its palm down towards the ground. All of this happened without the old man saying a word. Because he was only a half step away from the Renhuang plain, he needed the fruit more than them. This was especially true because this fruit was of particular use to him. It would very likely bring him even closer to the Renhuang plain. Anyone who dared block his path would have to die. Wan Shuyi pointed his sword into the air. It cut through the sky, and he rose along with it. The sword cut into the thundering palm, and lightning covered his body. But at the same time, the giant palm was shattered. Yi Futian looked up into the air. He flicked his sleeves and sat down, cross-legged. The guqin rang out once again. This old man was truly fierce. He had not shown them the least bit of politeness. The guqin music suddenly became loud and sonorous. Wan Shuyi entered the state that he had been in before. When the music entered his ears, it resonated with his sword will. The endless will of heaven and earth entered into his sword. When he felt the power of this will, a look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. He turned towards Wan Shuyi and stretched out his hands as thunder will covered him. Suddenly, the will of heaven and earth grew even stronger than before. The entire great path of thunder was under his control. Yi Futian looked up into the sky. He realized that a Renhuang with a spirit of the great path was frighteningly powerful, but their opponent was not quite strong enough. Otherwise, he would be able to wield shocking power like his teacher had at the battle at Brahma Sky City. He had stretched out his Renhuang will, truly pushing himself to the limit. Not long after that battle, his teacher had entered the Renhuang plain. He saw the old man's finger point downwards. The divine thunder of the great path split the sky, and thunderbolts that looked like dragons shot towards both Wan Shuyi and Yi Futian. Luoyue moved, The Guqin music resonated with her as well. Her sword moved, forming a barrier of all things above Yi Futian. She did not protect Wan Shuyi. He was already at the nirvana level, and with the resonance of the Guqin music, his power had transformed. He did not fear his opponent's attack. "If you continue to just watch, Elder Dragon, we will have to withdraw," said Yi Futian to the demon dragon as he continued playing the Guqin. Was he waiting there to collect the spoils of victory without lifting a finger to help? The demon dragon looked at Yi Futian. The old man had indeed threatened him, but as long as he was protecting the fruit, he was not afraid. If the situation changed at all, he would just eat the fruit. He was already protecting the fruit. It was already basically his. Why would he participate in the battle? Yi Futian's words were simply ridiculous. He was waiting for the fruit to ripen. Once it had become as ripe as possible, he would eat it. All he needed for this was the fruit itself. When he saw that the dragon did not move, Yi Futian complained to himself that the people here were too savvy. It looked like they would have to rely on their strength instead. The Guqin music grew more and more steady until it was as regular as the passing of the seasons. Wan Shuyi slashed out with his sword again and again. He had already forced the old man to come out and fight in person. While fighting, he could still feel the pressure from the Guqin music. The music seemed to be leading the sword will to attack his spirit. His spirit may have been so strong that it could not be damaged, but it still made him very uncomfortable. The battlefield grew wilder and wilder. The old man was still as sturdy as a mountain, and Wan Shuyi's sword was getting stronger and stronger, but he still could not hurt the old man at all. At the same time, the endless notes floating through the air merged with the sword, becoming a river that flowed between heaven and earth. The old man could faintly sense that something was not right, but he had no way of knowing precisely what it was. He seemed to have a faint sense of something threatening him. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Wan Shuyi cut at him. The old man transformed into a thunder body, and his spirit materialized, becoming real. He slammed his fist into the sword, and suddenly there was a terrifying burst of energy. "That is the sword of Taishan Mountain, but you are not skilled enough to wield it." The old man's hair flew in the wind. Lightning shot out from his eyes towards his opponent. But as the two of them collided, the notes from Yi Futian's Guqin were flowing through the air like a river of swordsmanship. They enveloped the old man. He looked up and suddenly felt a serious threat. This isn't good. He slammed his hand down fiercely, trying to break free of his entanglement with Wan Shuyi. At the same time, terrifying thunder magic burst forth from his body, forming a thunder curtain around him. But at that moment, the flowing river of swords suddenly turned into killing swords. They pierced through the sky, leaving sword marks in the air. They crisscrossed and overlapped, until everything in the space where the old man was coiled up in destructive swords. No! The old man's expression changed. Countless sword slashes suddenly appeared on him. He seemed to have been cut by thousands of swords. A look of fear came over his face. Wan Shuyi thrust his sword forward, cutting right through the body that his opponent had formed with his spirit. In a flash, the old man's body became illusory. He looked down in pain on the scene below him, with a fierce sense of displeasure. He was so close to the Runhuang level. How could he fall like this? Boom! The old man's body shattered into nothingness. Wan Shuyi withdrew his sword. He looked up in surprise at what was happening above him. And not only him, Luoyue and the others' hearts were pounding. That was not Wan Shuyi's sword. The Guqin music had activated this final sword. It had used the cleave of all things, the perfected cleave of all things. This was just like what had happened on Taishan Mountain. It seemed that the sword of Taishan Mountain looked upon them with favor. 15 people from Taishan Mountain were part of the quota. They all believed that Lord Taishan would not lie to them. The mystery cultivator must be someone on the divine path. So why was he not among them? Why had Lord Taishan reserved 2 places on the quota? Now, they all knew why. He was there. Wan Shuyi drew back his sword and lowered his head. There was an unmistakable look of shock in his deep eyes as he looked at the elegant and handsome young man. He thought of the brief time that Yi Futian had been cultivating at Taishan Mountain. He had entered String Palace to cultivate the Guqin arts and had gone to Sword Abyss to study the sword. He had been quiet and unassuming, modest and restrained. He had not fought with anyone. Who would have thought that this man, who had been cultivating so quietly at Taishan Mountain, the one whom everyone thought was just a lucky young man, was actually someone who had learned the famous songs of String Palace and had completed the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things. He had defeated the genius cultivators of the divine capital of Shieling using only his own power. He was such a powerful person, and yet the people of Taishan Mountain had not sensed the smallest bit of pride in him. He was so restrained. Indeed, he had only been cultivating at Taishan Mountain for a few short months. Luoyue felt the same way, and her heart was in turmoil. When she thought of how they had constantly exhorted Xinjing to study hard, her face turned red. It seemed that the one who had helped her discharge so much swordsmanship back then was Xinjing. So, when she and brother Wan Shuyi had been fighting, Xinjing had played the guqin. The guqin music had helped stimulate her swordsmanship, and it was not just luck that this had happened. Xinjing had purposely played the guqin to help her. She felt a little bit gloomy. She should have realized that as soon as Futian played his masterpiece. "Was it you who helped me break through to the next level back then?" she whispered to Futian. Futian looked at her and smiled. "No need to worry about it, Princess Luoyue. You were only a step away from the next level. Even without my music, you would still have been able to do that soon." "Why did you choose to assist me with my swordsmanship?" Luoyue asked. Her tone and attitude were completely different than they had been before. She was feeling conflicted. "Because me coming into contact with you back in Taishan City turned out to be very lucky," said Futian with a smile. Luoyue was stunned. Then she seemed to realize something. She looked at Futian as if she was in a trance. It seemed that he was the mysterious swordsman as well. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you." Futian smiled again but said no more on the subject. He looked in another direction and said, "We should take care of this matter." At that moment, the demon dragon was still on guard. His massive body was hovering there, and he stared at Futian. He seemed very vigilant. These people had actually killed the old man. The old man had been powerful enough to threaten him. It seemed like if it came to a fight, he would not be able to withstand these human cultivators. "There is no way you will get this fruit. You are strong enough to go and seize fruit from somewhere else. Why waste your time here?" The dragon's voice rolled like thunder. If they attacked him in force and he could not withstand them, he would just eat the fruit right away. "If you eat the fruit, then we will have no choice but to feast on dragon flesh and drink dragon blood," said Futian with a smile. When he heard what Futian had said, the dragon's expression grew dark. Terrible lightning flashed in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Futian. This human was completely shameless. A low roar erupted from his mouth. Divine lightning flashed, and a fierce light shone in his eyes. Futian stepped forward, still holding his guqin. Wan Shuyi, Luoyue, and the others followed him, subconsciously accepting him as their leader. They now understood Lord Taishuan's wishes. Futian was their greatest safeguard here. It was unfortunate, then, that when Futian had helped them defeat Li Sun and seize the fruit, Junmu had gotten greedy. Given the strength and talent that he had shown, then even without them, Futian could have defeated Li Sun by himself and taken the fruit. Why would he have given any of the fruit to Junmu? He had tried to steal it. Giving them 2 pieces of fruit was already exceedingly kind. Junmu doing this had made it so that they had needed to part ways. Otherwise, the other people from Taishan Mountain would have been able to see what had just happened. Futian's eyes became incredibly frightening. They seemed endlessly deep, like 2 black holes as he stared at the dragon. The dragon suddenly became irritable, and a series of low roars came from him. He could feel his spiritual well-being infected. Terrible lightning shot out of his eyes towards Futian's, but he could sense a spiritual storm swallowing him. Roar! The dragon gave an earth-shaking roar that thundered through the air. Thousands of bolts of divine lightning fell from the sky. Futian stared at him as he was bathed in endless thunder, saying, "I will only ask you this one more time. Will you withdraw?" The dragon roared as he heard the unmistakable threat in Futian's voice. He became incredibly violent, but he could feel that there was actual danger here. It seemed like the human before him actually held his life in his hands. If he tried to fight or ate the fruit, things would go very badly for him afterward. In the end, he could not withstand the pressure that Futian was putting on him. He gave another earth-shaking roar that made the air itself tremble. He rose up and flew towards the mountains, leaving the fruit behind. Futian walked up to the tree. Beside him, Wan Shui said, "This fruit bears the will of the great path of thunder, and it is still growing. The will within it gets stronger by the moment." Futian nodded. His figure slashed as he rushed towards the tree and picked the fruit. Although it was not completely grown yet, he did not have time to wait. Before, the demon dragon and the old man's struggle had happened because they were both placing all of their hopes upon this one piece of fruit. But Futian was different. This piece of fruit was not his only target. It would be far from enough to sate his ambition. Crunch! A clear sound rang out. Little Phoenix and the others watched in shock as Futian bit into the giant piece of fruit. He was eating it right there on the spot. This Wan Shui and Luoyue looked at Futian. This was not happening like they had imagined. Little bolts of lightning were flashing from Futian's mouth. This piece of fruit was even bigger than the ones before, but it seemed that Futian would finish it in no time. Lightning flashed all over Futian's body for a time, and within him, a world of lightning formed. The terrible lightning seemed like it would never dissipate. It ran through him, turning his life spirit, the world tree, into a tree of lightning. All of his internal organs and bones were filled with the power of lightning. Boom! Futian took a step forward, and a thunderous boom erupted off of him. "Let's keep moving forward," he said. He felt that his level became more secure. If he could get a few dozen or a few hundred pieces of fruit and eat them slowly, he would eventually be able to break through to the next level. If the cultivators of the Divine Palace knew he wanted to do this, they would probably try to kill him. Each piece of fruit here was very precious. Even if they managed to get a piece of it, most people would save it until they had cultivated up to the peak of their level. He was thinking of breaking through to the next level solely by eating the fruit. Moreover, the fruit contained will within it. It would naturally remain undigested for a while. The five of them continued forward. Now that they had witnessed Futian's strength, they knew that he was the one who had used the sword of Taishan Mountain. Thus, they had a lot of confidence in him. He would probably bring a lot of benefits to them in the future. Luoyue looked off into the distance. What is that over there? It has such a strong life aura. Ahead of them was a place filled with a mystical fog. It was as if a life aura had spread out between heaven and earth. Futian looked over there and could faintly see a towering tree there. The mystical fog was all around the tree, and it seemed like it was actually a life aura. "Let's go take a look." The group sped up. As they got closer, they could see an incomparably giant tree. All of the fruit had already been picked, and what was more frightening was that there was a stream under all the fog. It was the stream of the birth of the way. Futian's heart trembled. This was a legendary place. The water of this stream was the legendary water of life. Every drop had the power to save lives and could even bring life back to dead bones. At that moment, some people were bathing in the stream, but it was not truly for the purpose of washing, but rather to absorb the life will. Life will was not just useful for saving your life. People who cultivated the way of life were incredibly vigorous. People with a strong life aura were physically very strong and were very difficult to kill. The people who were bathing in the stream saw Futian and the others as well. They looked up sharply at the newcomers. Their eyes were cold, but also very beautiful. All of them were women. One of the people bathing in the stream was as beautiful as a life goddess with her exquisite features. These were all disciples of the Divine Palace and were all incredible beauties. This is a good place. Futian could not help but marvel. As he said this, their gazes grew even colder. They discharged their auras, and they all fell upon Futian. "Have you seen enough?" came a cold voice. "If you don't mind, could you make some room for me?" Futian walked forward. It seemed like he wanted to enter the stream. "Get out of here!" roared the cold voice. Several of the women's expressions changed. They stared at Futian. Futian glanced around, then said, "Don't worry. The stream is so big. I'm sure there is room for a few more people." He continued forward as he said this, and stepped directly into the water. How could he pass by such a wonderful place without experiencing it? It could both nourish his world tree life spirit and strengthen his body. Indeed, the instant he stepped into the water, he could feel his soul become incredibly light. It seemed as if his very organs were relaxing. It was such a wonderful feeling. The power of life was, after all, the power of all things in the world. Little Phoenix and the others all watched Futian with mouths wide open. He was just going to go in the water? Although the others were not truly bathing, they still presented a lovely scene. And he was actually one. Shui blinked. He felt the image he had conjured up in his mind collapse a little bit. Would he really be so shameless? Luoyue reddened as she beheld this scene. This was going very differently from how she had imagined. When those women saw that Futian had gone into the spring, violent, murderous intent swept out. Suddenly, the entire spring was shrouded by a strong will of the way. It was as if it was an endless pure white silver lightning walking about in the spring and swam toward Futian. Boom! An extremely majestic breath erupted from Futian's body, which turned into a radiant golden body, and a savage power swept out along with sharp and piercing sounds. Futian stood there, his body immense, like a god, difficult to shake. Get out! That most beautiful woman, whose eyes were extremely cold, was staring at Futian. The divine spring of the great path, where all goddesses bathe in it. Why do I have to get out? Futian spoke lightly. The power of the fountain of life instantly entered his body. It flowed across his 4 limbs and the torso. The ancient tree of the world turned into a divine tree, swaying inside the life palace, absorbing the will of the divine spring. This spring water contained a richness of life that far exceeded that of the previous fruit of the way. If it could be completely refined and absorbed into the body, how vibrant would his chances of life be? Perhaps even the physical body would be difficult to destroy. When his thoughts turned to this, the ancient trees of the world absorbed this power frantically. In an instant, his body seemed to have turned into a terrible vortex, causing the spring water to rush into his body madly. In an instant, Futian was overwhelmed by the richness of the breath of life. The women in the divine spring looked bewildered. What was going on? They bathed in the divine spring, gradually digesting and absorbing the will of the way contained within. After this man had stepped into the divine spring, his body seemed to have turned into a vortex. It was trying to devour the entire spring. Wan Shuyi and the others, likewise, were equally puzzled. This guy, he intended to swallow up the entire divine spring. Stop him, the woman who was in the lead scolded. Suddenly, all the women in the divine spring moved toward Futian. In an instant, many methods bloomed at the same time and rolled toward Futian. Futian's entire body seemed to be cast in gold, and their immense amounts of thunder and lightning swept out. The breath inside his body was magnificent and extremely dominant. Although he was only in the realm of unblemished saint, under that majestic momentum, it was definitely at the breath of nirvana level. When Wan Shuyi and Luoyue saw this, their hearts were trembling. Just how strong was this guy? Previously, they had seen Futian swallow the fruit of the way when he had gotten it. Futian was indeed an expert at these kinds of abilities. It seemed that he was good at more than just music and swordsmanship. However, although he exhibited many abilities, Futian's attack at this time was still in the realm of swordsmanship. As Shangjing, his disguise was a musician swordsman, so these 2 abilities played a major role while all the others were only ancillary. Seeing these many attacks coming toward him, Futian pointed his finger forward, and a terrifying vortex storm of swordsmanship appeared in front of him, wrapping all the incoming attacks inside. Even more terrifying was that the sword will of cleave of all things also contained the power to attack divine souls. Bodies were flying out, and many of the goddesses were injured. Some made muffled groans while others' clothing was stained with their own blood. Futian didn't seem to harbor any tenderness for the ladies. Goddesses, the way was hidden within this divine spring. It is meant as an opportunity to prove the way and can be used by anyone. If the goddesses act so insolent as to prevent others from using it, then don't blame me for being merciless, Futian said as he stepped forward. The sword will was murderous as it shrouded the divine spring. What was even more terrifying was that the spring water in the divine spring was continuously decreasing and was still being swallowed madly by Futian. His body was like a bottomless hole, draining the divine spring. The divine tree nourished the life water of this spring, and it was impossible to move it. It could only absorb its will of the way. But Futian, did he want to swallow it completely, or move the divine spring into his body completely? Moreover, was he cultivating the path of devouring? There did not seem to be any the sensation of the breath of devouring the great path. So how did he do it? The woman in the lead saw that Futian was so overbearing in his stance. With a cold countenance, she released her breath and stepped forward, saying, "You should also know that this place is run by the divine palace, so this place, by right, belongs to the disciples of the divine palace." This proving ground originally belonged to the divine palace, but it gave the outsiders the opportunity to cultivate, so that made them eligible to compete for it. Many disciples of the divine palace were unhappy about this, but there was nothing they could do. Except for a few top characters, others could only come and compete with the geniuses from the outside. According to the elders of the divine palace, this was also a powerful trial for the disciples of the divine palace. The woman's name was Lu Qingyao. She was a direct disciple of a prominent figure of the divine palace. She was walking in the divine spring, and as her body emerged from the divine spring, her silvery white dress was spotless. An extremely majestic might now rolled through the world. In an instant, this world turned into a world of frost. Everything was about to be frozen. Luoyue shuddered. She glanced down at her hands and body. There was a snowy white frost invading her body, and the sword will in the surrounding space was also solidified, seemingly frozen. Her ability to sense the outside world was reduced yet again. It was as if she had entered an independent space. Likewise, Futian also felt that his blood flow slowed down as the icy cold will of the way now invaded his body, affecting his senses. He felt that he was no longer in the spring but was now in a frozen world. His perception of the outside world had also slowed. What a powerful technique! It affects the perception of the others and leads one into a space of illusion, Futian secretly remarked. At their level of cultivation, everyone's strength was unfathomably strong. Any kind of carelessness was a matter of life and death. Once the sense of perception was limited, the result would be devastating. On the outside, Lu Qingyao looked coldly ahead, and her eyes seemed to turn white, like snow. Her long skirt fluttered as she moved forward. The world was filled with flying frost. The vast and endless space turned a snowy white, and everything was becoming slower. It was the same with Futian's body. Gradually, the hoarfrost would cover everything, and its will of the way would continue to invade Futian's body until he lost all consciousness. But at this moment, she seemed to feel something suddenly. Her brows were knitted together slightly. She looked up at the void as if she felt an invisible will of the way flowing between heaven and earth, traversing that violent, icy will of the way. Boom! With a loud bang, the world of ice seemed to collapse and shatter. Countless sword will suddenly exploded, tearing the nothingness apart. The look on her face changed slightly as if she looked down at Futian. She saw a pair of terrible sword eyes. It was as if many sharp swords had penetrated her eyes, rushing into her sight and passed through the world of hoarfrost, piercing the sword spirit in the depth of the world. In her pupils, Futian's shadow seemed to be getting closer and closer. She saw the other pointing in the air with his finger, and that finger was like a sword. The moment it struck, time seemed to stand still once again. Ahem! A muffled groan was heard. In the world of white snow, blood trailed down Lu Qingyao's mouth, dripping onto her white skirt. An extremely strong life spirit wrapped around her body, repairing her injury with incredible speed. Watching the scene, the Divine Palace's disciples came to Lu Qingyao's side in a flash, but Lu Qingyao was still staring at Futian inside the divine spring. Her eyes were very cold. There is still some water in this divine spring. If the goddess would like to bathe together, you would be welcome to do so, Futian said. His body was still devouring the life water in the divine spring, as if he really wanted to move the spring of life that had nurtured this divine tree for many years into his own body. Who are you? Lu Qingyao stared at Futian. A nobody. I am Shunjing, Futian replied. Shunjing. Lu Qingyao indeed had never heard of the name, but now she would remember it. The divine spring was drying up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. She didn't bother to go down anymore, but stood there, watching the whole thing from there. She did not believe Shun Jing was a nobody. Would a nobody be able to break her technique, as she was a direct disciple of the divine palace? And the several people behind him all had extraordinary temperament. In addition, the sword technique that he used before was very likely from Taishan Mountain. It didn't take long for the spring of life to dry up completely. It was absorbed by Yi Futian. At this time, Yi Futian was wrapped within a very abundant breath of life. That will of the way was like a cocoon that made Yi Futian feel that the energy of life was incredibly vibrant. It was as if waves of a river were rushing through his body. Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt that this spring of life's will of the way was sufficient to support his cultivation to the realm of Renhuang. Of course, the premise was that he could break through other areas. Now, if he could refine these powers some more, when the moment the deed of thorough comprehension erupted, this vibrant will of the way surging inside his body would not beneath the nirvana plane. By the way, do any of you have some fruit of the way? I have a friend who also cultivates in the will of life, and would like to borrow a couple of fruits of the way. Yi Futian saw that Lu Qingyao and the others from the divine palace had not left. After sensing the majestic will of the way inside his body, he thought of Xia Qingyuan. If he didn't save anything for Xia Qingyuan, it would seem unreasonable. Wan Shuyi and Luoyue stared at Yi Futian, stunned. This guy had devoured an entire spring of life. Now, he wanted to continue robbing the disciples of the divine palace. And that Lu Qingyao had extraordinary strength. They had felt her prowess when she released the will of the way. Judging from her status, she was very likely a direct disciple of the divine palace. After Yi Futian swallowed the spring of life, he wanted to rob the fruit of the way for his friends. It was simply too imposing. Even Luoyue found it slightly unbearable. Did he really have no manners around the ladies? If she only knew that Yi Futian was going to rob the beauty of the divine palace in front of her for another woman, what would she think? Lu Qingyao's face turned white and then green. The coldness on her body swept around the world. The frost above the sky roared and roiled. As the direct disciple of the divine palace, although her beauty could not be said to be unparalleled in this world, it was still remarkable. She had always been a proud daughter of heaven. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Feeling the chill, Yi Futian whispered under his breath, "If we fight for real, I'm afraid the goddess will not be an adequate opponent. I really don't want to hurt you." Shameless. Each of the regular disciples from the divine palace, who were next to Lu Qingyao, had a sour look on their faces. They had never seen such a brazen, shameless person. Yi Futian didn't care how the others regarded him. A chance like this was not easy to fall upon. He would, of course, try to procure more fruits of the way. This was the fruit that could bring those at the peak of Saint Plane closer to Nirvana Plane, so the more, the better. On this trip, all he saw was everyone competing with one another, plundering goods at every chance. He was no exception. With a chill wrapped around him, Yi Futian saw Lu Qingyao and the others looking at him coldly. His eyes shot out a terrible aura of the sword, and he stepped forward. The invisible sword will flowed between heaven and earth, ready to annihilate, which made the surging will of the way from his body even more majestic. As the disciples of the divine palace felt the sword will that flowed between heaven and earth, their expressions became even more awkward. They realized that Yi Futian would deal with them unkindly. But if they were to hand over the fruits of the way to Yi Futian just like that, where would their dignity be as the disciples of the divine palace? "Move," a low voice said, and the tyrannical will of the way erupted again. It seemed that they still wanted to give it another shot. Buzz. At the moment they started, Yi Futian's body turned into a residual shadow, fast to the limit. Before someone could even finish their thought, he had appeared in front of them and unleashed an attack with a single finger. That disciple of the divine palace tried to counterattack, but she was in no shape to bear Yi Futian's sword attack. A bloody trail bloomed in the air as her pupils contracted, but she found that there was only a residual image in front of her, and Yi Futian was no longer there. One after another, the shadows sailed across the void. Soon, Yi Futian returned to where he was before. When his figure finally solidified, that sword will suddenly erupted as all the forces from the attack were destroyed. What was more terrifying was that a terrible storm of sword chi had started inside the space, slashed through by countless sword lights. Poof! One after another, muffled groans were heard. Under his sword, everyone was resisting his sword will. Lu Qingyao stood among the crowd, staring at Futian. She clearly felt that someone was being injured. None of the disciples of the divine palace could bear one of his sword attacks. If the goddess would like to continue, the next strike will be stronger, Futian said. Lu Qingyao's face was gloomy. She stretched out her white palm, and on it, there was a fruit of the way, rich with life. Just one. Futian looked at Lu Qingyao and asked, "This divine tree gave birth to a divine spring. There should have been more than just one fruit." Lu Qingyao's face was somber as Futian smiled and said, "If I were to search you, it wouldn't be good for you." As she waved her palm, 2 more fruits of the way appeared in her hand. She tossed them toward Futian. Futian caught them without much formality and put all 3 fruits of the way of life away. Those were for Xia Qingyuan. After Lu Qingyao passed him the fruits, she ignored Futian and turned around to walk away. One could imagine her feelings at that moment. Everyone else glanced at Futian coldly and then left with Lu Qingyao. Futian didn't pursue them again. 3 fruits of the way was about the right amount. It was quite the harvest. Wan Shuyi and Luoyue seemed a bit numb. Was this the same humble and low-profiled Shunjing they knew at Taishan Mountain? This was too much of a difference. It was as if they were 2 different people. Futian, who stepped into this land of trial, had completely transformed into a predator. Little Phoenix approached at Futian and looked at him with pleading eyes. "What are you looking at?" Futian said, looking at her. "Everyone needs the will of the way of life," Little Phoenix said feebly. He had taken 3 fruits, and he had no plan to give one to the cute little phoenix. Futian ignored her and turned to walk forward. He replied in a low voice, "There's not enough." "The friend that you are going to give them to, is it a man or a woman?" Little Phoenix asked, running after him. "A woman," Futian replied. "I knew it." Little Phoenix looked at Futian and whispered, "I am also your friend. How come you are not giving me some?" Was she not pretty enough? Or not cute enough? "You!" Futian glanced back and saw that Little Phoenix gave him a gentle smile, and there was even some charm to it. She blushed a little bit. Futian looked rather baffled and said, "Sorry, we are not friends like that." He turned around, moving forward in great strides. "You jerk!" Little Phoenix cursed loudly. She could forget about getting that precious fruit of the way. He was so heartless, denying her even one fruit. They continued forward and plundered more along the way. On their way to that immortal Fey palace, they had stolen even more fruits of the way, and Futian had reaped a lot and had eaten even more fruits of the way. He was feeling a little bit too full from every other direction. The direction of other cultivators was consistent with his. They were all going toward that immortal Fey palace. Moreover, as he approached, more and more cultivators were also coming. Many of them were geniuses of the top forces, and some were disciples of the divine palace. As Futian and his group walked all the way up the mountain, the divine Fey palace became even clearer. The sky above them and the ancient mountain were filled with the holy power of the divine might of the great path, and it was getting stronger. From all directions of the mountain, people were walking up one after another, and they could all feel a sacred breath. It seemed that there was something holy residing above them. What is that? When Futian saw that in front of the immortal Fey palace at the top, there seemed to be an immense divine tree planted there. What was even more amazing was that this tree had infinite colors, and the color of each giant tree branch was different. They stretched out in different directions and were extremely beautiful. "This tree is so huge," Little Phoenix looked up and murmured. "It has all kinds of fruits of the way." "All kinds," Wan Shuyi whispered. There were different fruits on the radiant branches of the divine tree. It was as if this tree alone produced many different fruits with different wills of the way. The whole tree was dazzling and contained boundless and powerful will of the way. Next to the ancient tree, many were standing there. In front of each fruit, there seemed to be at least one or many cultivators guarding it. It was as if they had already laid claim to those fruits of the way. The products have the essence of the sun, the moon, and the sky. Yi Futian looked up. Many had already arrived here, and there seemed to be a dividing line there. Above the mountain, it was forbidden. Someone tried to ascend by force, but a divine golden light on the mountain was descending from the sky. It was a long spear of gold that directly pierced the void and nailed the cultivators who tried to trespass. Gai Shir. Yi Futian looked at that figure and saw that he was clad in a golden robe, stately and imposing, guarding a golden fruit that was bigger than any of the ones Yi Futian had seen before. It was releasing a golden glow that covered Gai Shir. Gai Shir seemed to be comprehending something in tranquility. He was not eating the fruit, but was comprehending in front of it. It was not just him, but also other prominent characters were present as well. I never expected the divine tree of comprehension in the legend would actually be true. Wan Shuyi was startled. One could comprehend before the divine tree. It was rumored that in the sea of the path to prove the truth, enlightenment could be obtained before the divine tree, and one could become a Runhuang. Moreover, it was said that the fruits produced from the divine tree of comprehension each contained enough will of the way for someone at the peak of the nirvana plane to cast a divine wheel of the great path. Its will of the way was immeasurable. In another direction, a group came forth. It turned out to be Junmu and the others. Apparently, they had also seen Yi Futian and Wan Shuyi. Junmu's eyes revealed some disbelief. They had also arrived. But going further up was perhaps an impossibility. The people above would not allow anyone to snatch away their opportunity of the great path. Those were the most prominent figures on this trip, including many who were the direct disciples of the Divine Palace. Wan Shuyi Luoyue, how has your trip with him been? Junmu asked Yi Futian and his party. On this trip, they had profited some along the way. Luoyue looked at Yi Futian and said nothing. If only Junmu knew that Yi Futian was the swordsman who made that strike on Taishan Mountain, she wondered how he would feel. If you want, we still have a chance to join hands to try it together, Junmu continued. Even he was not certain that he could force his way to the top and see the divine tree of comprehension for himself. Naturally, he, too, wanted to sit under the divine tree and meditate. But those under the tree would not allow anyone to disturb their own meditation, nor compete with them. Therefore, anyone who crossed the boundary would endure their attacks. Infighting already? A cold voice asked. It was from a group of cultivators walking up the mountain. They were from the divine capital of Xiling. With the clashes that were taking place now, all who were victorious would start moving toward this place. Those who came for the trial would eventually appear here. After all, as soon as they arrived, they could see the palace resting at the peak. Yi Futian cast a glance at Luo Yuming. The prince of the divine capital of Xiling seemed to have remembered them. However, although death and injury were inevitable in this place of trial, it was still a troublesome thing to kill a prince of the divine capital of Xiling in front of everyone. There were so many people here that it would be impossible to do such a thing without having outsiders find out. To attract the attention of a peak character such as Old Demon Luo was definitely not ideal. Luo Yuming seemed to perceive something, and his eyes moved toward Yi Futian. He saw that this musician of Taishan Mountain regarded him with an incredibly indifference and contempt. It was as if, in his eyes, Luo Yuming was someone not worth noting. His attitude was condescending. A chilling intention of murder flashed across his eyes, extremely frigid. All the descendants of Old Demon Luo had inherited Old Demon Luo's temper. However, although many had come one after another from below, everyone in front of the divine tree of comprehension was still calmly meditating and cultivating, as if immersed in their own perception of the great path. But everyone knew that as soon as someone crossed the boundary, that person would feel the force of attack from above. A while ago, there were already a few cultivators who had perished under these kinds of attacks. "Let's go up," a voice commanded. Not far from Yi Futian and his group, Junmu took few people with him, preparing to rush through. Li Jin and Chen Yu of Guqin Valley followed him, after all, ready to join forces. There was also Ma Yi with a few others. If they joined hands together with Junmu, naturally, their chance of success would be greater. Of course, Yi Futian and Wan Shuyi had already demonstrated much greater strength than Junmu. However, since Yi Futian had already made it clear that he would not necessarily give them the fruit, that only left Junmu as a partner. When Luo Yuming and the other cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling saw that Junmu and his group were about to move upwards, they also immediately stepped up and said, Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Xiling wants a space. Anyone who occupied a space above was not an ordinary, simple person. He introduced himself by name because, with his status and strength, there had to be a space for him. There were also several others who took the initiative to step up and were prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to rush through together so that there was a greater chance of succeeding. Instantly, an extremely arrogant might of the way erupted, and everyone stepped up, walking on the mountain path on their way to the divine tree of comprehension. Above them, everyone watched. Everyone who was there was an extraordinary character. Among them were Gai Shishir of the Golden Divine Nation, Li Sun of the Divine Swordly family, Chang Fenglai of the Changfeng family, and Qin Zong of the Sky-Burying God clan. There were also several direct disciples from the Divine Palace, each of whom was an extraordinary figure with an exemplary breath. Those who were able to stand there had already experienced a great battle, so if anyone else wished to go up, then they must be even more outstanding than the people who were already there. Otherwise, there would be no place yielded for them there. In front of the divine tree of comprehension, many eyes were now on the place below. All the figures were indistinct as divine will shrouded the void, and the will of the way flowed between heaven and earth. Futian could clearly feel a domineering might brewing and could explode at any time. These people seemed to have reached a certain tacit agreement, Futian marveled secretly. As his voice fell, he saw several people moved at the same time. In the sky above Li Sun, countless swords manifested, and a sword river appeared directly between heaven and earth, slaughtering toward the sky below. In an instant, everyone was attacked by the sword river. Bang! Luo Yuming was extremely forceful. He lifted the great demonic palm print and blasted toward the sky above, smashed the swords directly, and continued upward. Other cultivators all launched counterattacks to shatter the power of swordsmanship that came for them. However, this only seemed to be the beginning. After Li Sun's sword, Qin Zong of the Sky-Burying God clan turned radiant all over, the starry lights flowing. He took a single step, and ranges of mountains descended from the sky, bombarding the crowds below. For a time, destructive turbulence of methods raged wildly. But this did not stop. Afterward, Chang Fenglai attacked, and Gai Shishir pointed downward to unleash the golden spear from the sky. The sound of violent collisions was heard, and under the continuous attacks of several top characters, many were unable to bear the attacks and retreated from the shock. There is no place for you here, a forceful and overbearing voice said, and another figure in front of the divine tree of comprehension made a move. That person emanated a terrible breath. There seemed to be a ghostly figure behind him. This apparition merged into the great path of heaven and earth when the other person's palms made a squeezing motion in the air. Suddenly, everyone who was battling below felt that their spirit was being held captive. An extremely strong sense of crisis was born, and their countenance changed. What was this ability that could directly ignore external defenses and attack the spirits instead? The apparition squeezed in the air again. Pooh! Some people vomited blood, their faces pale as sand, and fell to the ground. Others spat out blood, their faces pale, and felt their circulations impeded. That's his disciple. Many people instantly remembered a great man in the divine palace, who did not have many disciples. His ability in cultivation was very rare and required a very special talent. The person who attacked looked very young. They were fair-skinned like a woman. His demeanor was very delicate, and he had a head of dark hair freely hanging. But his dark eyes added a sense of gentleness. It was a direct disciple of the Divine Palace, by Xiao. He was also brilliant among the direct disciples of the Divine Palace, but in the battles within the Divine Palace, he lost to another more powerful person, so he did not get a place and needed to come here to fight for it. But his strength was definitely horrific, especially his cultivation ability. It is the direct disciple of Lord Underworld. Lord Underworld is an expert in methods that directly attack the spirit. It was very fearsome and could kill invisibly. Judging from this person's appearance, it should be Bai Xiao, the youngest of all Lord Underworld's disciples. Although he did not get a placement this time, in time, he will be even more terrible. This trip will strengthen his realm, Luoyue explained. Her father, the city lord of Taishan City, was a disciple under Lord Taishan. He was a prominent figure in his own right, so Luoyue knew quite a lot about the outside world. Yi Futian nodded. There was a strange ability floating in the void, like an apparition that had integrated into the great path of heaven and earth. This may be the life spirit ability, a special talent. He also cultivated a similar ability, celestial soul attraction, which was a mystical way inherited from the celestial gate of vast heaven, but even celestial soul attraction was slightly different from this. As the top principality of the higher heavens realm, the divine palace taught throughout the world, and it was completely expected that there would be all kinds of abilities within the divine palace. After a series of continuous attacks, all the cultivators were now suppressed, and the majority of them were injured. Even Luo Yuming and other cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling were the same, just like Jun Mu and his party. Several of them had been hit hard, and their faces were pale. For example, Li Jin and Chen Yu, who were experts at melody, suffered a great injury to their spiritual powers under Bai Xiu's attack, which directly aimed at the spirit, along with all the other attacks launched at the same time. They were instantly crippled. Junmu also suffered a slight injury. He was knocked down by the attack. His expression was unpleasant. Were these people preventing the others from going up? It seems that the benefits have been distributed, and those who arrive later will have a hard time partaking any further, Wan Shuyi said as he watched the scene play out before him. The meaning of their alliance was easy to understand. The previous battle had determined the power structure up there. Next, they wanted to stabilize the configuration without allowing more players to participate. Even if they were better than the people who were already in it, it was difficult to get up there. It was not as simple as they had thought. At this time, a group of people traveled upward in a flash. The person in the lead was extremely beautiful. It was Lu Qingyao, who had been robbed by Yi Futian not long ago. She looked up and said, "Brothers, may I have a place?" "Doesn't junior sister Lu just comprehend in the fountain of life?" a young man asked. He was also a disciple of the divine palace. Lu Qingyao's face changed slightly. She turned her head, looked in a certain direction, which was just where Yi Futian was. "It was taken away by someone," Lu Qingyao replied. The people above were silent and looked in one of the directions, and from what seemed to be the top of the divine tree of comprehension, someone glanced at Lu Qingyao and said, "Sister Qingyao, come up." "Thank you, senior brother." Lu Qingyao nodded and moved upward. Geisher Sure and the others revealed surprise in their eyes. They glanced at the person who spoke, but, in the end, they didn't say anything. Their silence wasn't entirely out of fear, but the speaker was definitely one of the most excellent people here. If there were a conflict with him, the consequences would be unpredictable. After all, there were still some spaces left in front of the divine tree of comprehension. That fruit of the way, then, is yours. The speaker pointed to a fruit of life. Lu Qingyao responded by nodding. "Thank you." The looks on the face of the people below were not so good. Such a precious fruit was now distributed to someone just like that. The direct disciples of the divine palace were such good sports. "What should we do?" Little Phoenix whispered to Yi Futian. "I'm waiting for someone," Yi Futian said, and he looked to the side. After a while, there was a figure traveling with a sword, coming toward this way. Upon seeing that figure, Yi Futian smiled. Yaya had arrived. After Yaya arrived, she saw Yi Futian and came to his side in a flash. "You are here." Yi Futian smiled. He took out 2 fruits. One was filled with powerful sword will, and the other contained a strong breath of life. He said, "Eat them first." Yaya looked at Yi Futian. This guy, really, she thought. But she nodded gently anyway, took them, and ate them both. Yi Futian had given them for her to eat, so there was no need to be coy. All around, whoever perceived the breath of these fruits, all looked in Yi Futian's direction. They couldn't help but show a strange look. How dare they devour the fruits of the way in front of them like this? Junmu also looked bewildered. Besides the sword-shaped fruit that he had captured from the hands of the divine Swordly family, did he also take the fruit of life? Little Phoenix looked at Yi Futian, unhappy, and gritted her teeth. This be asterisk starred. Before, he was reluctant to give her even one fruit when she asked him, But now, he had given 2 fruits to the woman who just came. This was ridiculous. And this woman was not even that beautiful. Wan Shuyi and Luoyue were speculating about the relationship between the two. Xinjing called her his sister, but she didn't seem like his sister in any way. Path companion? Not really. So, what was their relationship? Others also stared at Futian. He tossed out the 2 fruits just like that. Did he have any more on him? That gesture was generous enough. Yaya sat cross-legged, digesting the power of the fruits of the way. Within her body, a powerful sword will and life will flowed back and forth until the sword will become more magnanimous. The infinite sword will wrapped around her. It seemed to engrave the true will of swordsmanship into the meridians and skeletons of her body and transform them. Futian looked down at Yaya. Once upon a time, at the Battle of the Demon Realm, Yaya guarded him at all costs and suffered grave injury, but she also gained a lot. After returning to the Nirvana realm, it had deepened another layer of comprehension in her cultivation. Her swordsmanship had become more mature and powerful than before, and she had a greater comprehension of swordsmanship. This allowed her to perfect her own attack techniques, such as the sword matrix of the void, making it even more excellent. Now that she had just eaten 2 fruits of the way, it would allow her to advance to the next level in the Nirvana plane. How many fruits do you have? Yaya was still cultivating when a voice was heard. The person who spoke was Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Shilin. Obviously, he had some thoughts about Futian. They had not bothered with Futian and the others from Taishan Mountain before, because they were busy seizing this time to raid all the fruits of the way here. But now, almost all the fruit was gone, and all sorts of opportunities had been taken away. Perhaps only here at the Divine Tree of Comprehension could there be a possibility to meditate the Great Path. But the people above had already made their arrangements, and they were unable to force their way in. Since this was the case, they had no choice but to settle for the second option. Futian looked up at Luo Yuming. There was a bit of coldness in his eyes. He didn't want to haggle with the other, but it seemed that Luo Yuming had plans for the fruits of the way that were in his possession. Quite a lot. Futian smiled at Luo Yuming and said. Futian's answer stunned not only Luo Yuming but the people all around them. A lot. And he admitted it so blatantly? Was he looking for trouble? Wan Shuyi and Luoyue also expressed a look of surprise. This guy really was a totally different person from the Shanjing on Taishan Mountain. The others were also somewhat moved as they turned their attention to Futian. Is that so? Luo Yuming took a step forward, and the demonic will on his body was tossing and rolling. He smiled cruelly at Futian. After these people from Taishan Mountain had fought each other, they were still so arrogant, unaware of their impending death. If so, why not give them to me? Luo Yuming stepped forward and spat with a creepy and eerie tone. Sure, come and get it, Futian replied. When Luo Yuming saw that Futian was so confident, in turn, he was a little doubtful. At this level of cultivation, his intelligence should be higher, not lower, right? Then, where did Futian's boldness come from? This stopped Luo Yuming in his tracks, and he seemed to be second-guessing his own judgment. Unless he was emboldened because of Wan Shuyi and the others? He looked at Wan Shuyi and the others, and saw that Wan Shuyi was standing right behind Futian at the moment, which made him even more suspicious. Aren't you going to come and get it? Futian looked at him, and continued. Previously, Luo Yuming was not too concerned with Futian, but now that he was being so bold, he was suspicious and dared not act lightly. Of course, Luo Yuming said, and with the will of the way roaring, the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilin around him also released great and strong will. A sense of death rushed directly toward Futian and the others. Even Luo Yuming's eyes released a terrible will of death that rushed directly into Futian's eyes. However, where the dead air entered, it was drowned out by the majestic will of life and had no effect on him at all. In the old days, when the divine capital of Shilin entered Taishan Mountain, you wanted to experience the cultivation of the disciples of Taishan Mountain. At the time, I had just arrived at Taishan Mountain as a musician. Now that I have learned a few things from Taishan Mountain, I will enlighten you today. The moment he finished, a tremendous sense of will erupted fiercely from him. In an instant, the sky above him shrieked, the sword she wailed, and countless divine swords were beginning to form. Not only that, but streams of sword will went toward the void, flowing between heaven and earth. Looking up, the currents of sword will were visible to the naked eye, flowed through every space, as if omnipresent. Many looked at the battle here, and felt the magnificent will erupt from Futian. Many showed a peculiar look. Was this might that was released by someone of the unblemished realm? Even someone of the nirvana plane would not be able to surpass this by much. Furthermore, Futian's vitality was booming. His entire body was shining brightly, dazzling with divine light. At this moment, he was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. This strong? Junmu and the others were confounded. What was going on? Didn't Futian cultivate in music at the string pavilion and then went to Sword Abyss to watch the swordplay by the swordsman? Why was his swordsmanship this strong? In front of Futian, the endless flowing sword will now condensed into a real, sharp sword. At this moment, Futian closed his eyes as if he no longer needed to see with his eyes. He no longer needed to use movements to control the sword. Pest! A sharp shrieking sound was heard. It was extremely harsh and made many feel very uncomfortable. The currents of sword will flowing between heaven and earth formed a terrible sword river of true will, roaring and howling toward the cultivators of the divine capital of Shieling. In this instant, all the cultivators of Shieling felt an unparalleled power of slaughter. It was as if everyone was inside this sword river and could not escape. People all around felt the strength of this sword will, and many evaded and gave way to the battlefield to avoid being affected. Futian's body gradually levitated in the air. He sat there in midair with a sword in front of him. As his mind moved, the sword struck. Between heaven and earth, a real sword river appeared, sweeping through the void. The infinite sword will was unleashed at the same moment, cutting through the void. Those Saint Plain cultivators from the divine capital of Shieling were all of a powerful existence, which is why they were given a space to come here. But at this time, under this strike, they all felt inconsequential. The violent demonic might exploded, and darkness shrouded the world. But wherever the sword chi passed, everything turned into nothingness, and all was wiped out. The murderous sword river traversed this space, and sounds of muffled groans could be heard. Many of the cultivators of the divine capital of Shieling stiffened and stood in place, blood trailing down the corner of their mouths, and their faces were pale as sand. And that brilliant sword strike took direct aim at Luo Yuming across the space. Luo Yuming's face changed because he could already sense how strong this strike was going to be. A terrifying demonic might erupted, and behind him, a body akin to a death demon appeared, and with it, numerous death spears were launched. However, under that sword will, there was no way for the spears to gain an upper hand, as they were immediately shattered and pulverized. In this instant, he seemed to have returned to the same scenario that day on Taishin Mountain. Boom! A great palm print of the demon god smashed out, and Luo Yuming rapidly retreated leverage its momentum. But Futian was still sitting upon the void with his eyes closed, and as the sword chimed, he was clearly controlling the sword remotely. The dazzling divine sword was going forward without resistance, headed directly for Luo Yuming. Boom, boom, boom. The sword penetrated everything, and no matter where Luo Luoming retreated, the sword was still right there. Even the currents of the sword will between the heaven and the earth drowned his body, bisecting the void as if to bury him within the sword. Luo Yoming's face paled. Suddenly a terrifying might of pressure exploded from his body, and an implement now appeared in his hand, emitting the intention of a demonic emperor. Is he looking for death? When people saw this, they exclaimed secretly in their hearts. Sure enough, a destructive divine light of the great path suddenly spilled down from the sky above. It smashed down on that Renhuang implement. The same destructive divine light of the great path also attacked Luo Yuming at the same time, and he was hit instantly. His body fell weakly downward as he kept vomiting massive amounts of blood. The divine palace gave an allotted quota to the top principalities of the higher heavens realm, so that their disciples could come to prove themselves and compete for the opportunity of the great path. It was not an occasion for them to show off with divine implements. Anyone who dared to resort to a Ran-Huang-level implement would be immediately detected and dealt with, hence the scene that had just played out. It was a wretched affair. Luo Yoming's body fell heavily to the ground. The sword will was chilling, and Yi Futian's sword pointed to his forehead. It was as if with a turn of Yi Futian's mind, hundreds and thousands of swords would descend. It's you. Luo Yuming stared at the sword pointing at him. This was déjà vu, similar to what happened on Taishan Mountain before. This was the same sword as on Taishan Mountain. Actually, it was a more mature sword, except the sword on Taishan Mountain had taken the advantage of the character of the Wei. The sword was still pointing at him, and Yi Futian didn't respond. Jun Mu's face instantly became extremely disturbed, but he was not alone. It was the same for several other disciples of Taishan Mountain who followed him. It was the same sword. That extremely radiant sword on Taishan Mountain, at this time, was blooming here. How could it be him? Many people felt a little surreal. Li Jin, Chen Yu, and Ma Yi had seen Yi Futian first come to Taishan Mountain. They had watched Yi Futian practice music in Guqin Valley. However, how could he be capable of such a radiant strike by the sword? It was the second level of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things, the allotment of space. When their thoughts turned to this, they realized that Lord Taishan had known all along, and that was why he had sent Yi Futian to accompany them. How many positions do you think this sword deserves? Yi Futian's eyes opened. He didn't bother with Luo Yuming, but instead, he looked up at the divine tree of comprehension. For the divine tree of comprehension, his goal was not simply one space. In the sky above, in front of the divine tree of comprehension, all eyes were gazing down at Yi Futian. This sword strike, indeed, qualified him to meditate before the divine tree and obtain the fruit of the way. However, Yi Futian had come late. Lu Qingyao's eyes were indifferent. A ray of cold air drifted out from her, and a young man not far from her looked at her and asked, "Is this the person who robbed Junior's sister's spring of life?" Lu Qingyao nodded, and swiftly, several disciples of the divine palace stared at that figure. This time, a number of outstanding figures had converged from each of the top principalities. Gai Shi of the Golden Divine Nation was extraordinary in strength and was extremely arrogant. He was unwilling to enter the divine palace to cultivate, but his combat power was not any less than its direct disciples. Of all the direct disciples here, none had the confidence that they would overcome Gai Shi. Qinzong was of the Sky-Burying God clan. His attack power was equally as powerful, and he was unmatched. And now, this swordsman, who came from Taishan Mountain, seemed to be very strong. Moreover, he claimed to be a musician of Taishan Mountain. Yet, his one sword strike was able to thrash all the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling, including the son of old demon Luo Yuming. And what was really wild was this man dared to raid the disciple of the divine palace and filch the fountain of life and the fruits of the way on their home territory. It was truly unimaginable. Gai Shi and his cohort also looked at Yi Futian. On the day of the Battle of Taishan Mountain, Gai Shi had been present and witnessed the sword that defeated the disciples of the divine capital of Xiling, which caused great embarrassment to the cultivators of divine capital of Xiling. At the time, many thought that there had been a Ren Huang secretly aiding, but now it appeared that it was the young man before them, that inconspicuous musician Shen Jing. Furthermore, his sword method of the fleeting divine sword had far exceeded that of Wan Shuyi. Therefore, was it possible that he was the disciple hidden by Lord Taishan? Lord Taishan claimed that he would not accept any more direct disciples. He had been unwilling to accept Gai Shi as a disciple, but now it seemed to all be an excuse. It was likely that Lord Taishan had already had a disciple, but had not publicized it. So, was this the reason why Lord Taishan was unwilling to accept him? If it was a competition of swords, then Shen Jing, indeed, was more suitable than him. But the truth was that Gai Shi was overthinking the matter. While it seemed to be logical, but, in fact, except for the grand event on Taishan Mountain that day, Yi Futian had never seen Lord Taishan. So, how could he be his disciple? Lord Taishan left a space for him merely because he knew that the sword back then was from him. However, this man's swordsmanship was superb. He had incredible strength. Although he was only in the unblemished plane, his whole body was radiant, and the will of the way in him was glorious. It was as if he had ingested several fruits of the way, which boosted the body's vitality and essence. The will that was flowing out of him was no less than that of the nirvana plane. But even so, it was still difficult to force his way through by force. "There is no place for you here." In front of the divine tree, the young man next to Lu Qingyao said quietly. Suddenly, several disciples of the divine palace expressed a look of sympathy. Even though he had demonstrated tyrannical prowess, there was still no place for Yi Futian. If he said no, then, naturally, there would be none. Yi Futian looked up at the sky and the divine tree of comprehension. There was no place for him. He stepped into the void and said with a smile, "What if I insist?" "Then try, and you will know," the young man from the divine palace continued, his tone indifferent but firm, as if there was no room for doubts. Insist? Perhaps, if he had reached nirvana plane, he would have a chance at a fight, but for now, as someone of the unblemished plane, he was not qualified to ask this question. Yi Futian glanced at the sky above, then walked toward Luo Yuming. He looked at the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling. He said, "Hand over the fruits of the way that you have." Luo Yuming regarded him with an extremely somber countenance. A sword was circling Yi Futian. The sound of the sword chiming hurt their ears as the sword moved forward. It was now circling Luo Yuming, who was heavily injured. "If I had to do it myself, it would cost you much more than just some fruits of the way," Yi Futian said again. "If they wanted his fruits, then they would have to pay the price. It would not be so cheap." Luo Yuming was not weak, and with the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling, they should have robbed him of the fruits right away. Furthermore, as the son of old demon Luo, no one dared to fight Luo Yuming for it, and only he should be the one controlling the fruits. "You sure you want them?" Luo Yuming stared at Yi Futian. There were hints of demonic will in his pupils. Pust. The sword came down, and a terrible storm of sword chi went directly toward Luo Yuming. His face was extremely gloomy as he stretched out his palm, and 3 fruit of the way appeared suddenly. He tossed them toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian caught them and put them away. He smiled and looked at Luo Yuming, saying, "Judging from your strength, there ought to be more than 3. The divine capital of Xiling had 10 spaces, and with an average of 1 fruit of the way per person, they would need to raid no less than 10 fruits of the way to share them evenly. Even if not everyone received a fruit, 3 fruits of the way was simply too few. Based on Luo Yuming's character, he would definitely kill and plunder. From their entry into Taishan Mountain, intending to forcibly interrupt Lord Taishuan's breakthrough, their overbearing stance was more than obvious. Therefore, they could not possibly have so few fruits in their possession. "It seems that I have to check myself." Yi Futian walked forward. Luo Yuming's face was gloomy. He said, "Shunjing, I will remember your name." As he finished speaking, he waved his palm. One after the other, fruits of the way flew toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian stretched his hand and took them with a flick of his sleeve. He was able to take them in one swooping motion. There were 5 of them in total. As he expected, Luo Yuming had taken 8 fruits. He first handed over 3, wanting to hide the other 5. Then, "You better remember it well." Yi Futian turned around with a smile, without pursuing the matter further. With 8, he was already somewhat satisfied. In addition to the other fruits he had plundered before and the divine tree of comprehension above, the harvest this time was bountiful. He means business. The people all around couldn't help but twitch a bit. In this land of trial, many didn't even get so much as 1 fruit, and others had been robbed of theirs. Yi Futian took care of the divine capital of Xiling and took 8 fruits of the way. Coupled with what he already had, it was no wonder that he could afford to be so generous. He had given 2 fruits of the way to the woman in front of him. Junmu's face was becoming even more disturbed. The more outstanding Yi Futian was, the more it accentuated his pettiness from before. He could see that the eyes of the people around him had changed already. They were thinking that Xinjing had gotten so many fruits that perhaps even Wan Shuyi and Luiyue would all be able to partake. And they had, up until now, only procured 2 fruits by Junmu, which was simply not enough for everyone. These 2 fruits of the way probably wouldn't even be enough for Junmu himself. It was likely that he would never hand them over, but had saved them for himself. After he finished this, Futian looked up and stepped forward, facing Wan Shuyi. He said, "If I gift you a song, would you dare fight me?" Wan Shuyi was stupefied. Was Futian asking him to fight? Glancing at the figures above, there was Li Sun of the divine Swordly family, who had defeated him before, as well as Qin Zong of the Sky-Burying God clan. There was also Gai Shir of the Golden Divine Kingdom and several direct disciples of the Divine Palace. Every one of them was of a genius-level existence, and they was not people he could contend with by himself. He knew this very well. But Futian wanted him to fight. Clearly, Futian wanted to enhance his swordsmanship with his music. Seeing Futian's eyes, Wan Shuyi's enthusiasm was piqued once again, as it had been when he first entered the Sea of the Path. He replied, "What is there to be afraid of?" He stretched out his hand. The sword will moved about on his body, and the spirit of the sword appeared instantly. The palm of his hand went over the spirit of the sword, and drops of blood dripped down. A breath of terror flowed over the spirit of the sword, and the breath upon his body was madly rushing toward the spirit of the sword. Above the firmament, the sword will rolled in waves, and there seemed to be infinite sword chi being born. "Sword, come!" Wan Shu shouted, and in an instant, infinite sword will poured into his body. It poured into the spirit of the sword, forged a dazzling divine sword. His body was bright all over, sharper than ever. The man and sword were now one. Behind Wan Shuyi, Futian sat cross-legged, playing the guqin with both hands. When the music sounded, many felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies tensed up, and their hearts beat faster. Above the sky, wind and clouds were moving. Infinite melody integrated into Wan Shuyi's mind, and the music and the sword became one. At this moment, Wan Shuyi had a feeling that though he knew that he would lose, he was unafraid. Though the great path was imperfect, he would still break the shackles and compete with heaven and earth. At this moment, he wanted to howl into the sky. The sound of guqin complemented his mood at the moment perfectly, and it also completed the sword. "Thanks." Wan Shuyi raised his head to look into the void and took a step forward. This expression of gratitude was naturally for Futian. No matter victory or defeat, it was enough that he had this song to enhance this sword. "This is impossible." Junmu couldn't help but make a sound. His face changed rapidly, and he even appeared a little pale. His eyes fixed on Futian. This was absolutely impossible. The hearts of Li Jin and Chen Yu were also beating violently. They felt a little unreal when they regarded Futian. They had cultivated in Taishan Mountain for many years and spent many years in String Valley, but they had never seen anyone from Taishan Mountain perform this song. Never, and Futian. How could he possibly know it? This song actually matched the music played by Lord Taishan that day. Although it was far from the artistic conception conveyed by Lord Taishan, it possessed quite some sophistication. This was the lost sound of the Great Path, the song of the lost divine. Was Shun Jing a direct disciple of Lord Taishan? Li Jin couldn't help but ask herself if this was also the reason for Junmu's unrequited love affair. Futian's knowledge of the song of the lost divine could only have one explanation. On Taishan Mountain, only the String Emperor had cultivated the song of the lost divine and would not easily pass it on to ordinary disciples. Unless but Lord Taishan made it clear that he would not accept disciples anymore. Once upon a time, her master, the Taishan Hierophant, had wanted to send her to Lord Taishan as an apprentice, but this had ultimately been refused by Lord Taishan. Not only the disciples of Taishan Mountain were full of suspicion, but everyone else thought so too, such as Gai Shir. Today, at this place of trial, someone actually performed the lost sound of the Great Path. A song of swordsmanship. Wan Shuyi's sword broke through the air. At this time, he had completely entered a state of ecstasy and total selflessness. When the way had been revealed, death was no longer fearsome. At this moment, he had the illusion that the way was upon him. Li Sun of the divine Swordly family emitted a dazzling sword light from his pupils. He took a step out, and countless divine swords fell down, slamming at Wan Shuyi. Wan Shuyi waved his sword, and the sword countered the Great Path. Li Sun's swords were torn and smashed instantly. A glimmer of the sky opened up, straight through the firmament. Li Sun's expression changed rapidly. The spirit of the sword condensed and manifested. An infinite sword will descended from the sky. The divine sword of doomsday was born and fell straight down. Open! Li Sun shouted, and with it, the sword descended. At the same time, Wan Shuyi's sword approached, and the two swords collided. In an instant, a violent storm of swordsmanship raged and swept wildly in all directions. Li Sun's sword was the sword of doomsday, meant to destroy all existence. Wan Shuyi's sword was the sword of reversal. The song of the lost sound of the great path signified the imperfection of the great path, and the only remedy was the sword. The sound of Guqin could still be heard in the void, as countless notes merged into the sword, forming a reverse current of swordsmanship, which caused the sword river to reverse its course and flood toward Li Sun. Buzz! Everyone saw Li Sun's sword retreating, knocked back into the void while Wan Shuyi was surrounded by infinite sword will. He took a step and reached for the sword and pointed it toward the sky. Instantly, a devastating storm of sword chi circled upward, intending to shatter the sky. Li Sun's expression was terrible. He had been defeated once before already. Futian and Wan Shuyi teamed up and defeated him. Now, this piece of music was even more powerful than the one performed previously, and Wan Shuyi's sword was, likewise, stronger. But at this moment, someone else made a move. Qin Zhang's palm pressed downward, and a force that could suppress the heavens came down. With it, stone tablets appeared between heaven and earth, and each tablet contained inscriptions composed of signs and symbols, camouflaging the will of the great path. Qin Zhang squeezed his palm, and suddenly, the many stone tablets revolved around Wan Shuyi's body. At the same time, the infinite will of the great path that was hidden within the inscription of the tablets shot toward Wan Shuyi, like golden flashes of lightning. Boom, boom. Under the endless will of the inscriptions, Wan Shuyi seemed to be trapped in it. Many stone tablets loomed over him, seemed to try to bury him. The sky-burying god clan claimed to be able to bury the great path of all heavens, arrogant beyond compare. Qinzong, as the genius existence of the sky-burying god clan, was super powerful. He was nearly at the peak, not far from Runhuang. One could only imagine his prowess. The great path was buried in it. Countless golden lightning shot toward Wan Shuyi, wrapping around his sword and destroying his will. But the melody of the music was still the same. As the music became more and more urgent, Wan Shuyi swiped his palm across the sword in front of him, and there was blood on the sword, releasing a brilliant bloody light. At this moment, Wan Shuyi closed his eyes. He wanted to forget about his sword, and immersed himself in the swordsmanship within the music, for that was the true great path. A momentous force came slaughtering toward him. Wan Shuyi unleashed the sword strike, and the sword opened up the sky. In an instant, the sword light diffused, and silence filled the surrounding space. Everything seemed to be standing still. In the next moment, the crowd saw the stone tablets shattering bit by bit, disintegrating, and turning into dust in the void. Senior brother Wan. Below, Luoyue was shocked to witness this scene. Her heart beat wildly, and her eyes were fixed on the sword above the sky, what seemed to be a strike that was quite unremarkable. Fleeting, Luoyue murmured under her breath. This was the fleeting divine sword. As time passed, all things withered away. Even if it was just a hint of fleeting, it was still so mighty, so powerful that it simply smashed Qin Zhang's overbearing attack, leaving no room for doubt. However, senior brother Wan hadn't even truly mastered the second level of the divine sword, cleave of all things, so how could he have released fleeting? Was it because of the music? The lost sound of the great path, the song of the lost divine. The song had allowed Wan Shuyi to experience the way. It was a true experience at that. Since he had already experienced the feel of it, then he would most certainly get to that place someday in the future. Could the song of the lost divine really be this magical? She had heard her father saying that Lord Taixian had comprehended the way for music and realized many abilities, including the ultimate swordsmanship, the fleeting divine sword, and many other methods. All were from his own cultivation and integrated with his comprehension of the lost sound of the great path, which finally formed his own method. The stone tablets were shattered, and Wan Shuyi continued upward. Another sword strike was unleashed, and even that divine tree of comprehension let out some noises. The other cultivators changed their expressions when they saw what he was doing. More golden divine lightning came down from above. It was absolutely domineering. A figure seemed to directly stop the great path of insight. Instead, he stepped out and came to the sky above Wan Shuyi. It was Gai Shir of the divine golden nation. One after another, golden spears penetrated the void, moving toward Wan Shuyi. The heaven and earth cried out as if on the verge of destruction. The endless golden spears came down murderously. But under the fleeting divine sword, everything was annihilated into nothingness. But there was an even more disturbing scene above the dome. An ancient golden god stood in the sky and merges one with Gai Shir, so that he seemed to have been transformed into an ancient god. He was even more dominating and incomparable. The ancient god held out his hand, and the countless golden spears above the sky gathered into one. They transformed into a substantial golden divine spear and aimed straight down below. There seemed to be endless golden lightning around the golden spear, and this blow seemed capable of destroying and shattering the world. Wan Shuyi still didn't retreat. The sword went straight for the golden spear. The fleeting divine sword collided with the long spear of celestial divinity. Countless golden lightning drowned and pulverized it, but the sword also retreated. How strong! The crowd looked at the golden spear of Gai Shir, whose attack was extremely overbearing. It caused the formation of a destructive vortex of a storm in the space where they were. Wake up! In the void, the disciple of Divine Palace, Bai Xiao, squeezed his palm in midair. Instantly, Wan Shuyi felt very uncomfortable. It was as if all his senses were isolated. However, Wan Shuyi still did not retreat. He dragged his sword toward the void, his eyes still closed, moving toward the sky above step by step. The sound of Guqin was so pure in his ears that, at this moment, no matter the outcome, whether it was winning or losing, he would able to accept either. Boom! Gai Shir moved again. The golden divine spear passed through heaven and earth as other cultivators also attacked in unison. But Wan Shuyi still moved forward and unleashed the last strike. The crowd saw a sword light, brilliant like fireworks. The glory of that instant was so dazzling that it moved and shocked everyone who beheld it. The moment the sword light fell, everything withered, and many methods of attack around him were pulverized into dust. Even that golden spear was breaking inch by inch. It shattered until it became nothing. One sword breaks all methods. Anyone who stared at this scene was trembling and speechless. Wan Shuyi was actually able to unleash such a sword strike. Ahem. A light cough was heard, and there was blood trailing down from the corner of Wan Shuyi's mouth. His breath was weakening rapidly. He was clearly unable to fight any longer. In fact, in his previous battle with Li Sun, he had served the sword spirit with blood, and even more so in this battle. He had exhausted the strength of his body to the extreme, thus making that final instant of glory possible. Although he could fight no longer, Wan Shuyi's eyes revealed a smile. This was swordsmanship. He finally understood. I've been enlightened, Wan Shuyi said to those in the void, then turned to leave and did not continue to fight. The others also did not pursue the fighter and did not take advantage of him. They were all top figures from all places. Though they were not friendly toward Wan Shuyi, they would not make their move at a time like this to do something beneath their honor. Wan Shuyi ought to be proud of this battle, even though he had the accompaniment of the music. Wan Shuyi returned to Yi Futian's side, bowed, and smiled. Much thanks to you. Brother Wan has advised me many times before. I'm only doing what I should, Yi Futian said. He took out a fruit of the way and handed it to Wan Shuyi. Eat. Fruit of life. Wan Shuyi looked up at Yi Futian. You really need it now, Yi Futian said. As for what Xiaqing Yuan needed, he would have to get it from above. Smiling, Wan Shuyi didn't refuse, but took the fruit directly and swallowed it. The feeling of his weakened breath rapidly recovering was indescribably buoyant. Little Phoenix was a little jealous seeing all this. What about her? She couldn't compete with the women, but not even men? This guy must be jealous of her beauty and talent, afraid that she would kick him aside if she had taken the fruit of the way. Junmu and the others lamented when they saw Wan Shuyi taking the fruit, and several others around him felt regretful. Yi Futian did not promise them anything and even made it clear that he would not share his fruits with them. But at this time, he gifted a song of swordsmanship to Wan Shuyi and gave him the fruit to eat, all of which was to aid Wan Shuyi in his transformation. After this trip, Wan Shuyi's strength would reach to a whole new level. When did you learn to? Luoyue looked at Yi Futian, halting in her question. She wanted to know about the Song of the Lost Divine. Didn't Lord Taishin played it once? Yi Futian said with a smile. That day on Taishin Mountain? But it was just the one time, Luoyue said. Because I was good at other well-known songs. I connected with the song that Lord Taishin performed. I had some foundation that I could leverage. In reality, it was far from being the lost sound of the Great Path, Yi Futian said. If it were the complete lost sound of the Great Path, with his assistance, Wan Shuyi's sword would have had no problem dealing with those people above. Luoyue was a little speechless upon hearing Yi Futian's response. Could it be that she was wrong? Yi Futian was not a disciple who was secretly accepted by Lord Taishin, but talent such as this was, frankly, a little too frightening. Yi Futian glanced at Luoyue, then stepped forward. Inside his body, the ancient tree of the world was swaying. Many wills of the way had now turned to swordsmanship. In one turn of the mind, great changes had taken place within the Great Path, and only the sword remained eternal. He walked under the divine tree of comprehension, looked up at the sky, and said, "Since none of you will relinquish your space, I guess I have to take it myself." As his words fell, he walked forward toward the mountain. Delusional. The look of the cultivators from Divine Palace was one of great indifference. This man was extremely proud. Even the disciples of the Divine Palace were never being taken seriously by him. He had even robbed Lu Qingyao, a direct disciple. The speaker was Bai Xiao. As he looked down at Yi Futian, his eyes seemed to be apparitional, like an invisible wolf flowing between the sky and the earth. When those eyes gazed upon him, Yi Futian felt his life spirit seemed to have been locked onto. Bai Xiao, a disciple of the Divine Palace, was an expert of the attack on spiritual soul, and his master was Lord Underworld. Likewise, Yi Futian also glanced at the void. His pupils became extremely terrifying, even emitting a demonic breath. Those pupils seemed to penetrate all the nothingness. They directly penetrated into Bai Xiao's eyes, causing the slight change in Bai Xiao's expression. "Whoever makes a move, that's the position I want," Yi Futian said, continuing upward, toward no one in particular, but everyone above. Each major cultivator had already occupied a position in front of the divine tree of comprehension and had no intention to make room for anyone else. Whoever attempted to go up would be crushed by all the cultivators there. Everyone also saw what happened just now, and that everyone above had attacked together. Now, Yi Futian claimed that whoever made a move, that would be the space he wanted. This was no longer aimed at any one of them, but to anyone who dared to make a move. That could be everyone who was currently up there. What a pompous attitude. In front of the divine tree, everyone looked indifferent as their eyes pierced Yi Futian. Whether it was the top characters or disciples of the Divine Palace, they had never seen anyone so arrogant. Even in the Divine Palace, there was no disciple who dared act so presumptuously. But Yi Futian stepped up and was indeed by himself, walking toward the top. The wind howled desolately, and the will of the way flowed, all blowing on him, causing his white robe to flutter rapidly. Watching his back as he walked away from the crowd, everyone could feel a sense of haughty loneliness. One man alone, walking toward the divine tree. Bai Xiao's eyes were terrifying. A mysterious airflow was surging, enveloping the world. At this moment, even the people watching the battle from below felt the pressure of the spiritual soul. In the sky above, a ghostly face appeared faintly until it blended in with the sky and became one. A pair of terrifying eyes looked down, and many people felt that their spiritual souls were trembling. Lord Underworld did not have many direct disciples, but every one of them was very dangerous in their own right. This kind of attack on the spiritual soul was extremely perilous, as it could directly target the spiritual power of cultivators. It was truly threatening. Clearly, Xiu also felt that Yi Futian was an expert of spiritual power because his countenance was particularly grave. Those ghostly eyes locked onto the other's spiritual soul, rushing into Yi Futian's eyes. But it was ultimately useless. Yi Futian's eyes were equally terrible, and the sword will everywhere on his body could directly destroy the power he released. Stretching out his palm and swiping downward, suddenly, a great handprint appeared in the void. It was directly aimed at Yi Futian's spiritual soul. Hand of the Underworld. Many ordinary disciples from the Divine Palace trembled as they saw this scene in front of them. Xiu's strength was so great that even some whose cultivation was stronger than his lost because they could not resist the power of attack on their spiritual souls. It was still unknown if Yi Futian could contend with Lord Underworld's disciple Xiu. The others made no move and were just watching Xiu. They wanted to see just how far this arrogant swordsman from Taishin Mountain, who wanted to fight everyone, could go. Yi Futian's perception was so powerful that he naturally perceived an immense great hand of the underworld grabbing toward him silently. It was not directed at the flesh, but at the spiritual soul. This attack was similar to celestial soul attraction. But after Yi Futian had cultivated the celestial soul attraction, he further combined the celestial soul attraction with his method. He was confident that it would be way stronger than the other's power from the underworld. Bang! Yi Futian continued to march upward, and the momentous power from his body rolled out. The veins inside his body seemed to be transformed into veins of swords. In the world of the spiritual soul, the ancient tree of life took on the shape of sword. Sword's spirit chimed in his life palace, clamoring to rush out. Above Yi Futian's body, there were countless currents of swordsmanship flowing, following his footsteps. They went up against the trend. The whistling sword gave a sense of suffocation between heaven and earth. A pressure of might descended invisibly. The great hand of the underworld slammed down, but it was penetrated by the countless airflow of swordsmanship. In an instant, the great hand of the underworld continued to collapse and shatter, turning into nothingness under the sword will. Buzz! Yi Futian took a step. His pupil was as sharp as a sword. It aimed at Xiu's eyes. He said, "Since you made a move, give up your position." As his voice fell, he pointed his finger up. A sword opened a glimmer of the sky, penetrating the void. It moved toward Xiu, full of murderous intent. This sword could extinguish the soul. Xiu's expression changed. He was extremely good at the spiritual soul attack, so he was slightly lacking in other areas. However, the spiritual soul attack did not seem to be able to suppress Yi Futian, and the opponent's counterattack power, like him, contained the spirit attack power. Poof! The sword penetrated the void, and Xiu's body seemed to have been pierced through, but there was no blood. The figure gradually disappeared into a shadow. Xiu appeared next to it. Both seemed a bit surreal. The eye of the underworld. Xiu's eyes suddenly turned a dark blood red, and in a flash, the sky changed color. It was as if a god of the underworld appeared. Yi Futian seemed to have fallen into it completely and had entered another space. All he could see was a pair of bloody eyes, the eyes of the underworld. Refine. Xiu's eyes ignited a fire of the underworld, and in a moment, the fire of the way was burning. The space Yi Futian was in was wrapped up in the fire of the underworld. It was an attempt to melt his spiritual soul. The heart of the people below trembled, for Yi Futian was in trouble. Although Xiu was young in age, no one expected that he had already cultivated his master's art to such a fearsome state. The eye of underworld and the fire of the underworld. Being shrouded by this force, Yi Futian felt greatly uncomfortable. His eyes were cold and indifferent, his hands outstretched. Suddenly, an infinite number of swords appeared around him. His eyes closed, and the sword will grew stronger. The roaring storm of sword chi flooded the space instantly. Finally, he opened his eyes to look up at the sky. It was a pair of sword eyes directly piercing the void. His palm pointing to the void, and hundreds of thousands of swords unleashed at the same time. The great path reversed course, the constellation of stars changed position, and in a flash, the swordsmanship broke through the shrouding of the eyes of the underworld and rolled toward the sky. Furthermore, the sword in the sky above resonated with the great path, shattering everything into nothingness and aiming toward Bai Xiao in the sky above. Fleeing divine sword. Seeing this scene, Wan Shuyi and Luoyue were both shocked to their cores. Yi Futian had already mastered the essence of the third level of the fleeting divine sword. Fleeting years. The song he played just now not only enlightened him, but also allowed Yi Futian himself to comprehend the fleeting divine sword. This attack had already encompassed the heart of the fleeting years. Although it had not created the divine wheel of the great path and was thus unable to release the true might of fleeting years, even so, the destructive scene of the storm of swordsmanship annihilating the void was still awesome to behold. Many were worried about Bai Xiao. When the sword slammed toward him, Bai Xiao was wrapped inside the sword storm, and a brilliant divine light was shining and blooming there. With a wet sound, Bai Xiao groaned, and his face had gone pale. He spat up blood. His body was also knocked back, struck far away from the sky above the divine tree of comprehension. His breath was greatly weakened, and even rays of dark currents now appeared on his face. Only Bai Xiao himself could know just how powerful this sword strike was. It was not simply the fleeting divine sword, but it also contained within its sword will that was meant to destroy the spiritual soul. All the direct disciples were defeated. Everyone below who had seen the two of them dueling in the air was greatly shaken in their hearts. Shenjing was truly powerful. He was the strongest person from Taishan Mountain. It seemed that this time, Taishan Mountain was also about to produce a top, prominent figure. Lu Qingyao was not surprised to see this. She had suffered badly at Yi Futian's hands, so Bai Xiao's defeat did not surprise her. However, Yi Futian's spiritual power was so impressive that the fruit of life had probably added even more to enhance his spiritual soul. His position is mine, Yi Futian said while he continued moving upward, full of pride and confidence, showing that he was unafraid of confrontation. Allow me to experience your sword, Li Sun said. Twice, he was defeated by Wan Shuyi. Even though it was the power of the music that helped to augment its power, he had already felt frustrated and questioned his own swordsmanship, so he wanted to try again. The divine sword of Doomsday was born, and Li Sun took a step forward. He moved out of his position and unleashed an amazing sword strike from the firmament. He destroyed everything in its path. I oblige you. Yi Futian stepped up and unleashed a strike of his own. The two swords collided, and countless currents of swordsmanship rolled in the direction of the other, immense and endless. The space, likewise, made an incredibly sharp and harsh sound, which made everyone's scalps crawl. Many who were below felt suffocated. If they were between the two swords, they probably would be torn to pieces. The sword qi inside Yi Futian's body was majestic, flowing ceaselessly. Though the two appeared to be in a stalemate, Yi Fu's momentum was gaining, and Li Sun was getting weaker. As a muffled sound came out, the sword was clearly broken. Li Sun's body seemed to be penetrated by the sword will and flew backward. Two positions, Yi Futian said, continuing to move forward. He was not moving fast and even looked a little slow as he moved toward the sky above. That lonely but proud figure seemed to dare to make enemies with the geniuses of the upper heavens realm. How powerful, the people underneath exclaimed secretly. Previously, all the cultivators wanted to force their way but couldn't, and they were all kicked off. Now, only Yi Futian was walking alone up there. Junmu watched him with some jealousy. What other cultivators on Taishan Mountain would know the name of Junmu any longer? This Shunjing seemed to have become the symbol of Taishan Mountain. And even if there was no Shunjing, there was still Wan Shuyi. What would become of Junmu? Moreover, whatever occurred before had only tainted his name. Other cultivators from Taishan Mountain also felt a little dreamy. The disciples of Taishan Mountain were powerless, and now, a musician was going up there alone, contemptuous of the disciples of the Divine Palace, who were also the top geniuses of the upper heavens realm. No matter who made the move, they would now need to make way. Perhaps this could be considered as peerless. Lord Taishuan's breakthrough was known throughout the upper heavens. Only such a magnetic personality could match the reputation of Taishan Mountain today, Wan Shuyi said under his breath. The fight on that day on Taishan Mountain and the flight today both provoked many thoughts in him. The disciples of Taishan Mountain were all too weak and were unable to do justice to the name of Lord Taishan. Only a few direct disciples of the Hierophant himself could match their reputation. As for the third generation, there was literally no one who could be a proper representative. Upon the mountain of the way, before the divine tree of comprehension, all eyes were fastened on Yi Futian. After the successive defeats of Bai Xiu and Li Sun, if they allowed this man to force his way onto the mountain of the way in such a fashion, then none of them on the mountain right now would ever be able to lift their heads after this day. When Yi Futian uttered those pompous words, he was destined not to have the opportunity to go near the divine tree of comprehension. Watching that figure move up step by step, an invisible storm of the great path rose between heaven and earth, and several different breaths came descending down, oppressing Yi Futian's body. It seemed that if he continued to force his way up the mountain, then those above would all join hands to stop him. A terrible hurricane gathered around Chang Fenglai of the Changfeng family, while there was a starry river coursing over Qinzong of the sky-burying god clan. As to the absolute genius of the golden divine nation, Gai Shi, his entire body radiated golden divine light as he looked down at Futian. Whoever tried to stop him, whoever would need to vacate their position, a cultivator of unblemished realm, even if he had really inherited it from Lord Taishan, what of it? It was true that the Song of the Lost Divine and Fleeting Divine Sword were both great treasures of Taishan Mountain, but they, too, were in control of the powerful methods of their own influential families. Gai Shi, who was known as the future leader of the Golden Divine Nation, as well as the most genius existence of his generation of talents, was standing here. So how could he allow Yi Futian to make these wild claims and make his way up this mountain? At this time, Gai Shi had no other doubts and firmly believed that Yi Futian was a secret disciple of Lord Taishan, that this was the first time he tried to prove himself to the outside world. Even before he came along, Lord Taishan had already made a choice. Moreover, the person chosen by Lord Taishan did not disappoint. This Shun Jing was indeed extraordinary, whether it was his talent in swordsmanship or music. Furthermore, Shun Jing was incredibly patient in keeping all this to himself. Everyone on Taishan Mountain thought that was just a mere musician, not even the disciples knew. Judging from that, he was quite a frightening character. It was just that now, as things stood where they were, there was no choice but to continue one way or the other. Boom! The glory of stars shone brightly, and the stone tablets of the great path stones condensed and manifested, appearing all around Yi Futian. The bright divine light that was released from those tablets shrouded Yi Futian. An audible rustling sharp sound started, and Yi Futian continued upward, ignoring the oppressive force of the great path. But that the stone tablet of the great path circulated around Yi Futian's body. As the other closed his palm, in an instant, an infinite number of stone tablets enveloped Yi Futian's body and sealed off heaven and earth. Dark clouds shrouded the sky and became invisible to the eyes. A sharp sound was heard as Yi Futian raised his finger, pointing to the sky. Immediately a devastating storm was raised, annihilating those bombarding stone tablets of the great path. Qin Zhang's two hands were forming the seal, and violent booming sounds came out loudly. Stone tablets that were even greater than before now descended, coming from all directions. In an instant, this space turned into a starry world. It was as if they had been transported to another element. What was even more terrifying was that every stone tablet contained the will of the way, and the will in these stone tablets bloomed and radiated toward Yi Futian at the same time. Yi Futian seemed to be in an absolute starry world. He felt like he was being imprisoned inside. Boom! Each stone table was releasing a superbly powerful light of destruction that wanted to obliterate all existence in its path. Countless lights of destruction were simultaneously falling down, with him as the center. It was as if he was in the very center of the storm. There was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. At this time, looking from the outside and below, everyone could see that the storm of the great path surrounding Yi Futian had vaguely turned into one giant ancient character, Barry. In this whole destructive space of the great path, it was just like that giant word, Barry, indicated. Everything in that space was to be destroyed and buried. As one of the top forces in the upper heavens realm, the prowess of the sky-burying god clan was terrifying. The will from the stone tablets was constantly smashing down on him. Yi Futian's body seemed to have turned golden, radiant and dazzling without compare. But when that will of the great path rushed inside his body, Futian clearly felt that the power inside his body seemed to be buried and imprisoned. There was a power of the way that could block all other will. This was the power that sealed the great path. Futian's looked internally, and he seemed to see that there was a character that had been engraved upon his body. It was the spell of enchantment. From inside to outside, this character was everywhere, wrapping him up in it, layer by layer. It was completely buried and destroyed. The will of the great path is the same. Whoever can suppress the other depends on who's stronger, everyone said in their hearts. An extreme divine light of the great path erupted from Futian's body, as if urging all his power forth. His body screamed, the blood in his veins roiling. The force of the fruit of the way that he swallowed before now burst out violently and with great force, turning into the same power of the great path, the path of destruction. This power of the great path roared madly within the body, destroying the shackles inside. At the same time, Futian's sword spirit shone through. He held the sword in his right hand, pointing to the sky. He unleashed the fleeting divine sword. All things passed away like time. All that was around now dissipated and perished at a rapid rate. Boom, boom, boom. The stone tablets were smashed and exploded directly as the people below looked at Futian. Although there was only one sword, this sword seemed like thousands of swords striking all at once. Still can't be taken? Many people secretly said as they watched Futian continue walking up the mountain of the way. Even Qin Zong of the sky-burying god clan was useless and could not crush Futian. But at this time, there was a stunning golden divine light shining and blooming above the sky. Many were watching the battlefield of the two previously, ignoring what was above. In another direction, a golden ancient god appeared. This golden ancient god was radiant all over, like a golden statue or a golden god of war. Divine light of the great path between heaven and earth all gathered towards his body, endless and infinite, creating an incomparable body of the golden ancient god. The golden ancient god clan. Everyone recalled the myth of the golden divine nation. It was rumored that the royal family of the golden divine nation claimed to be the descendants of the ancient god clan. They were born differently from all the others and were of the most supreme bloodline of the human race. Golden divine blood flowed in their bodies, so they were born with unparalleled power. In this era, it was said that a cultivator from the golden divine nation was the divine general of Dan Huang the Great. How glorious at this time! Infinite golden divine light created a golden divine spear. This divine spear was cast by gold. Just one look, and one could feel the domineering power. Gai Shir stood above the void, looking down at Futian, who was below. Before, many people believed that Gai Shir was probably the strongest among all who were present. Although those direct disciples of the Divine Palace were also extremely outstanding, ultimately, they were not the most outstanding from the Divine Palace. Those who were of the most genius existence were qualified to obtain the fruits of the way, thus receiving better treatment. But Gai Shir was truly the unparalleled character of this generation of golden divine nation. By comparison, Luo Yuming, the son of old demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling, could hardly be compared with him. Many people agreed that Gai Shir was one of the strongest people on this trip, and perhaps may even be the strongest of them all. Now, even he would have to fight Futian. They heard that Gai Shir went to Taishan Mountain and had intended to be a disciple of Lord Taishan but was refused. And Futian, very possibly, could be a secret heir of Lord Taishan. When Futian broke Qin Zhang's attack, that was when Gai Shir made his move. That peerless divine general took the golden divine spear and lanced to the space below. In an instant, countless golden spears fell down simultaneously, tearing up the void. Everything was about to be smashed away. The golden divine spear aimed straight toward Futian without any frills. Golden divine light appeared between heaven and earth. At this time, Futian felt an extremely powerful oppressive force, watching the golden divine spear coming toward him, unstoppable. The attack was boundlessly domineering, and the technique of the attack was befitting of its name. Above Futian's body, an incomparably strong breath erupted. The will of the way rumbled and roiled, all gathering within the sword. The sword unleashed and went for the golden spear. Boom! There was a loud boom, and there seemed to be countless golden lightning directly rushing into Futian's body. The golden divine light raged within his body, wreaking havoc. Futian's body was knocked back by the force, and for the first time, he could not continue to move forward but stumbled backward instead. He looked up at the indomitable figure in the void, while also feeling its power inside his body. Entirely too strong. Is this guy sure? Everyone looked at the invincible figure in the void, as he was blocking the top along with Qin Zong. It seemed that Shen Jing would not have a chance to break through this heavy defense. Who else do you want to try and vacate? Guy Sure looked down at Futian below and asked. As the golden god of war, who could block him and ask him to give up his position? He wanted to see just how Futian would try and achieve that. Futian looked up at the sky above. Guy Sure's reputation was well-deserved. This man's attack power was very strong, but it was better this way. Just unblemished after all. Guy Sure looked down at Futian below, the divine light blooming. The sky turned to gold. Qin Zong continued to attack as countless stone tablets surrounded Futian's body, pressuring downward. The will of the way exploded and locked onto Futian's body. At the same time, Guy Sure's golden divine spear once again smashed down with unstoppable force. The two top characters in the upper heavens realm moved in unison. Was this an attempt to kill Futian? But it seemed that they would need to at least consider the reaction of Taishan Mountain. Futian's body went up against the resistance. He deliberately did not avoid it, but directly moved to confront and destroy the will within the stone tablets. His sword went straight for the divine spear. Bang! The power of the golden divine spear directly penetrated through the body. Turbulence raged inside Futian, and a golden divine light flowed through the veins in his body, tearing and smashing. At the same time, there was an incredibly abundant breath of life that was repairing the power inside of him. Futian seemed to have completely ignored his injuries as he moved again toward Guy Sure. Yaya saw Futian's movements, and a disturbed look flashed in her eyes. What was he going to do? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of a certain possibility as her face suddenly turned pale. She looked at Futian coldly. This B** was too crazy. Both of their attacks collided again. Futian's sword had the advantage, but Guy Sure's golden divine spear had no frills. It was purely dominant. The divine spear contained not only a mighty power, but also the might of the space. The descendants of the ancient gods possessed golden divine blood, which was used to form the divine spear. His attack power was known as the divine god spear. The violent storm of sword chi continued to burst and shatter, destroying all things with the divine god spear. The great path was about to be penetrated as Futian's body seemed to be tumbling and screaming inside. It was like all his nerves and veins were bursting and crushing. There was a loud bang, and his body was knocked back again. His body whirled and shuttled through the void, but he was still moving forward. You'll die. Lu Qingyao chided coldly as an ultimate chill descended over everything. Everything was frozen shut. With Futian's body as the center, all flows in this world seemed to have slowed down as a terrible ice cold might now try to invade Futian. Previously, Futian had injured her and robbed her of her fruit of the way. Clearly, she had forgiven nor forgotten either. Frost covering his body, Futian's speed seemed to slow down. Qin Zong glanced at him and made a grabbing motion in the air. Many stone tablets projected the divine radiance of the great path, shrouding Futian within it. The word bury once again appeared as the tablets moving forward, locking Futian in that will of the way and burying him. The people below felt shocked when they saw what was happening before them. Though Shen Jing's talent and strength were incredibly strong, he still seemed to have underestimated these top and excellent opponents. Guy Sure and Qin Zong both were absolutely capable of becoming direct disciples. It was said that Guy Sure was just unwilling to cultivate at the Divine Palace, which Qin Zong might very well join later. Not to mention, there were also Chang Fenglai, Lu Qingyao, and the others. He ignored all these top characters and tried to force his way to the front of the divine tree of comprehension. It never would have been an easy thing. As tough as he was, he still couldn't get up there. At this time, Endless golden divine light raged upon the sky and fell on the divine spear. The figure that was transformed into the golden ancient god took the divine spear in his hand and pointed to the sky below. When he saw Yi Futian's sword had broken Qin Zhang's destructive method, the golden light from his eyes was extremely cold. It didn't matter that Lord Taishian refused him as a disciple. He didn't need anyone's help in cultivation, but he would never admit that he was any less than anyone in the upper heavens realm. Xinjing is in danger. When many people saw this, they exclaimed in their hearts. Gai Shishir had gathered the momentum of the great path. Its might dominated the world. When this divine spear smashed down, it would be a disaster for Yi Futian. Luoyue's expression also changed. Wan Shuyi's body now permeated with sword will. He stepped into the void, intending to join the battle. Don't interfere. Next to him, Yaya glanced at Wan Shuyi and said. Looking into Yaya's eyes, Wan Shuyi was stunned momentarily. Don't interfere? This is the divine god's spear. Its attack power is superior. There are not many other methods that could match the divine god's spear, Wan Shuyi said. And Gai Shishir himself was a descendant of the ancient gods. Golden blood flowed in his body, and he had cultivated with the divine god's spear for many years, so the two were moving in great harmony. If the divine god's spear and the fleeing divine sword were of a certain level, Gai Shishir's mastery of the divine god's spear was definitely not any lesser than Yi Futian's comprehension of the fleeting divine sword. He had been immersed in it since a young age, and it perfectly complemented his method. With his natural suitability for its cultivation and his current realm of nirvana, it was not hard to imagine the extent of its prowess. Now, Yi Futian had been repeatedly hindered, with several powerful cultivators teamed up against him. Obviously, Gai Shishir's counterattack would be merciless and deadly. If no one were to lend him a helping hand, Yi Futian would most certainly be in danger. Trust him. Yaya's tone was still very cold, but there was absolute confidence in this cold indifference. Looking at those eyes, Wan Shuyi started to think that perhaps she knew that Xinjing possessed more strength. Yaya was different from Wan Shuyi. Wan Shou had only seen one side of Yi Futian, but Yaya had been with Yi Futian for many years. She knew Yi Futian too well and had already guessed what Yi Futian was about to do. Despite what might appear to be crazy antics, if he made that choice, it must be that he was sure of his judgment. In that case, she would choose to trust him, so she didn't get involved. Wan Shuyi retracted his sword will and did not proceed to make a move, his eyes focused on the sky above. On this trip, Yi Futian had been kind to him, so if Yi Futian were really in a jam, he would pledge his sword no matter the cost. Pissed. Sharp and shrilling sounds came out from the void, but in the next moment, there seemed to be immense pressure from the sky. A god was descending, divine spear in hand, cleaving open heaven and earth, and the divine spear made of gold directly moved toward Yi Futian. Countless golden divine lights flooded this void, piercing Yi Futian's eyes and body. His sword swung out, and the endless sword will was about to bloom but was destroyed immediately. A dull groan was heard as countless golden divine lights rushed into Yi Futian's body, seemingly penetrating his body. He looked up at the figure that was trying to slaughter him. Gai Shishir of the Gold Divine Nation had incarnated into the battle form of divine god with an immense and domineering spirit. His eyes radiated of golden glory that others dared not look directly at. The light pierced his dark eyes, sharp beyond compare. This spear was meant to destroy. Endless power of destruction rushed into Yi Futian's body. At this time, Yi Futian's insides were turning into a roaring sea of the way. The great path roared and raged. Veins and nerves were broken. The blood inside his body was roiling, and even all of his internal organs were tumbling and on the verge of destruction. His breath seemed to be weakening rapidly. He seemed about to be wiped out under such a violent blow. Yi Futian's eyes revealed nothing but endless tranquility. The space below was infinitely silent. Everyone was looking at the scene in the void. Would Yi Futian be incapacitated? A coldness flashed through Junmu's eyes. Even though he had been dazzling for a moment, he was too conceited. After all, if he could have kept a low profile and been patient like he was at Taishan Mountain, he might have had the chance to grow. But unfortunately, in a place of trial like this at the Divine Palace, with all those domineering characters, No mercy would be shown him in such direct confrontations. This blow was enough to destroy Futian's talent. Although the place where the two collided was still ravaged by endless will of the way, the two figures seemed to have stopped, their bodies motionless. Cracks now appeared in their swords as if they might break at any time. Futian's body was still rumbled, but a vigorous will of life now wrapped around his body, and Futian's eyes actually showed a smile. Seeing this smile, Sure frowned. How could he smile? However, the next moment, he seemed to detect something and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Futian's weakened breath was actually increasing against the odds, and there was a violent will of the great path in his body that roared. The blood in his veins tossed and turned, and a divine will now swept out as his breath rapidly climbed, becoming stronger and stronger. He soon had returned to the peak and was still increasing in strength. The people below also felt it, and countless eyes fastened on Futian. How could this be possible, and was he leveraging the situation for a breakthrough? In the realm of Saint Plain, the level of unblemished was already an indicator of perfection without fault, hence unblemished. So why was there still a nirvana above it? Nirvana was actually a transitional state. From Saint Renhuang to Interrenhuang, one must first achieve nirvana. Therefore, this realm was extremely difficult to achieve. This was a threshold that had blocked countless other cultivators. Nirvana was but a heart that was not bound. The great path formed naturally, and everything inside the body was rebuilt. The mind was, at this point, transformed, and the divine wheel of the great path had been made to make way for the Renhuang realm. This realm was the transformation of the Saint Plain. It was the preparation before stepping into Renhuang realm. Futian had devoured several fruits of the way successively. He had cultivated for several years, and his will of the way was strong enough to reach this level. His state of mind had been stable. Now he was dedicated to seek the great path, and nothing could stop him from entering the way. All he needed was an opportunity. This trip was such an opportunity, and this battle was his opportunity. So he wanted to use the power of these people to forcibly reshape himself. This was actually somewhat risky, but he had swallowed the life spring water and taken the fruit of life. Even if he failed, he could bear the consequences. Therefore, he was unafraid. At this moment, he was rebuilding the meridians of the great path. The reshaped meridians in his body seemed to leave engraved marks, and the same was on his bones. The vitality of all his internal organs was even more robust and vigorous as the breath inside his body continued to become stronger, reaching for higher limits. In the Life Palace, the ancient tree of the world was swaying. It was as if the world of the Life Palace had become broader, and the will of way stronger. The sword howled in the sky. Above the firmament, infinite sword will flowed around Futian, entering his body, invading his sword spirit. The cracks on the sword were repaired, becoming straight as a terrifying storm of sword chi surged upwards. It wrapped around the sky and took aim at the body of the divine god. Millions of sword will penetrated the godlike body, trying to tear it apart. Sure slammed into the void. The golden divine spear vibrated, and the two bodies separated. Sure reappeared above the sky, looking down at Futian below. By his power, Futian had broken into nirvana. He actually became the instrument that made Futian. 10,000 swords now returned, and the sword will seem to flow within the vast expanse. Futian looked at the few people in the void, including Sure, and smiled. Many thanks to you. At this time, the breath from his body had already crossed unblemished and entered nirvana. He was one step closer to Renhuang. You did it. Yaya looked at Futian, a rare smile revealed in her eyes. Futian had also stepped into nirvana. That young man, who once wanted her to call him brother at the Tombkeeper village, grew one step at a time and was now in the same realm as her. He would chase that legendary realm with her. He broke through the barrier of the realm in this manner? Wan Shuyi looked on speechlessly at the scene in the void. How magnificent this was, and was this still that humble musician he knew? If he had failed, what kind of painful ending would it be? At least, he would not dare, and not many others would not take such risks. It was really insane. He forcibly entered the mountain of the way while in unblemished plain, and now has passed the trial and achieved nirvana. To him, This mountain is probably not high enough, Luoyue murmured next to him. Wan Shuyi also looked at that mountain and said with a smile, indeed, this mountain is not high enough for him. Those on the mountain of the way, who else could stop him? His mountain should be higher. Yi Futian looked down below. He was extremely calm. He glanced at the divine tree of comprehension and said, it seems that all the positions are mine. Nirvana. Guy sure murmured. But even so, what of it? In his eyes, the golden divine light was still there, breathtaking. He had a brilliant talent that was ranked first in this generation of the golden divine nation. No one could overtake him. The golden divine nation had great hopes for him to surpass Renhuang and achieve even a higher and more supreme realm. Many people believed that in the future, Guy sure would inherit the golden divine nation and became its master. Of course, he would not dwell on these matters. Power, to him, was as fleeting as the clouds. What he wanted was the ultimate strength, so that, at a certain level, everything would come easily. To enter nirvana, can you withstand the spear of the gods? Guy sure surveyed the space below. At this moment, the figure akin to the divine god stepped out. He held a golden divine spear in his palm, radiating endless divine light. Feeling the war intent upon Guy sure, the other strong cultivators were also equally aggressive. Although their hearts were not quite at peace, they were not too concerned. Even if Yi Futian broke through the realm, he would be at the same level as them, so there was nothing to fear. Boom! A dull bang sounded between heaven and earth as the golden divine light pierced the sky. The divine god's spear jabbed down again straight at Yi Futian. Those who had attacked before now released the might of the way at the same time, intending to take down Yi Futian directly and end the fight. Although they were still unafraid, Yi Futian was already extremely tyrannical while in the realm of unblemished. Now that he had proved himself worthy of nirvana, he would only be getting stronger. There might be a chance to be chased out in front of the divine tree. Yi Futian glanced up at the sky above, and all swords became one. They turned into one sword and drove toward the golden divine spear that fell from the void. The two collided and made a dull sound. Countless air currents of swordsmanship flowed from that sword and rolled upward, destroying all might of the way. Around Yi Futian's body, there was a storm of swordsmanship as if using the sword method of the fleeting divine sword in defense rather than attack. For a time, the stars around his body were in the turbulence of the swordsmanship, and all the invading methods were broken, unable to approach him by even half a step. Junior sister Luoyue, watch closely. Wan Shuyi released his divine will as he stared at the sky above, wanting to perceive Yi Futian's sword clearly. The fleeting years in the divine will from Lord Taishian was too strong and distant from them. Its realm was too high. Hence, it was difficult to understand. It required the ability to comprehend to capture its essence. However, Yi Futian was in the same realm as them, but his comprehension of swordsmanship was far superior. Now that he was releasing the sword method in front of them, naturally, they were giving it their full attention. Yi Futian's swordsmanship could teach them a lot, and they should take this opportunity to learn. Luoyue's expression was grave and nodded seriously, staring at the void above like Wan Shuyi. Even back when they were in the realm of ruin at Taishan City, Yi Futian had left a deep impression on her. Today, it was even more so. The divine sword in the air collided with the golden divine spear. The sword will of the great path flowed, and his body was wrapped up by the sword screen. Yi Futian looked up at the mountain of the way and said, "If you guys don't want to come down, I have to invite you down here." As his voice fell, around his body, there was a sword breaking through the air. It escaped into the space of the void in an instant. Then, there was the second sword, the third, and many more. Countless divine swords shuttled through in the void, and everyone looked up. It was filled with the shadows of swords. Did he want to bury the sky with swords? What a strong divine will. Yaya also looked up at the scene in the void, and her heart was greatly shaken. Of course, she did not doubt Yi Futian's strength. He had been improving ever since those years at the Holy Ji Palace, constantly surpassing people who were stronger than him. Knives sharpened knives. Along with his opponents, his world became broader, stronger. He would never fall behind. The realm of nirvana was the focal point of the divine path, but it was also the foundation on which the divine wheel of the great path was based. Futian broke through to the realm of nirvana, which meant that his heart and his mind could both accommodate a wider world, such as his controlling countless divine swords in space, where each sword had its own trajectory of the great path and brewed swordsmanship within. Even for her, with her foundation firmly rooted in nirvana realm, it was still difficult to achieve. The sword of Taishian Mountain, the fleeting divine sword, pleased to meet you. As Futian's voice fell, countless divine swords descended. In this instant, everyone who was on the divine tree at the top of the mountain saw the currents of swordsmanship coming toward them, closing in for the kill. They looked up and watched the coming swords with incredibly unpleasant countenances. He was controlling the swords through the air and releasing the fleeing divine sword. The temperature around Lu Qingyao's body dropped again, and frost covered the world. It intended to stop all the forces in the surrounding space, but when the sword passed, it left a sword mark, and this was only the first sword mark. A squealing noise came out, and sword marks crisscrossed, appearing around her body. The swordsmanship penetrated her methods, and more sword marks came through the void, cutting through all methods. This was the cleave of all things. However, this sword had not stopped its attack. Gradually, the entire space was about to be annihilated and smashed, burying everything. Wherever the sword passed, everything turned to dust. Lu Qingyao's face was pale. She was furiously resisting this force, but proud as she might be, she felt a sense of powerlessness as the destructive sword Qi left a bloodstain on her, turning her white robe red. Not only was Lu Qingyao being attacked by the fleeting divine sword, but Chang Fenglai of the Changfeng family, Qin Zong of the Sky-Burying God clan, and the disciples of the divine palace were all attacked mercilessly by the swordsmanship. Before, he was forcing his way onto the mountain. This time, Futian was putting everyone under his sword at the same time. At this moment, all the strong cultivators were experiencing the swordsmanship of Taishian Mountain at the same time. The fleeting divine sword. Fleeting years. Wan Shui stared into the void. This sword had already surpassed the limit of cleave of all things and entered the level of fleeting years. As the sword was unleashed, none of the cultivators had time to care for the others. They were busy defending against his sword. Past, Lu Qingyao was the weakest of them all. Before, in the battle fighting for the life spring, she was already defeated. Now, how could she be Futian's opponent when he had stepped into the nirvana realm? Under the fleeting divine sword, she couldn't bear such an attack. As blood stained her white clothing, this direct disciple of the divine palace, like a withered flower, shook in the rain and wind under his swordsmanship. Finally, with a soft groan, she was unable to fight any longer. As swords descended and landed around her body, each and every one of these swords had the chance to kill her. How awful! Many were sympathetic in their hearts. Futian was seriously ruthless. He showed no mercy at all. This sword strike was brutal. Lu Qingyao was a direct disciple. Such a devastating loss under the divine sword was truly embarrassing for her. Of course, it was not just her. Even Chang Fenglai and Qin Zong also felt great pressure. Though Futian was controlling the sword remotely, it seemed that the attack each person suffered was released directly by him. In front of Qin Zong, countless stone tablets appeared, and the will of the way inside the tablets suppressed the heavens. Still, there were infinite divine swords flowing between heaven and earth, continuously pulverizing the stone tablets around him until he was completely vanquished. It's already done. When the people below saw this, they could feel that Futian's fleeting divine sword was now perfected. While he was still fighting with Gai Shishir in person, his sword everywhere launching attacks on everyone, challenging all the cultivators with his raw strength alone. He had just entered Nirvana realm. Could he already be invincible in Nirvana? These were people who had already stood at the top level of Nirvana. Li Sun and Bai Xiu both withdrew early, unable to fight anymore. Under the long river of his swordsmanship, it was hard for the others to continue. There were golden divine lights all around Gai Shishir's body, and that godlike figure regarded Futian below. While fighting with him, he didn't concentrate on the fight at hand, but was also attacking all the other cultivators. It was incredibly arrogant and fully demonstrated his conceit. However, the strength of this swordsmanship, even he had to recognize and acknowledge this prowess. This musician from Taishan Mountain seemed to have received the true arts of Lord Taishan, and his swordsmanship was the first among this generation on Taishan Mountain. He was far ahead of all the others. Bang! The golden spear in his hand burst and shattered inch by inch, and the golden divine light shot through the void. Gai Shirshi's expression was still extremely dominant. Seeing the sword will roll towards him, the golden divine blood inside him roiled and howled, and the divine god's body that was formed from gold was releasing a dazzling divine light, which was able to counter the sword will. Gai Shirshir was forming the seal with both of his hands, and a curious sound seemed to be heard from above the sky, and there seemed to be the sound of the great path that chimed non-stop in the sky. Above the sky, indomitable ancient gods appeared with mighty power. They descended at the same time, appearing around Gai Shirshir. Suddenly, in the sky above Futian, a divine mansion seemed to hover there. Summon the ancient golden god. Everyone looked up in the sky, their hearts trembling violently. How strong! Gai Shirshir was truly deserving of his reputation. This superb genius from the Golden Divine Nation showed unparalleled combat power, which had not been fully unleashed before. Until this moment, Futian finally forced out his full strength. Futian's sword had already defeated several people. The other genius talents in the void were unable to contend with Futian's sword, but Gai Shirshir now wanted to launch a counterattack to suppress Futian. In comparison, their levels were revealed instantly. The ancient golden god descended from heaven. It is the sigh of the divine god. Wan Shui focused on the void. His expression changed slightly. This method was the supreme way of the Golden Divine Nation and was the highest form of magic. It was rumored to be an inheritance left over from the times of the ancient gods. Under the sigh of the gods, even the gods would perish, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Had Gai Shirshir completed the cultivation of the sigh of the divine god? Unexpectedly, Gai Shirshir is already at such a powerful level, others also exclaimed. Today, they were actually witnessing a showdown here. Even among future direct disciples of the Divine Palace, these two were the stuff of legends. Futian also felt the mighty power of the will of the way that came from the void at this time. The god of the great path appeared, and the pressure of might descended to suppress all. The breath that erupted out from Gai Shirshir, at this moment, was many times greater than before and seemed to be another transformation. Gai Shirshir's strength has already set him apart from all the other direct disciples, and they are no longer on the same level, Futian remarked to himself as he felt this power. Ultimately, Gai Shirshir should be at the same level as those who automatically receive the quota for the fruits of the way, like the crown prince Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Tianyu was certainly not stronger than Gai Shirshir. The momentum inside Futian's body was getting more magnificent, and above his body, a stronger sword will swept out and flowed to the sword of heaven and earth. Bang! There was a violent noise that came from the void. Chang Fenglia's body was penetrated by the sword. He was bloody all over, his breath was weak, and Qin Zong, likewise, was also injured gravely by the sword. In front of the divine tree of comprehension, all the genius talents fell one after another under Futian's sword. At that moment, the most powerful direct disciple in front of the divine tree of comprehension was the one who had previously let Lu Qingyao go up. His power was extraordinary. He had resisted the fleeting divine sword for the longest time, but in the end, he had been similarly unable to block the killing sword. Futian was still down below. His sword will filled the sky as it flowed all through the vast area. Everyone except for Gai Shirshir of the Golden Divine Nation had already fallen, and they had no more power to fight. Some of them had directly tried to seize the fruit of the way, but they had been pierced by Futian's sword, leaving shocking sword slashes on their bodies. They had been wounded internally, but they would recover in a short time. The sword will completely covered the divine tree of comprehension, leaving the people below him as shocked as could be. He was trying to take the whole tree for himself and not let anyone else take from it. Even the top figures were not allowed to, not even the personal disciples of the Divine Palace. He is so arrogant. they all said to themselves. But Futian had the right to be. The power he had displayed had been simply frightening, and now there was only one person still capable of fighting. If Geishir could not beat him, then no one could. Figures of imposing deities appeared up in the sky. It was as if the gods were truly coming down from the heavens and crushing everything below them. A burst of pressure from the great path covered Futian. The gods seemed to be singing, making it seem like this area of the sky would be crushed by golden power. Geishir's aura surged. At that moment, there were few at the nirvana level who could match him. His law body was so powerful that even a forged Renhuang body would probably not be as good. The sword will was suppressed. Geishir held a golden divine spear. And it was not just him, but all of the figures of gods gripped divine spears as well. They chanted, and destruction followed. It seemed that there was no one in the world who could stop Geishir. Even Futian, with his incomparable talent, would have to bow before the chanting of these gods. The golden light seemed to form a celestial curtain. It covered Futian when it fell, making it so that he could not escape. The endless golden light seemed to be formed of golden spears that spanned the sky. At the same time, Geishir finally moved. The gods thrust their spears downwards. Their chanting rang out. Everything was destroyed wherever the sound went, and nothing was left. His will is so strong, even a nirvana-level cultivator would not be able to withstand a single attack. Although the people watching the battle from below were outside the range of the attack, they could still feel the killing power and shocking will within it. It was far beyond the limits of what they could withstand. There were even nirvana-level cultivators within them, but they thought that even they would be killed by that attack. They would die from a single strike. That swordsman from Taishan Mountain had Lord Taishuan's fleeting divine sword. Could he the chanting of the gods and the attack from their spears? Futian stood in the air, his body resonating with the great path. His world tree swayed, and the will that he had previously absorbed burst forth violently, integrating itself into his sword. A huge divine furnace seemed to appear within him, refining all the will of the great path. But those watching could not see it very clearly, due to the golden light enveloping him. Geishir was no weaker than Tianyu, the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. At that moment, Futian was feeling the pressure of the twin attacks of the gods chanting and their spears. The gods chanting was particularly difficult to bear as it increased the power of Geishir's aura and the heavenly great path by several orders of magnitude. He had to take this seriously. He reached out, seeming to hold up the very sky with his hands. Suddenly, brilliant, flashing divine swords appeared in his hand. Each one contained sky-breaking sword will. When he saw the spears coming towards him, he formed a sword seal. His divine spiritual sorcery flowed, and his swords slashed out. The sword's shrieks pierced everyone's ears and then became softer until there was no sound at all. It seemed as if they had gone beyond the limits of sound. The spears collided with the fleeting divine swords, but all the people watching from below could see was a flash of destructive light. Everything was shattered into dust, and the great path flowed backward. They saw the divine spears that had been formed of golden radiance, and the swords that had been formed out of spiritual sorcery shatter into nothingness and disappeared. Was their power evenly matched? Time seemed to stop as everyone's eyes were on the battlefield. Something was wrong. The battle had not stopped yet. Everyone's hearts were pounding as they gazed fixedly into the sky. Although the swords had been destroyed, the burst of sword will was still there. The great path was flowing in reverse, and the river of stars was rotating. Everything had been turned to dust under the destructive power of the river of the great path. But the dust was moving towards Geishir and trying to swallow him up. Geishir was a proud man. When he saw that his attack had been destroyed and the energy from his opponent's attack was still sweeping towards him, his face turned dark. Brilliant golden light flashed from him as the power spread towards him. A shrill sound rang out as it swept over Geishir's body and then disappeared into nothingness. The fighting will that Geishir had used as armor had already been destroyed, and now blood was flowing from his golden body. But the blood was glowing with golden light as if it was the ichor of a god. Golden blood. Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. It seemed that the legends were true. The people of the Golden Divine Nation were descendants of the old gods, and golden blood flowed through the old gods' veins. And now, they were seeing that golden blood with their own eyes. What was frightening was that Guy Shur had already started to forge his body of the Great Path. His bones, veins, and organs were all transforming. But even so, he had still been wounded in this battle. The two figures were standing in the air. One of them had an arrogant expression on his face, his white robes flapping in the wind. He looked up into the sky. The mountain was covered with people that he had wounded in this battle. None of them could withstand his swords. The other person's golden robes were stained with blood. Golden light still shone from his eyes, but it was not as brilliant and imposing as before. He had the bold manner of someone who was unparalleled in heaven and earth, but at this moment, he seemed a little dazed. Guy Shur had not thought that he would ever be defeated before he entered the Divine Palace. He had thought that his opponent would be one of the people from the Divine Palace. Previously, he had not given a second thought to Futian. Even if his opponent had reached the Nirvana level, he still would have been confident in his victory. He had the blood of the golden old gods and the chanting of the gods. How could he lose? But his spears were not as sharp as his opponent's swords. The one whom Lord Taishian had chosen had beaten him. Futian swept his gaze over Guy Shur and then stepped forward, shooting towards the mountain like a beam of sword light. He paid no more mind to Guy Shur. Everyone was speechless as they saw Futian head towards the mountain. This man had crushed the proud son of heaven of the higher heavens realm and then had ascended to the peak of the mountain of the way. Who would have thought that a musician from Taishian Mountain would be the one to defeat all opponents? Even the proud cultivators from all over the higher heavens realm could not compete with him, not even the disciples of the Divine Palace. Perhaps only those few personal disciples of the Divine Palace who had not come were qualified to fight him. But based on his battle with Guy Shur, there would probably even be very few of them who could withstand the fleeting divine sword. There were probably incredibly few people who were powerful enough to fight him. Wait for me to finish my cultivation, then you can fight again. Futian swept his gaze over all the people he had defeated. They were all speechless. They were all losers. What could they say? This tree can accommodate many cultivators. You can't take up all those places by yourself, even if you take all the fruit of the way. The wounded Lu Qingyao had used her life will to heal her injuries. She looked at Futian as she spoke. She wanted to stay here in order to understand more. Previously, none of you were willing to save a place for me, answered Futian. He looked down at Yaya and Wan Shuyi and said, "Come on up." Yaya nodded and flashed up into the air. Wan Shuyi, Luoyue, and the others came up as well, heading towards the divine tree of comprehension. Seeing that Wan Shuyi and Luoyue were getting a chance to cultivate at the divine tree of comprehension, Junmu and the others felt conflicted. Li Jin felt a little bit regretful. Who would have thought that the musician from Taishian Mountain, Shunjing, would have the strength to crush all the proud sons of heaven from the higher heavens realm? "You are cultivators of Taishian Mountain, so you may come up as well," said Futian to Li Jin and Chunyu. The two of them were stunned. They looked up at Futian in the air. When they saw his eyes, they felt a little bit ashamed. Futian nodded at Ma Yi. "Brother Ma Yi," he said. Ma Wai suddenly lowered his head, feeling ashamed as well. They flashed over to the divine tree of comprehension. Li Jin looked at Futian and said, "Why are you doing this? The little bit of friction between us is no need for enmity. We all came here from Taishin Mountain. There are plenty of places for all of us, so this is no great matter," answered Futian. The great path itself flowed through saints, making them one with heaven and earth. These little misunderstandings were not worth remembering. When one set their heart on the heavenly great path, none of the pettiness of the mortal world should remain. "We were too narrow-minded," said Li Jin with a bow towards Futian. She felt that ever since Futian had come to Taishin Mountain, she had always been skeptical of his being able to get into String Palace. These narrow-minded thoughts had indeed affected their cultivation. This was probably why her Guqin and the people from Sword Abyss's swords were not as good as Futian's. "If you could disregard our previous transgressions, we would blush from shame," said Junmu as he took a step forward. He wanted to come up as well. Whoosh! A burst of sword will descended suddenly, stopping Junmu in his tracks. He looked up into the air. "I'm sorry, there is no place for you here," said Futian coldly. Cultivators had big hearts, but there were some things that they could not forgive. Junmu's face darkened. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he cast a cold glance at Futian and then turned and left. "Junmu will hate you for that," Wan Shui transmitted to Futian. But Futian did not care. What could a Nirvana-level cultivator do to him? "Let us cultivate." Futian looked at the giant tree before him. He walked forward towards the center of the tree, making Wan Shui look surprised. There were many pieces of fruit on the tree, and all were full of the essence of heaven and earth. They could produce will in people that would resonate with the great path. That was why, in the past, so many people had plucked this fruit in order to aid their comprehension. So why was Futian walking towards the center of the tree? Futian walked up to the towering tree and looked up at it. He could feel many different types of will in this place. The tree made him think of the world tree within him, his life spirit that could also hold all kinds of will of the great path. Could there be some kind of connection between them? It was probably just a coincidence. The world tree was his life spirit, and this tree was a divine thing in the middle of the sea of the path. It bore fruit of the way that could be used to comprehend the great path. He swept his gaze over the trunk of the mighty tree. As his eyes traveled downward, he saw that it seemed to be rooted in the mountain of the way. Its countless roots stretched out in all directions. This is the divine tree of comprehension. We can use it to comprehend the will of the great path much more efficiently, Futian said to himself. He sat down cross-legged beneath the tree and did not bother to form a resonance with any of the pieces of fruit on it. He closed his eyes and cast away all distracting thoughts. He did not think about anything in the outside world, but sank deep within himself, immersing himself in a mystical plane. He seemed to forget himself. Although his eyes were shut tightly, he could see more clearly than if his eyes had been open. His divine spirit covered a boundless area, and there was nowhere where he was not present. He could sense everything. A crisp wind blew by, seeming to contain the way within it. He sensed a fiery piece of fruit of the way. His divine spirit entered into it, and in a flash, he could feel blazing flames burning in the sky. It seemed that these flames reached up to the heavens, and they burned his divine spirit. He also felt a piece of lightning fruit. He suddenly felt like he was in a world of lightning, and he was bathed in the great path of thunder. He felt many other kinds of will. Every piece of fruit on the tree contained a frightening amount of the will of the great path. The people from Taishan Mountain were all there as well. They could sense the will contained within the fruit of the way. They sat there, sensing the world around them quietly. Will flowed over all of their bodies, except for Futian's. Below them, everyone was looking up into the air. Many of them had their eyes closed and were using their other senses. Although Futian had expelled the people who had been here previously, he had not forced them to leave. They could still sense the will of the tree from below the mountain, and thus it was still beneficial to their cultivation. Futian sat there quietly as if he could sense the world more clearly now. As time passed, Futian sank deeper into himself, until he felt like he had turned into a tree himself. The tree had worked its way into his very veins. The world tree was spreading through him, and different kinds of will flowed on every one of its trunks. The will of the great path was very potent there, and it burned like the sun in the sky. Brilliant light gradually began to shine from him, and a powerful force began to spread out from his body. The will resonated with the divine tree of comprehension, and suddenly lines of will were flowing from the tree towards him. They penetrated him. With a thought, Futian formed sword will within himself. All of the will of the divine tree of comprehension within him turned into sword will that flowed to every part of his body. To become a Renhuang, one had to forge a Renhuang body, comprehend a Renhuang soul, and form a wheel of the great path. As Futian thought of this, endless sword will flowed through his veins, and even into his bones and organs. Outside, sword will was also flowing down from the divine tree of comprehension and over Futian's body. His entire body was soon covered in sword will. Below, some people looked up at him. There was so much sword will. Was Futian trying to forge a body of swordsmanship? Futian was bathed in sword will. The current of sword will was growing stronger and stronger as it went into him until it formed a closed loop. It would not flow out of him. It seemed like all of this powerful sword will was locked up within him. When one formed a law body and a law soul, one was on the inside and the other was on the outside. The law body was internal and the law soul was external. Once the two had been forged, they would resonate, and only then could one form forge the wheel of the great path, know everything under heaven, shine with the sun and the moon, and have one's every movement be in accordance with the way. This was a place to prove one's worthiness. It gave people a much better chance to become a Renhuang. Everything that Futian did here was something that many people would fight to have a chance to do. Wan Shuyi and Luoyue seemed to feel something. They opened their eyes and saw that endless sword will was falling from the divine tree of comprehension and entering Futian's body. This distressed them greatly. This genius was truly unpredictable. Futian's need for will was terrifying, but the will contained within the divine tree of comprehension seemed to be endless. As time passed, Futian's body seemed to be translating into a body of swordsmanship. Everything about him seemed to be made of sword will, both inside and out. Can he really comprehend this much, even without using any of the fruit of the way? Everyone asked themselves. This Futian was frighteningly talented. After a while, Futian had completely transformed into a sword that was sitting there with his eyes closed. Shun Jing seems to be forming a law body, said the people who were watching him from below. This is a rare opportunity, so naturally, he must seize it. Let us also continue to comprehend the way, said someone, and he closed his eyes. After a few days, Futian's body was like the blazing sun. The air around him seemed to be burning. He shone in all directions, making a look of surprise come over everyone's faces. But most of them were immersed in their own cultivation, and so they did not pay him too much heed. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Futian and all the others had been cultivating at the Mountain of the Way for more than 2 months. During this whole time, Futian had not risen once. He was completely immersed in a state of self-forgetfulness. He could sense that there was far more to this tree than even he could see. At this moment, he was in a mystical state, and he could sense that the tree connected the whole mountain together. Its roots reached to every corner of the mountain, and it was not just the Mountain of the Way. They reached to the entire mountain range. This tree's roots connected the entire area. The tree was truly massive. All of the trees in the area were really one. At that moment, a brilliant light shone from the palace at the peak of the mountain. Everyone looked up at it. Some of them did not understand, but the disciples of the divine palace knew that the time had come. The dawn light of the great path spread out, covering the entire area and enveloping the Mountain of the Way within it. Futian ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. He looked towards the palace and saw that it was as mystical as an illusion. It gave off a sense of unreality. He guessed that it was probably an image of the divine palace. A burst of marvelous energy descended. A voice rang through the air. "Time is up. Prepare to leave," came the faint voice from the palace. Futian stood up immediately. With a single thought, all of his swords shot through the air, cutting down all the giant pieces of fruit on the tree, then bringing them to him. When they saw this, the people of Taishan Mountain stopped cultivating and looked at Futian. They were already perfectly satisfied with the amount of will they had been able to comprehend, and it was all thanks to the fact that Futian had not blamed them for their transgressions against him. They may have had vain hopes to get more of the fruit, but now, Futian had taken them all. They felt a bit disappointed by this, but it was only right and proper. The fruit on this tree was incredibly valuable. It was said that a single piece of fruit was enough to support a cultivator in forging a law body and forming a wheel of the great path. If you used one when you were at the peak of the Nirvana plane, it could help you break through to the next level. He could not lightly give up any of this fruit, even for the sake of his friendship with Taishan Mountain. Little Phoenix looked piteously at Futian. Was he really so heartless? "We have been here cultivating for so long that I will give you 2 more pieces of fruit to help you reach Nirvana." Futian waved his hand, and 2 pieces of fruit flew over to Little Phoenix, a flame fruit and a life fruit. Both were ones she had gotten before and had not come from the divine tree of comprehension. "So petty," whispered little Phoenix as she took them. If you don't want them, give them back. Futian stared at her. Fengyang put the fruit in her mouth as quickly as possible. Give them back? How could she do that? Everyone watching envied little Phoenix a little bit. Futian had not even thought of them. He had already done everything he needed to do. If they were not happy with him, was there anything they could really say? The light that covered the area grew brighter and brighter. There was a roar in the sky as another powerful beam of light shot out from the palace, swallowing up all the cultivators. In the next instant, everyone could feel the stars revolving as the scene before their eyes changed completely. Futian was stunned. He looked around him and saw the endless sea of the path. Everyone was there. The mountain, the tree, and the whole land had disappeared abruptly. It was like it had all been a dream that had never happened. There was a crashing sound in front of them, and a huge demonic beast broke through the waves, then floated on the surface of the water. It was the black turtle that had brought them here before. He looked at everyone and said, "Come with me." On saying this, he turned and continued on through the sea. Everyone formed boats and followed him. Along the way, Futian could feel many eyes on him. Men of talent always aroused the envy of others. Moreover, he now had all the fruit of the divine tree. It was obvious that he would attract a lot of attention. If they were not in the Sea of the Way, but rather at the divine palace, he would probably have a fight on his hands right about now. Once they had left, there were no more rules to entangle them. People could even use renhuang implements. And everyone there was extraordinarily powerful and had some impressive ritual implements. Are we going to the divine palace? Futian asked Wan Shuyi. Wan Shuyi nodded. Yes. Don't you want to go and see such a legendary place? Futian looked off into the distance. Far away, he could faintly see a celestial palace. It was just like before. It seemed both like a reflection in the water and real at the same time. We will be there soon. Ahead of them, the black turtle sped up, flying over the waves. He was heading towards the place that Futian was looking at. Everyone else saw it as well. Other than the disciples of the divine palace, everyone else was curious. They all had their own expectations about it. Of course I do, answered Futian with a smile at Wan Shuyi. He wanted to take a trip to the divine palace. As they got closer, they could already see a mystical island rising out of the Sea of the Way. This was the place where the premier holy land for cultivating in the higher heavens realm, the Shangxiao Divine Palace, was. As everyone got closer, they realized that the mystical island that rose up out of the Sea of the Way was quite vast. Everyone was looking forward with solemn expressions on their faces as the boats flew across the water. We are here, they all thought to themselves. The black turtle slowly sank back down to the depths of the sea. Everyone's figures flashed as they shot through the air and landed on the island. Futian and the others landed on the island as well. The air around them was thick with the aura of the great path, and the vast island was covered with will. There were several figures waiting on the shore. They were a few messengers who had come to welcome them. When they saw the cultivators coming, one of them said, "Those of you who pass the Sea of the Way entrance examination should familiarize yourselves with the divine palace. A bell will ring tomorrow, and when it does, you should all join together. Someone will be there to lead you in your cultivation. Those others among you who were part of the quota may stay in the divine palace to cultivate if you wish. If you do not wish to do this, you may leave whenever you want." Previously, many people had fought for the right to be part of the quota, to go to the land of proving the way, and thus had undergone a test at the divine palace. Those who were successful were already considered disciples of the divine palace. As for the people from the other top forces and the geniuses from throughout the higher heavens realm, if they wished to stay and become an ordinary disciple of the divine palace, it would naturally be quite easy. As for whether or not they could become a personal disciple, that would depend on their performance at the palace. For the time being, you all may do as you please, continued the messenger, and upon saying so, they all turned and left, surprising all of those who had just arrived. Was the divine palace really so casual? Does this mean that they don't care about us? Someone whispered. The divine palace truly did things in a unique way. Aren't they worried that we will cause a disturbance? Someone asked. Once you enter the divine palace, you are not forbidden from going anywhere, but that is because you are expected to take responsibility for whatever happens wherever you go. The Divine Palace is not responsible for whether you live or die, transmitted one of the personal disciples of the Divine Palace coldly. This was the Divine Palace, and there were not too many rules. As long as the place you wanted to go was somewhere that you were able to get to, you were allowed to go there. If something happened to you, the Divine Palace would not care. This sounds like the Divine Palace, all right? They are very willful, whispered Luoyue. Do you think that our actions here can escape the notice of the people of the Divine Palace? Said Yi Futian with a smile. Luoyue nodded and said, You are right. There were many people of high levels in the Divine Palace. Their thoughts covered the entire place. No matter what they did, there was no way they could hide it from these high-level figures. The messengers who had come to greet them had left, and the disciples of the Divine Palace flashed away one by one as well, each returning to their places of cultivation. Let's go, said Yi Futian. They stepped forward into the Divine Palace. There were many mountains of the way all over the island, and there were celestial figures flying towards the mountains. All of them were of the saint level or higher. As they went inward, they saw that there were places for cultivation in between the rolling mountains. There were palaces on the tops of mountains and in the valleys. As for cavern residences and blessed places, they seemed endless. The air was thick with will. These places were all places where the people of the Divine Palace could cultivate. Those temples and palaces were naturally places where the great figures of the palace could teach the way, and the cavern residences and blessed places were places where the disciples could train. Yi Futian discovered that many people were following him. In addition to the disciples of Taishan Mountain, many of the other people were staring at him. At that moment, he had many of the incredible, precious pieces of fruit of the way. He was an easy target for people's greed. It was absolutely impossible that none of these powerful saints wanted to rob him of them. Moreover, it seemed that the Divine Palace would place no restraints on them doing so. They seem to be following you, Wan Shuyi transmitted to Yi Futian. Let them, replied Yi Futian. He naturally knew what they were thinking. If they tried to steal his fruit of the way, he would not be polite at all. He stopped and said to everyone, We are in the Divine Palace now. Everyone should go and see if you can find a chance to reach the Great Path. I will wander around here as well. There is no need for us to go together, so we should split up. The previous events had made the others from Taishan Mountain look at him as their leader. They were all following him, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, if a huge battle broke out, the disciples of Taishan Mountain were all of a lower level, and it would be hard for them to defend themselves, so it was better not to let them get involved. But you! Li Jin looked all around them. She could naturally see all the people staring at Yi Futian. I will be fine. I was able to take care of myself at the Mountain of the Way. There is no one here at the Divine Palace who can touch me, said Yi Futian confidently. Li Jin was used to Yi Futian by now. Given the power that he had displayed, it was indeed true that few people could threaten him. Fine, then we will split up, said Li Jin with a nod. They all went in different directions. You should go too, said Yi Futian to Wan Shuyi and Luoyue. He had helped them as much as he could on this journey. He had used his song to empower Wan Shuyi's sword. The next time he fought, he would have to rely on himself. Very well, said Wan Shuyi with a nod of his head, and he left as well. Yaya turned and prepared to leave, which shocked Yi Futian. You are leaving as well? Yaya nodded. Yes, I am going to spend some time here, cultivating. All right. Yi Futian knew why Yaya was doing this. Although she had not attracted much attention in the past, it was not certain that no one had been watching her. There was nothing out of the ordinary about her and Shun Jing knowing each other. After all, it was unlikely that she would not know anyone in the higher heavens realm. But if she were always spending her time with Yi Futian, it would be impossible to avoid drawing attention. And what about you? What are you going to do here? Yi Futian asked Little Phoenix. I am going to do my own thing. What does that have to do with you? Pouted Little Phoenix. She would not admit that she had been following Yi Futian. I'll travel with you once I get back. Until then, go off and play, said Yi Futian with a smile. Little Phoenix stared at him. Did this guy take her for a child? If you're going to go, then go. Little Phoenix spread her wings and flashed away, leaving Yi Futian alone. If someone really attacked him, then having Feng Yin by his side would be a burden. Now that he was left alone, he could relax a little. He could do whatever he wanted. He continued forward. He sensed an aura off in the distance and said, "If you want to steal these from me, then just try it. Why hide? You don't want to shame old demon Luo." When he said this, a burst of mighty demonic energy filled the air. A group of figures appeared in the sky above him. It was indeed Luo Yuming and the others from the divine capital of Xiling. He had been wounded by Yi Futian at the Mountain of the Way, and he had spent all this time healing. It was obvious how much bitterness he felt towards Yi Futian. The trip to the land of proving the way was over, and Yi Futian was the only one who had many pieces of fruit of the way, and his fruit was the most precious. How could Luo Yuming not be greedy? The will that burst forth from Luo Yuming was terrible. Endless death will swept out, covering the space below him where Yi Futian was. The other cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling beside him prepared to attack as well. They blocked off all the different directions in the air above Yi Futian. You made everyone else leave. You're not scared that I would attack the people from Taishan Mountain, are you? Luo Yoming's eyes were cold, and his voice was full of killing intent. If you can take the fruit from my hands through trickery or artifice, do you think that you and the divine capital of Xiling will be able to withstand Lord Taishuan's wrath? Said Yi Futian coldly. Right now, Lord Taishan dominated the higher heavens realm. The old demon of Xiling had been defeated by him. If he wanted to attack the divine capital of Xiling, who could stop him? The strength of the elders was the greatest protection for the younger generations. Right now, the disciples of Taishan Mountain were a little bit weak, but no one would dare to harm them. A strand of sovereign power appeared upon Luo Yuming. He obviously knew that he was no match for Yi Futian in terms of combat ability. If he wanted to seize the fruit, he would have to use the power of his ritual instrument. Boom! Someone suddenly launched an attack. Death spears pierced through the air, rushing towards Yi Futian. You must have a death wish. Yi Futian swept his gaze through the air, and suddenly, sword will filled the sky. The death spears were immediately destroyed, and the sword will continued onward, leaving sword slashes in the air. Poof! Sword light pieced through the air, and slash marks appeared on the demonic cultivator. Blood spurted from his head as he stared at Yi Futian below them. Then, he gradually slackened and fell to the ground below. He had been killed by a single sword stroke. He's gotten stronger. When Luo Yuming felt the power of that sword, his heart trembled. Obviously, cultivating for 2 months, had Yi Futian even stronger than when they had fought. His sword had pierced through the air. A common Nirvana-level cultivator was no match for him at all. Moreover, Yi Futian had used a killing move right away. This made Luo Yuming and the other cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling look at him coldly. They could not forget this easily. I know that you have a Run Huang implement, but how do you know that I don't? I don't want to cause any trouble, and I don't like it when other people cause me trouble. If anyone else attacks me, they will die, said Yi Futian coldly. He was not only speaking to Luo Yuming. He was reminding everyone who was watching him in secret. It was not good that these people were always thinking about him, so he had executed one as a warning to the rest. Moreover, the man from the divine capital of Xiling had attacked him first, and he had just counterattacked. Although he was only a musician from Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishan had personally mentioned him by name. If an elder came after him due to this matter, he would have to think about how Taishan Mountain would respond. When he heard Yi Futian's unmistakable threat, Luo Yoming's face became livid. Imperial power was still blooming from him, but it was just like Yi Futian had said. He had a Run Huang-level ritual implement, but how did he know that Yi Futian did not have one as well? If it really came down to a fight, his opponent would probably not hesitate to kill them. If things were like they had been before, they would not be up to the task. All the rest of you, stop following me. Otherwise, my sword will be merciless, said Yi Futian. Everyone watched as he flew through the air, going faster and faster. The sword light cut a swathe through the air as he went off into the distance. A group of figures walked out and watched the retreating figure with cold expressions. But in the end, none of them followed him. Gai Shir walked out as well, golden divine light flashing on him. This man had offended many of the cultivators of the divine palace. It would be impossible for him to enter the palace without causing a disturbance. Within the divine palace, all the disciples returned to their places of cultivation. At that moment, there were several figures standing around and chatting on a cultivation platform within one of the halls. One of them was outstandingly good-looking and had a celestial aura about her. It was Lu Qingyao. "He seized both the water of the stream of life and the fruit of the way?" asked the youth, standing up and bowing to Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao nodded. My cultivation has been too shallow. I must spend some time locked away cultivating." This man is nearly a demon. He defeated all the other cultivators by himself and took over the divine tree of comprehension. "This has nothing to do with the level of your cultivation, Sister Lu," said a woman standing down below. At that moment, another figure entered, looked at them, and asked, "Someone took over the divine tree of comprehension by himself?" Yes, it was the swordsman from Taishan Mountain, Shunjing. He fought everyone by himself and defeated all comers. No one was a match for them. Gai Shishir of the Golden Divine Nation, Li Sun of the Divine Swordly family, and Qin Zong of the Sky-Burying God clan were all defeated in that battle. None of them could stand before him. Can this be true? The person who had entered gazed at Lu Qingyao in shock. Lu Qingyao nodded slightly and said, "I had originally thought that besides those personal disciples from within the palace, I could be ranked among the strongest of those who had been chosen to go, even if I was not the strongest. But I would never have thought that the gap between us would be so great. Maybe Shunjing was incredibly strong, but it is still my fault that I lost." Shunjing did not even become a nirvana-level cultivator until the battle. "So you are saying that he took so much of the fruit by himself, yet he did not prove himself worthy of becoming a Ran Huang, but instead only managed to reach nirvana?" A surprised look came over the young woman's face. She had heard that when people went to the land of proving the way, they would often use it as an opportunity to reach the Renhuang plain. But this time, one person had taken most of the fruit. Lu Qingyao nodded again. After taking over the divine tree of comprehension, he spent more than 2 months cultivating there. What was flowing over him constantly the whole time. It is possible that he was able to use this to forge a law body. It is highly likely that he became stronger. When added to the amount of fruit of the way that he got, it would be enough to lessen the time he would need to cultivate by several years, stabilize his attainment of the nirvana plane, and even start to forge a body of the great path. In that case, it seems that a genius has come to our divine palace. There was a bit of excitement in her eyes. This was not the only place that people were talking about this. The news was spreading all throughout the divine palace. For example, Li Sun was in Sword Palace, telling someone about all of these events. There were many swordsmen behind the man he was talking to, sword will wrapping around them. But no matter how powerful they were all standing behind the youth in the black robes. He was the strongest member of the divine Swordly family of that generation, Li Daozi. Now, he was the strongest person in the Sword Palace below the Ranhuang level. His swordsmanship was nearly perfect. Many people said that he could kill anyone below the Ranhuang level with his sword. Of course, there were several people within the divine palace who were not inferior to him in terms of swordsmanship. I had originally planned that after you entered the divine palace, I would shut myself away in cultivation and not come out until I had reached the Renhuang level. Now it seems like there may be someone whom I can test my swordsmanship on before I break through to the next level, said Li Daozi softly. He was at the peak of the nirvana level and had forged a law body. He would soon break through to the next level. And now, another powerful swordsman had entered the divine palace. Li Daozi stepped away. "Where are you going?" asked Li Sun. Was Li Daozi going directly to seek out Yi Futian? "I am going to Sword Comprehension Mountain," answered Li Daozi without turning his head. "I will wait for him there." Yi Futian was a swordsman of Taishan Mountain, and his swordsmanship was outstanding. Now that he had entered the divine palace, there was one place that he had to go. That was Sword Comprehension Mountain. Thus, Li Daozi was preparing to go there to wait for him. Xinjing's name had circulated throughout the divine palace in a very short time. The disciples of the palace all knew his name and knew that he had defeated the proud cultivators of the higher heavens realm all by himself and had taken over the divine tree of comprehension. Many of the personal disciples of the divine palace who had not gone to the land of proving the way wanted to go and see him. At the same time as this, The news that Li Daozi had gone to Sword Comprehension Mountain to wait for Shanjing made its way through the palace as well, which excited many people. It was said that this swordsman from Taishin Mountain had easily defeated Li Sun. So, how would he compare to Li Daozi, the foremost swordsman under the Runhuang level at the Divine Palace? It was said that Li Daozi would soon reach the next level and would soon become a sword emperor. He was the best swordsman in the Divine Palace under the Runhuang level. It would be difficult to find any swordsman in the higher heavens realm who could match him. Yi Futian did not know that Li Daozi had gone to Sword Comprehension Mountain. He did not even know that there was a Sword Comprehension Mountain in the Divine Palace, or what it was. After he asked the others to leave, he strolled through the palace alone, going where he pleased. He was very relaxed. Since the Divine Palace was so casual, there was no need to stand on ceremony. The celestial will of the island was extremely thick in the air. There must be many places here that were good for cultivation. He wondered if he would find a place that would help him break through to the next level. The will is so strong. At that moment, Yi Futian sensed something. He flashed over to a place in the distance and soon came to a place between several high mountains. The ancient mountains surrounded this place, and incredibly thick wool was spreading out from it. Yi Futian flashed around the area around the mountains. Suddenly, he could sense an incredible amount of pressure in the area. It seemed to be powerful enough to crush the very sky. He felt his body tighten as the incredible pressure fell upon him. A figure was sitting on a huge rock in front of him, with his back to him. He had short hair, and he looked neat and clean. His robe was incredibly broad. He was sitting there motionless, just like a statue. I am Shunjing from Taishin Mountain. I apologize for disturbing your cultivation, said Yi Futian to the man with a slight bow. This figure was also at the nirvana level, but his aura was thick with power. His heavy breathing was powerful as well. His every breath seemed to be filled with the will of the great path. A swordsman of Taishin Mountain. The man still had his back to Yi Futian. Have you come to prove yourself worthy of following the great path? Yes, after going to the land of proving the way, I have come to the Divine Palace, answered Yi Futian. Since you are a swordsman, you should go to Sword Comprehension Mountain. This is not a place for you, said the man indifferently. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. Sword Comprehension Mountain? Yes, that is the place for cultivating swordsmanship, the man continued. He had been cultivating here all along, and thus had not heard the news that had come from the outside world. Yi Futian looked around at the mountains and asked, Sword Comprehension Mountain is the place to go for cultivating swordsmanship. So what is this place? I thought that this would also be a good place for me to cultivate. The man was not the least bit surprised by Yi Futian's words. After a moment, he rose slowly as Yi Futian watched, then turned and looked at him. Yi Futian looked up at the figure and suddenly felt a burst of incomparably majestic pressure of the great path descend. The figure seemed incredibly tall, and he stood there like a god. The pressure fell upon Yi Futian, and at that moment, Yi Futian felt that he should surrender. This, as Yi Futian looked at the mountains, he seemed to be able to see them moving. Divine power of the great path burst forth from them. The figure who was standing there became one with the mountains, or perhaps it was just his will integrating into them. His eyes seemed to be beholding infinite power. See for yourself. The figure stood there calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. The power coming out of those mountains pressed down upon Yi Futian. They seemed to come to life, and each one contained the power of the great path. Crack! The stones beneath his feet shattered and were ground into dust. I see. Yi Futian could feel the mountains pressing down on him. At that moment, he seemed to see many figures. The mountains seemed to contain the will of the great path. Their power was truly frightening. Every mountain seemed like it was a statue. Yi Futian floated up into the air. The man glanced at him, then stepped forward, causing a huge roar to ring out between heaven and earth. But Yi Futian stepped forward as well. Boom! Two forces collided in a violent explosion in the air, making all of the mountains shake. The man looked at Yi Futian in surprise, then looked at the mountains around them. You moved the mountains with a single thought. He stared at Yi Futian. You are a swordsman? I am Shunjing, the swordsman of Taishin Mountain, said Yi Futian. In fact, he was surprised. This man had put a lot of pressure on him. In his previous battle, he had defeated all his opponents, and he had thought that no one within the Divine Palace would be a match for him. But he had run into an incredibly strong opponent just while walking around the palace. "I am the personal disciple of Divine Palace, Zhuanghong," answered the man. He looked at Futian. "I heard that Lord Taishian has not personally taken a disciple in a long time. Are you his youngest disciple?" Futian shook his head. "Lord Taishian said that he would never take a disciple again. I have not even been cultivating at Taishian Mountain for a year. How could I be Lord Taishuan's disciple?" "You are so talented, and yet Lord Taishian has ignored you?" asked Zhuanghong with a smile. "Have you come to the Divine Palace to try and become a personal disciple, or have you just come to cultivate for a short while?" "I've just come to cultivate," said Futian. "Well, the Divine Palace is the best place in the higher heavens realm to do so. Just this place where we are now is good enough to cultivate in for several years." "What about Sword Comprehension Mountain, which you mentioned before?" asked Futian. "That is a holy land for cultivating swordsmanship. It is surrounded by 81 sword mountains. If you can completely comprehend the way of swordsmanship on Sword Comprehension Mountain, you will certainly be able to forge a wheel of the great path out of swords and become a sword emperor," said Zhuanghong. Sword Comprehension Mountain was the place where the swordsmen of the Divine Palace went to cultivate. Many of the elders of previous generations had broken through to the next level there. "In that case, I would like to go there," said Futian quietly. "Of course you do," came a voice. Futian looked up and saw a figure standing on the peak of one of the mountains. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Zhuanghong, saying, "Brother Zhuang." Zhuanghong nodded slightly and said, "What did you mean by that?" "Li Daozi of the Divine Swordly family has already climbed Sword Comprehension Mountain and is waiting for him there," said the man with a smile. He obviously already knew who Futian was. "Li Daozi," muttered Futian. This was not the first time he had heard that name. He is the foremost swordsman of the Divine Palace below the Ren Huang level, and he only has the final 3 sword strikes left to comprehend. Zhuanghong looked at Futian. Li Daozi was actually waiting for him? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.